Good morning and welcome to the August 13, 2020 Instructional Quality Commission meeting. Chair Iniguez, will you please call the meeting to order?
Absolutely. I now call to order our Instructional Quality Commission meeting for Thursday, August 13th, 2020. Good morning, California, and welcome all. My name is Jose Iniguez, and I am the chair of the Instructional Quality Commission. With the COVID-19 pandemic, we are facing unprecedented times. The IQC meeting logistics will follow Governor Gavin Newsom's March 17th, 2020 Executive Order N-29-20, which allows state bodies subject to the Bagley-Keene Open Act meeting to hold public meetings via web conferencing and audio conferencing. In compliance with California's statewide stay-at-home order, today's IQC meeting is a video conference meeting with a live webcast. Public comment will end at approximately 3 p.m. to allow sufficient time to ensure the intent of the requirement for public discussion is carried out. Excuse me, I'm sorry. Public comment may be provided during the meeting by dialing the telephone number that you see on the screen, 712 area code 432-0075, and entering the access code that's also displayed on the screen, 651905 hashtag. The phone number and access code will be announced at the start of the public comment for each item. Members of the public who are watching live and want to comment on items not listed on the agenda can submit their comment to the IQC mailbox via the following email: iqc@cde.ca. Sorry, I must have some dust in my throat. Sorry. .ca.gov. As you can see, that's displayed on your screen as well. Members of the public who are watching live and want to comment on items on the agenda can submit their comments to the Ethnic Studies mailbox via the following email: ethnicstudies@cde.ca.gov. If you choose this email option, include the following in the email: agenda item number, first and last name, organization affiliation, if any, your public comment. Keep in mind that emailed comments will not be read aloud, but will be distributed to the Commission. The information I have just shared and that is displayed on your screen is also outlined on the August 13th, 2020 IQC agenda posted on the IQC website. With that, I will now introduce our commissioners, CDE staff, and state board liaisons participating in today's meeting. When I call your name, please unmute your mic and confirm your attendance. However, please make certain to mute your microphone again immediately afterwards. I will begin with Vice Chair Yolanda Munoz.
Here.
Thank you. Next, Commissioner Cristina Andre.
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Mariana Astorga Almanza.
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Christine Chapman.
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Deborah Costa Hernandez.
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Shay Fairchild.
Present.
Thank you. Commissioner Lindsay Gotanda. I am pausing just to make sure there are no technical issues. Commissioner Lindsay Gotanda. Okay, going once, going twice, we will move on. Commissioner Lily Jarvis.
Present.
Thank you. Commissioner, and I'm not sure this is Commissioner David Pantai.
Correct. I'm here.
Thank you. Commissioner Alma Delia Renteria.
Present.
Commissioner Manuel Rustin.
Present.
Commissioner Julie Tonkovich. Once again, folks, I'm just pausing if there are technical difficulties, so I will repeat the name. Commissioner Julie Tonkovich. Okay. Next, Commissioner Pam Williamson.
Here.
Thank you. Next, Assembly Member Shirley Weber.
Here.
Thank you. Next, Senator Ben Allen.
Here.
And before I call on the state board members of our commission, I want to make sure, did I miss anyone there? Executive Coates,
You
Executive.
have everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to double check. Okay, next, State Board Member Patricia Rucker.
I'm here.
Thank you. State Board Member Eileen Strauss.
Here.
And newly appointed board member, welcome, Cynthia Glover Woods.
Good morning, here.
Thank you. IQC Executive Director Shanine Coates is also present at the California Department of Education. Shanine, please confirm your attendance and state who is present at the CDE, please.
Thank you, including myself, Dr. Stephanie Gregson, Constantino Silva, Cliff Rudnick, Denise Figueroa, and Susan Sweeney are present. In addition, participating on the Zoom video conference are Seaford staff Kenneth McDonald and Aaron Jacks.
Thank you. Our next agenda item, I'm sorry, I almost forgot the flag salute. Shanine, would you please lead us in a salute to our flag, please?
Certainly. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Our next agenda item is 1C, an overview of today's agenda. Today's agenda remains unchanged and includes an update from CDE staff, public comment on the draft Ethnic Studies Model curriculum, followed by a review of the draft Ethnic Studies Model curriculum. Before each agenda item, public comment period, I will ask if any members of the public want to provide comment. Also, a brief reminder of protocols to help facilitate our meeting within a virtual format. As much as possible, we will call on you by name. I will look first to see if your virtual hand is raised. If not, we may call on you by name depending on the need. Either way, most of us have been through several of these, so you essentially know the routine. Either way, please remember to mute your microphone when you're not speaking. Also, as a reminder, all votes will be conducted by roll call. Finally, before each agenda item, public comment period, I will invite members of the public to provide public comment and will state the following, which are also projected on the screen. Members of the public dialing into the meeting will enter the access code to be put in queue. When giving public comment, state the following: first and last name, organization affiliation, if any, public comment. Speakers may only give comment for themselves and not provide comment on behalf of another individual or group. Speakers will be allotted 1 minute. Speakers utilizing their own interpretation services will receive 2 minutes. With that, our next agenda item is item 1D, approval of the May 17th, 2020 IQC meeting minutes. At this time, if any member of the public wants to provide public comment on this item, please do so now by following the procedures described earlier or displayed on the screen. Commissioners, excuse me, you have the minutes of the May 13th, 2020 IQC meeting before you. If you have substantive changes, please present them now. However, if you have only minor changes not affecting the content, please email them to Denise Figueroa, our IQC liaison. Does anyone have a question or comment about our minutes? And I'm looking over, I don't see any hands. All right, I believe we're ready to make a motion. I need a motion to approve the minutes. And just bear with me, folks. I am having a hard time seeing the hands. Give me 1 second here. For whatever reason, they are not appearing. Give me 30 more seconds here.
Munoz has her hand up. Chair Iniguez.
Thank you so much. I just got it up. I had a technical glitch. All right, so Commissioner Munoz.
I move that we approve the minutes of the May 13th, 2020 meeting.
Thank you very much. Is there a second to the motion? Looking over, I see Commissioner Williamson.
I second.
Thank you very much. Motion has been seconded by Commissioner Williamson. Is there any discussion on the motion? Okay, see no hands. Just double checking. Okay. Is there any public comment on the motion?
No.
No. I believe we're ready to vote. Denise, will you please conduct a roll call vote?
Chair Iniguez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Munoz,
Yes.
Commissioner Andre,
Yes.
Commissioner Astorga Almanza,
Yes.
Commissioner Chapman,
Yes.
Commissioner Costa Hernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Fairchild,
Yes.
Commissioner Gotanda. I don't think she's on yet. Commissioner Jarvis,
Yes.
Commissioner Pantai,
Yes.
Commissioner Renteria, Commissioner Renteria. It looks like she might have froze. Commissioner Rustin,
Yes.
Commissioner Williamson,
Yes.
Assemblymember Weber,
Yes.
Senator Allen.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. The next item is item 1E, report from the chair. I want to speak to three things briefly. One, in late June, I had an opportunity to virtually attend a mathematics curriculum framework and evaluation criteria committee, or as we commonly refer to it, CFCC meeting. This meeting was a wonderful experience. This meeting is part of an overall transparent and inclusive state process of developing curriculum and related support. I was able to observe the CFCC engaged in critical dialogue about needs related to teaching and learning mathematics. And what was great about it in particular is that the work here is different from the previous math framework because we now have a lot more experience with the Common Core standards and we're able to identify particular needs. There was a constant focus on how the framework would or could be refined to increase teacher support to better understand important approaches to learning mathematics. And we know that a lot of districts and schools are hungry for this refined support that takes into account these struggles. I also wanted to quickly report that in early July, Executive Director Coates and fellow Commissioners Tonkovich and Renteria had an opportunity to present to the State Board of Education the IQC Arts and World Languages frameworks. So we are excited about this process and we know that it's moving forward. And then finally, a brief comment about today. I want to take a few minutes to speak to my fellow commissioners about today's agenda and our task. As you know, the development of the Ethnic Studies Model Curriculum is different from the development of the frameworks. As you know, the frameworks are based on content standards, while the ESMC, or Ethnic Studies Model Curriculum, is related to several standards, but is not based entirely on particular content standards. And the general purpose of the model curriculum is to serve as a guidance document to help districts who are interested in adopting an ethnic studies course. With this in mind, it's critical that we develop a substantive product before publishing it for its initial public review. We need to trust the process and also adhere to the State Board of Education guidelines. Finally, the Ethnic Studies Model Curriculum will focus on 4 groups, and the reasons for this will be explained later in this presentation. And with that, I thank you, and I turn it over to you, Executive Director Coates.
Thank you, Chair Iniguez. I want to begin with an acknowledgement of this land, to remember that we are guests of the land and to never forget its original inhabitants and the sacrifices that they were forced to make. I also would like to take the time to honor our collective ancestors who made all of our work possible today. Before we get into the matter of business that many of us are interested in, the topic of ethnic studies, we do have a few other items to take care of. I want to take the time to recognize that our schools are opening up across the nation and in California during this pandemic this month and also continuing in the month of September. So I would like to take the time to just acknowledge the teachers who have had to shift their teaching and instructional practices to an online format and who are rising to the occasion. Thank you. We appreciate you. Additionally, As Chair Iniguez mentioned, the Mathematics Curriculum Framework and Evaluation Criteria Committee, or Math CFCC, met for their third meeting last week on August 5th through 6th. It was a virtual meeting once again, and we were able to build in breakout sessions for the first time in our virtual setting. I'm happy to report that it went extremely well, and I would like to commend the committee for their outstanding work in successfully and efficiently completing the review of 4 more draft framework chapters. They now have provided feedback to the writing team on 7 chapters total. The next Math CFCC meeting will be September 23rd and 24th. Commissioners Renteria and Williamson are scheduled to attend that meeting. The committee still has a lot of work to do, and therefore we are busy planning the upcoming meetings, including the likely addition of 2 additional meetings, a midday meeting, a mid-October meeting, and a one-day meeting in early December. The addition of these meetings do not require additional state board approval, given that they will not alter the scheduled adoption of the revised math framework. Given the amount of work the CFCC still has to complete, it is all but certain that both new meetings will be added. Therefore, I would like to survey the commissioners this morning to find out who would be available to attend the meetings. The first will be on Monday and Tuesday, October 19th through 20th. Monday and Tuesday, October 19th and 20th. And the second will be on Wednesday, December 2nd. Both meetings will be virtual. At this time, are there any commissioners that would like to sign up for the October 19 through 20 meeting? If so, please raise your hand. I see Commissioner Fairchild. And I see Commissioner Williamson. Thank you. Now, do we have any commissioners that are able to serve for the December 2nd meeting? Okay, I see Commissioner Chapman. And I see Vice Chair Munoz. Thank you. I see additional commissioners as well, Commissioner Costa Hernandez and Lily Jarvis, so we will reach out to you if we do indeed need you in addition. Okay, perfect. So let us now transition to the reason that most of us are here today. 50 years ago, a movement began at San Francisco State University, including UC Berkeley. It was a continuation of the fight of civil rights leaders, and it made it possible for us to be here today having this critical discussion of how to further develop an ethnic studies model curriculum that will benefit California students. Thank you to the superintendent and Dr. Gregson for their leadership during this time. We also want to thank the thousands of voices that have informed and will continue to inform this process. I will turn it over to Chair Iniguez to introduce the report from the State Board of Education. Okay, so let's go ahead and move to the report from the State Board of Education. May we have Board Member Strauss?
Well, good morning, everybody. And I want to thank all the IQC members for all of your hard work and your commitment to our process of improving curriculum frameworks. I will tell you, at our last board meeting in July, we approved the Visual and Performing Arts Framework and the World Language Framework, which you worked really, really hard on and had good experience in what the process will be for editing that we're going to go through today. So we're really happy for that. Also, I want to thank the state superintendent, Shanine Coates, our CDE staff, for all their hard work and their thoughtful response to the public comment on the ethnic studies. We're going to hear about that today. And for the thousands of Californians who engage in the process, providing us feedback. I just want you to know that there's a process for our feedback, and we do review it, and it does help guide the work that we do. We really appreciate the legislature and Governor Newsom for extending our timeline and process on the ethnic studies model curriculum so we can get this really right for California. And to assure all of you that there's going to be plenty of opportunities for refinement and feedback before this curriculum comes to the state board for approval in spring of 2021. So the next several months of work will be really important, including 2 formal rounds of public comment. The revision that we're going to look at today will bring the curriculum into better alignment with AB 2016, the law that mandated the development of the model curriculum, and with our state board guidelines, which we'll also hear a little more about. I also want to say on behalf of the state board, the Instructional Quality Commission is one of several commissions that we have where we recruit members to serve and support our work. And next week, we will be posting recruitment for our commissions for additional service. So if you are interested, or if you have colleagues or friends that might be interested, we will be looking for particular members of the Advisory Commission on Special Ed, the Advisory Commission on Charter Schools, the Instructional Quality Commission, and the CPAG, the Advisory Commission that does our accountability. So if those applications will be posted starting next week and will be due early in October. So if you are interested and you know friends or colleagues, please share that with them. At this time, I would really like to introduce one of our new board members, Cynthia Glover Woods, who is currently the Chief Academic Officer of Riverside County Office of Education. So Cynthia, welcome to your first IQC meeting. She'll be serving as a liaison to the Ethnic Studies model curriculum.
Thank you so much, Vice President Strauss, and good morning to everyone. I just would like to say how honored I am to be a part of this particular group, and I am looking very forward to engaging in the conversation on some very important topics that we will be discussing today. So again, I say good morning to you and look forward to a very productive meeting for our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Rucker?
Good morning to everyone. I want to add my comments and support the statement that was made already by Vice President, Board Member, and Vice President Strauss. And I also want to welcome Board Member Cynthia Glover Woods to the endeavor that we are engaged in today. I have been looking forward to this conversation long before the agenda was posted, and I congratulate the work that has been done by the stakeholder groups, and I welcome listening to the feedback that is coming today from stakeholders. So thank you very much for the work that you're doing. And commissioners, I am mindful, we are all mindful of the fact that you are here today and you are also either in the midst of preparing for the opening of school or school has started for you. So I want to thank you for the work that you're doing with us today. And thank you for the work that you are doing to open California schools and support the efforts and engagement of students across the state. So this is going to be a very important and fruitful meeting today. So I'm going to stop talking so we can get started.
Thank you so much to our State Board of Education liaisons. Chair Iniguez?
Thank you, and I apologize for the technical glitches that I'm having. So our next agenda item is item 2, the History Social Science Subject Matter Committee. At this time, if any member of the public wants to provide public comment on this item, please do so now by following the procedures described earlier. I now recognize the History Social Science Subject Matter Committee Chair, Commissioner Rustin.
Thank you. I call to order the History Social Science Subject Matter Committee. The members of the History Social Science SMC are Chair Rustin, SMC Vice Chair Munoz, Commissioner Costa Hernandez, Commissioner Gotanda, Commissioner Pantai, Commissioner Williamson, and Senator Allen. Seaford staff to the History Social Science SMC are Cliff Rudnick, Administrator, and Ken McDonald, Consultant. So agenda item 2A pertains to 2020 Ethnic Studies Model Curriculum. Today, the committee will take action to post the draft Ethnic Studies model curriculum for public review. We will have an opportunity to review this document again at our November meeting after a 30-day public review period and make edits prior to recommending the document to the State Board of Education for approval following an additional 45-day comment period. I look forward to our discussion of the draft model curriculum, and we will be accepting public comment prior to our action today. But first, Shanine Coates, the Director of the Curriculum Frameworks and Instructional Resources Division, will present the CDE update, which will provide background information and context for our discussion and action today. Director Coates.
Thank you, Commissioner Rustin. As Commissioner Rustin stated, today we will discuss the CDE recommendations to the Ethnic Studies model curriculum. We will discuss the timeline and actions that have informed those recommendations. We don't enter into today lightly, but with a sense of purpose. Leading the way and guiding our charge is Superintendent Thurman. He has an urgent passion for ensuring that California students receive the educational experiences that equip them to succeed in life, college, and career. So without further ado, to begin today's discussion, I will now pass the floor to State Superintendent of Public Instruction, Tony Thurman. Superintendent?
Thank you, Director Coates. Thank you for all of your hard work and that of your staff and Dr. Gregson and those who join you in helping to make this important work happen. Thank you to the chair, to the vice chair, to the state board members, Strauss, Glover Woods, and Rucker. Thank you all for your work, and we're excited to have you, a board member, Glover Woods, as our liaison as we go forward. We are pleased today to present to you for additional conversation a draft that was presented to you of the Ethnic Studies model curriculum. We look forward to what this can mean for our 1,000 school districts all across the state. As you think about where we are in our nation right now, our country, our nation needs healing as we address racism and bias and prejudice of all kinds. And ethnic studies creates a pathwork for us and for our students to be able to really heal and to move forward as we make change. I must say that in the aftermath of the killing of George Floyd, many of us have experienced devastating moments. I often think about our students and the devastation and trauma that they experience witnessing the killing of a Black man by those who were supposed to protect him. As we move to support our students, we brought together students to give them support in a place to give voice. But they actually gave us leadership. Our students said to us that they wanted to have the opportunity to learn about their own history, to see things that they don't see in history books about them. They understood enough to know that ethnic studies really is a way of sharing part of that history, to make sure that there is the opportunity to see the contributions of many who have helped to make this state and this nation a great one. And for those reasons, we are grateful to our students. We convened a mini series just in the last month or so on ethnic studies to reintroduce the concept of what ethnic studies is for our students. And I'm grateful you'll hear more about it today. I'm grateful that we've had many experts on it, including Dr. Shirley Weber, herself an expert in Africana studies, who helped to kick it off for our students. What we did is create an opportunity for our students to have self-esteem. Ethnic studies brings self-esteem to our students. And as you heard from Director Coates, as it's been more than 50 years since the original founders of ethnic studies have launched this movement, and they have tried to bring forward ethnic studies, I'm so excited that at this time we are on the precipice of being able to provide a guide for 1,000 school districts that can help them to have their own curricula on how to teach and discuss ethnic studies. And because of the importance of this movement that started at San Francisco State so many years ago, the entire team at the California Department of Education has made a recommendation of the draft that you have received some 10 days ago, has made that recommendation that it move forward with fidelity to the framework that the original founders of ethnic studies have brought forward. Specifically, the focus would be in ethnic studies on 4 disciplines, the foundational disciplines that we often talk about, on African American studies, on Asian American studies, on Chicano Latino studies, and on Native American studies. And so we are grateful that we are in this moment able to have this time and this conversation about ethnic studies. What got us here today has been thousands of comments from the public who shared their viewpoints across the spectrum of ideas and philosophies. We've had focus groups with educators and practitioners. We've had conversations with experts, with professors, with instructors. I want to say thank you to the original advisory committee for their contributions to the original draft, and now many of whom have been part of those conversations. I personally have had the opportunity to be in conversation with many of those individuals in recent days, and we know that there will be more. Everyone contributing what they can to help make this an important movement. I want to remind everyone that this draft right now represents a beginning, not an end. It is an opportunity for us to think about how do we create something that can be helpful for 1,000 districts. There will be points along the way for revisions and additions. But right now we're asking you to take up this particular set of documents and principles that has been put before you. And we'll give you some updates on some technical matters that we think will help to augment the draft in future meetings. For example, you will see that it is the intention of the CDE to bring forward to you a lesson plan that speaks to the experiences of Pacific Islanders. In some way, this was something that was in an original draft that for whatever reason did not make it to the draft that you have before you. And so we are expressing intention to make sure that you receive that draft for your consideration. You also will see that while there is not a lesson plan at this time, you will see that the Department of Education intends to work on the development of a lesson plan that speaks to Arab American studies. Throughout this draft, there is reference to Arab American studies being part of ethnic studies. It in fact is. And at some point in time, the Department of Education will present for your consideration drafts that you can act on at the November meeting, the November IQC meeting. A draft does not exist. There is no draft that exists, but there is an acknowledgement that Arab American studies is part of ethnic studies. And we'd like to take time to present to you a draft that can be taken up when the IQC meets in November. By the way, that draft lesson plan, whenever it is developed, will have the opportunity for input from instructors, from professors, from experts, from the public, from community groups, and from any who have interest. What I'd like to say to you is, again, to think of this as a beginning of the conversation as we continue to move to how we build a robust draft on ethnic studies. I'd like to also just acknowledge 5 individuals who have helped us along the way, who've helped us in our mini-series, who've guided us, who've consulted us, and who've helped to get us to where we are today. And they each were going to say just a little bit in my presentation, literally 1 or 2 minutes as part of my presentation. I'm yielding my time to them because they have helped to get us to where we are today. The first is Monterey County Supervisor Luis Alejo, who many of you know is a former assembly member who actually authored the legislation that has created the opportunity to create the Model Ethnic Studies curriculum draft. Assembly Member Alejo?
Thank you. Thank you, IQC commissioners, board members, and to my good friend, Superintendent Tony Thurman, for inviting me to say a few opening remarks this morning. As a former ethnic studies high school teacher and the author of Assembly Bill 2016 that established this model curriculum, and now as a sponsor of AB 331 by Assemblymember Jose Medina, I'm excited about this historical moment in California's history as we are considering moving forward this landmark, first in the nation model curriculum on ethnic studies. As some of you might know, I drafted the first bill to standardize ethnic studies in California high schools back in 2002 when I was an assembly fellow for my then boss, Assemblymember Manny Diaz. Later, as an assembly member, I drafted several versions and finally got the model curriculum portion signed by Governor Brown. At that time, less than 1% of our 1.7 million high school students had access to an ethnic studies course in our most diverse state in the nation. So it has now been 18 years getting to where we are today in these legislative and regulatory circles, and there's much more to do. But it is on days like this that we are reminded of the words of Dr. King, that change doesn't roll in on the wheels of inevitability, but comes through continuous struggle and continuous work, I would add. And that work is now before you. And I read the entire draft and I have to say that it is comprehensive and it's an exemplary work product by all those who contributed to it. I enjoyed reading the sample lessons, the resources, and the outlines. It's not everything that everyone wanted, but as the author of the legislation, it was intended to be an introductory course curriculum. The next procedural steps also allow the consideration of additional changes before it is put before the State Board of Education early next year. And we also know that school boards and teachers are already empowered to supplement this curriculum in their classrooms. Many of us know the power of ethnic studies, and it had a tremendous benefit on our own personal lives. But growing up, many of us didn't have an opportunity to take a course in our high schools, and it wasn't until community college that I took my first course. Not only did it get me serious about my education, but also about civic engagement, and one day returning to my hometown to empower my community. I also learned the oral history of my own family as migrant farm workers, and how in 1965, it was a Japanese American farmer, Roy Takamune, who gave my grandfather and all the family jobs and a home to live in, and later taught my grandfather how to be a sharecropper. And 3 years later, they were selling strawberries together to Driscoll's in Watsonville. Two immigrant families from two different parts of the world helping each other achieve the American dream. I would respectfully ask you to allow this revised draft curriculum to move forward today. Our communities have been waiting for far too long, and California is not alone in these efforts. In 2017, Republican Indiana governor signed a law to require its high schools to offer ethnic studies at all of its high schools. And the same year, Oregon Democratic Governor Kate Brown signed a law to incorporate ethnic studies into its K through 12 school curriculum. But no state has actually devised a model curriculum like the one you are considering today. So let's make history together and let California stand as a model for the nation. Once again, thank you y muchas gracias.
Thank you, Assemblymember Alejo. Next, I want to introduce Dr. Sean Ginwright, who many of you know. He is a foremost expert in matters of working with African American youth and providing social emotional learning and healing. He is a professor of Africana Studies a professor of education in Africana Studies in the Africana Studies Department at San Francisco State. It's an honor to hear just a few words from Dr. Sean Ginwright.
Thank you, Superintendent Thurman and Chair Enriquez and all the members of the IQC. I just want to say that this is such an important moment while we sit as a nation and as a state between trauma and transformation. The ethnic studies work has the potential to transform the lives of millions of young people, particularly African American studies. It's a study of an imperfect democracy, and it is a study of how we as African people make our society better by holding accountable all of the rules and the ways in which we've been marginalized in our society. So I just want to say that this important decision and this model curriculum has the potential to really transform the lives of millions of not only African American students, but all students, to really understand how our society and the role of African Americans has really pushed and shoved and integrated and made the American democracy more real. From the story of African origins to the Harlem Renaissance to from enslavement to the civil rights to the Black Lives Matter movement, all of these errors and all of these issues are important fabric in American democracy. And as you think about the ethnic studies model curriculum, these ingredients of America hold the possibility to really transform the young people in California and to be a model for our nation about how to engage our systems in transforming how our young people learn. So just want to say thank you. And thank you again to Superintendent Thurman for the legacy of San Francisco State really ushering on a new way to learn for California students.
Thank you, Dr. Ginwright, for your comments, for your leadership, and for helping us to connect to the home of the founding of ethnic studies. Thank you again for your leadership. Next, I have the honor to introduce someone who needs no introduction. If you know Dolores Huerta, you know that she embodies the phrase that she helped to create, si se puede. You know that she has been a champion for ethnic studies in California and across our nation, and a champion for racial justice and social justice. We were honored to have her join our students in our mini-series on ethnic studies. We created a virtual learning lesson opportunity, and we're joined by Dolores Huerta. I'd like her just to say a word or two about her experiences in the virtual learning with students and anything else that she wishes to share about the need for ethnic studies. Please, Ms. Huerta, we look forward to your remarks.
Sorry about that. I was just saying that thank you very much to Superintendent Tony Thurmond for giving me this opportunity, and to all of the board members. I just want to say you are in a really, really important place right now in the history, not only of California, but in the history of our country, because, you know, California, we are such a big state and we set the standards for much of the country. This is such an important issue. We know that our nation right now is in a crisis. We have seen young people marching on the streets about racial injustice. And this is the one way that we can definitely make a giant step to do this, is by, you know, giving, especially all of our students, giving them the understanding of what their people have done to build this country. And I'm talking about the slaves, I'm talking about indigenous people, all of the immigrants that have come to the United States to build this country. People don't know this. And if we want to end this whole issue of white privilege and white supremacy, we've got to start educating all of our students about the contributions of people of color that have built this country. You know, the Dolores Huerta Foundation, which I am the president of, we sued our Kern High School district because of the expulsion of young students of color, African American and Latinos, hundreds of times higher than white students. As part of that lawsuit, our high school district was supposed to have a Black Heritage Month, a Latino Heritage Month, to bring dignity to our students and also to educate the rest of the Anglo students about what the contributions have been of these communities, these ethnic communities. That never happened. Recently, just last week, we had a group of educators that came forward to our Kern High School board and talked to them about setting up some kind of a task force to start bringing ethnic studies. They made a beautiful scholarly presentation. It was dismissed without even any acknowledgement. You know we have to start, as Superintendent Thurmond said, we have to start the healing. We have a great educational system, but we've got to put the history of people of color into that curriculum, and to make people understand that we are one human race. And I love to say this, we are one human race. We are Homo sapiens. This is science. And we know that our human race dates back to Africa. Our civilization, human civilization, dates back to Africa. And that really makes us all relatives, but really we are all related. We are all part of the species of Homo sapiens, and we've got to start teaching this to all of our students so we can make a giant step in erasing the racism that is keeping our country divided. And so taking this giant step, and it is a giant step because we are talking about the impact that we'll have on our learning, our social actions, our resource allotments, et cetera. It goes a long, long way. So I just want to plead with all of you, please. You do have the power to make this happen. Please use that power wisely. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Huerta. Si se puede. I am honored that I have had the opportunity to be a student under your tutelage. As we move forward in ethnic studies, all of our students should have the opportunity to learn about and be a student of your great work in so many important movements. Thank you. Next, I have the opportunity to introduce Dr. Karen Korematsu, another great leader, a great American, a great educator, She is the daughter of the late Dr. Fred Korematsu, a civil rights icon who was detained in a Japanese internment camp, who sued the U.S. government, who helped to open the doors. Dr. Korematsu leads the Fred T. Korematsu Institute, where they make a focus on addressing racial equity in K-12 and civic education. She joined us for our ethnic studies virtual lesson. Dr. Korematsu, we're happy to hear a word from you.
Thank you, Superintendent. I'm trying to get my camera on. I'm not sure what happened.
We're able to hear you, and we'll let us know if we can assist in any way. And we're ready whenever you are.
Yeah, I've never had this problem before. Okay, well, there we go. All right. Sorry about the technical difficulty. This has certainly been challenging times with all this Zoom. So you can imagine how students and teachers are, having these challenges and issues today. So we kind of appreciate their efforts. That said, Superintendent Thurman, thank you very much for inviting me to speak to the commissioners and board members, and good morning to all of you. As Superintendent said, my father was Fred Korematsu, and he never gave up hope that someday that he would be able to reopen up his Supreme Court case, but he didn't know how to do that. And it took him almost 40 years. Well, here we are, 50 years later, from the time of San Francisco State, and we're finally trying to have ethnic studies for the entire state of California. And this is certainly, as many of you have said, an important time as well. And I can tell you, growing up, that I didn't have ethnic studies, and being part of the program that the superintendent put together for students. I spoke to the Asian American students. It was interesting how many just were still struggling to find their own identity. And what I say is, ethnic studies is so important, because if you need to know your own story so you can appreciate other people's stories and to appreciate the struggles that they've had. That's why ethnic studies is important, because one thing that we have lost in this country is respect, and respect for each other's differences. And you can equate teaching ethnic studies as teaching about respect. That's something I never thought that. I thought that was something that we grow up with, but obviously we haven't. And we also need to teach about racial justice, and so that we can have social justice. Not many people know, and I'm not sure how many of you know, that we do have Fred Korematsu Day of Civil Liberties in the Constitution for the state of California in perpetuity on my father's birthday of January 30th. That legislative bill was signed by Governor Schwarzenegger in 2010. And, the point is not just to honor him, but about education. So the superintendent of education, public instruction, also declares it Fred Korematsu Day, but it's an opportunity for students to study about, my father's struggle for justice. But as my father said, this is not just a Japanese American story or West Coast story. This is an American story. And to learn all these, other, cultures and struggles of other ethnicities is important. Even former Assembly Alejo was commenting about how the Japanese the Latino community was helping the Japanese Americans at the time of the war. These are the types of stories that need to be told, because, at the time of the Japanese American incarceration, there was no one speaking up when they were going to be, when 120,000 people of Japanese ancestry was going to be put into incarceration camps. So, to learn of the struggles of others is about diversity and inclusion. That's what we need to promote today. And so I encourage all of you to be inclusive and to have diversity in mind for creating these ethnic studies programs, because now it's more important than ever. And as my father said, stand up for what is right. And when you see something wrong, don't be afraid to speak up. Thank you.
Dr. Korematsu, thank you for those great words, the reminders about inclusion and working together, and for the great work you do for our students and for everyone in our state and in our nation. We've had great support in our mini series, our virtual series on ethnic studies. As I mentioned, Dr. Weber kicked it off in an amazing way. Thank you, Dr. Weber. We also had the support of Assemblymember Jose Medina, who many of you know is the author of the bill to create an ethnic studies requirement, a graduation requirement, also was a part of 2 of the webinars. Thank you, Assemblymember Medina. And one other Assemblymember who I want to share with you, who you'll hear from now, Assemblymember James Ramos, an amazing leader. Assemblymember James Ramos is the first native person in California to serve in the California legislature. Prior to his service in the Assembly, he served on the Board of Supervisors, but he also served as the chair of the San Manuel Band of Mission Indians. He is leading our effort in our state to have a Native American Studies curriculum. It's already been authorized in law, but there are more steps that have to be taken to get it there. And we're so grateful that he joined our mini series and that he can join us for a word or two now. Assemblymember Ramos, please.
Thank you, Superintendent. And thank you for this opportunity to talk on the very important issues of the Native American people. Certainly joining with Jose Medina in the importance of ethnic studies for the state of California is something that we should all embrace. But for the California Indian people, we have to look back in history in order to correctly portray the California Indian people and the history and the atrocities and genocide that have taken place. Meaning back in the missionary system, knowing that, the K through 12 curriculum talks about the Spanish missionary system, but yet we have an opportunity now to balance that educational process to the correct and factual accounts of what happened to the California Indian people during that era that then took place and followed that mentality into the state of California to where we are today. Certainly working with Assemblymember Monique Lamont and pushing a bill forward to develop curriculum to start to move that tide forward is something that we work together in unison in a team approach to make sure that that voice is being heard. And as we start to look at the history of the people in the state of California, we see now with a lot of the different protests, a lot of the call for factual history to be portrayed in the state of California, we start to see these monuments and that topic start to fall down, right? And we've seen Juan Pedro Sierra, the statue that has brought so much attention around it that we have to be able now to embrace why that frustration is there, why that frustration exists within the California people, and start to work on factual accounts of history. And all the time within the academia world, we have to identify books and different things that the academia world could actually look into. And I want to just bring to the focus a book called A Cross of Thorns that deals with the enslavement of California Indians by the Spanish missions. And this book was written by Mr. Elias, who seen a need for that to move forward. So that's a resource that can be used now in the educational system, as well as Benjamin Madley's book that talks about the genocides and atrocities that happened here in the state of California. As we continue to move forward in ethnic studies, California Indian people and getting that true story of the factual accounts of who we are and not shying away from the word genocide, because genocide was truly perpetrated against the California Indian people. Today, we have 108 federally recognized tribes, but we also have tribes that are out there from California that don't have that federal recognition. Doesn't mean that they're less of Native American people. That means that through all this history, that somehow that the history has now forgotten about them, but we have not forgotten about where they're at and their purpose here in the state of California as we continue to move forward. We also want to highlight in the K through 12 areas as far as government that we need to look at the tribal government system. but it all starts with ethnic studies. And it all starts with understanding the true history of the state of California, not just looking at where tribes are at today, but the history of atrocities and genocide from the mission era to the gold rush era to the incorporation of the state of California and to where we are today. These are issues that are important for ethnic studies. These are issues that we need to all get around and to make sure that our voice is being heard. And I want to thank Assemblymember Alejo for moving forward on the mascot issue when he was in the Assembly. He's a good friend of mine, and that has paved the way. We're still fighting on a lot of those issues that are there, and meaning there's a street in Santa Barbara that calls Indio Muertos, which translate to dead Indian. These are the issues that are still facing the Indian people today. These are the issues that through education and ethnic studies, we could start to turn the tide to correct some of this history and to correct some of this culture. Thank you.
Thank you, Assemblymember Ramos, for your comments, for your teaching, for your leadership. Chair Iniguez, I want you to know I'm concluding here. I'm going to turn it back to Director Coates, who has a few more pieces, but I just wanted you all just to hear just a few highlights from this mini series on ethnic studies that we had. We literally each week had thousands of students on a Zoom and students on Facebook Live, but students in the Zoom hearing from many of the great speakers that we just heard from. I believe that this tees us up for an incredible opportunity to move ethnic studies forward. And I just want to acknowledge to the members of the commission, you're going to hear lots of things today, some great, and you're going to hear some who say, how come this particular story or perspective is not included in ethnic studies? And that is okay. What I really want to say is, again, this is a beginning. And while ethnic studies, we believe, needs to hold with fidelity to the four groups that were founded, that launched it in 1968, I also think that this is not the only opportunity to talk about hate and oppression that needs to be addressed in our nation. And we've been leaning in with leaders in many communities to address bias, racism, bigotry, and hate. And we'll be having some updates for you in the days and weeks to come about how else we do our work in addition to what ethnic studies is doing. You'll hear us talk about our new initiative to address implicit bias in our schools. You'll hear about our partnership with groups like the Simon Wiesenthal Center and the Anti-Defamation League to address anti-Semitism wherever it exists in our state or in this nation. You'll hear us continue to talk about things like the Armenian genocide and other kinds of concerns that have been raised where there's oppression that must be addressed. They may not all be part of the ethnic studies conversation per se, but let it be known that they will be discussed in a California context in a way that it gives us a way to address oppression wherever it exists, because oppression anywhere is a threat to us all everywhere, and we will continue to do that work. I submit my portion of the presentation and turn it back to Director Coates. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and to the members of the IQC.
Thank you, Superintendent Thurman and esteemed guests. I'd now like to introduce a student from the Superintendent's Youth Advisory Council, Alvin Lee. Alvin was selected for this council because of his keen perspective and voice. He participated in the webinar series that the superintendent just spoke on. Alvin will now provide a few remarks regarding what ethnic studies means to him and his experience on the webinars. Alvin?
Yeah, thank you, Executive Director Coates, for that introduction. And once again, thank you so much, Superintendent Thurman, for hosting this Ethnic Studies webinar, inviting us students on there to share our perspective. I'm just going to share a few thoughts and words and experiences I had participating in this Ethnic Studies webinar. So I think we can all agree this current moment has really offered a time of deep reflection for a lot of us, especially myself. I personally come from a suburb in the East Bay. My school district is more than 50% Asian, and the lack of diversity thereof in my school district often leads to a lot of ignorance and complacency. A lot of times, I can find my peers saying, offhand racist remarks, performing a lot of microaggressions, and judging a lot of other folks by untrue stereotypes. And though they aren't trying to consciously be racist, it's a lot of this subconscious implicit bias that causes a lot of these inaccurate perceptions. The large majority of Asian students in my school district come from first-generation families, who've a lot of parents really have immigrated to the US maybe just 5 to 10 or 15 years ago. And for many of them, English was not their first language. My parents grew up in Hunan, China, which was a much more kind of homogenous province where, they weren't taught about race and racial diversity in their school textbooks and curriculum. And I think a lot of that ignorance really carried over to the US. And for a lot of those at my school, growing up in a predominantly Asian community in a sheltered household, where my parents talked little about race and inclusion, I think a lot of us grew up in complete ignorance. And I think that's why ethnic studies is so important from a student perspective. It's really about building bridges between students and helping us understand each other's lived experiences. California has over 6.3 million high school students, right? Each with their own unique experiences to tell, each with their own unique stories to share, and each with their own unique family history and with their own unique cultural heritage. And I think that's really a big point of ethnic studies. It's really about building a collective and inclusive community amongst all of California's 6.3 million students. So, those are the reasons why I think ethnic studies is so important from a student perspective. And I just wanted to share a few more words about my experience participating in Superintendent Thurman's ethnic study webinar series. I really appreciated just how inclusive the webinar series was, and it was really amazing to see that student voice was really taken into consideration and put at the forefront of this discussion. And that webinar series, being able to hear from all these experts and professionals, it really helped me personally build a lot of background and helped me really understand why ethnic studies was important. It helped me, understand my own culture and, see the possibility of my own heritage and own culture really being reflected in history textbooks. And I think that's so powerful because, California and the US, we're a nation of immigrants. And I think that has so much truth to power in it. And that's why building bridges, again, between cultures and races is so important. And that's why ethnic studies is so crucial. And that's why I really, really appreciated the experience to participate in Superintendent Thurman's ethnic studies webinar series. And that's why I really, really enjoyed it. So once again, thank you guys for inviting me to speak on behalf of Superintendent Thurman Youth Advisory Council today to share a few words. So thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you so much, Alvin. We appreciate you taking the time to make remarks today. As our guests have stated, it is time for ethnic studies in our schools. We are at a place of deep desire for healing and wholeness in our country, our nation, and the continued killings of unarmed Black men and women, not just the ones that are videotaped, has told us that it is time. Our students who are asking to learn about their cultures, histories, struggles, contributions, accomplishments in an authentic manner are telling us it is time. Students understand that knowledge is power, and they want that power. The recent death of some of our civil rights leader greats, such as John Lewis, is a sort of passing of the baton. Most people are familiar with John Lewis's quotes regarding good trouble, but there are 3 additional quotes from John Lewis that I would like to share with you today. 1, you have to tell the whole truth, the good and the bad, maybe some things that are uncomfortable for some people. 2, the scars and stains of racism are still deeply embedded in the American society. And 3, if you come together with a mission and it is grounded with love and a sense of community, you can make the impossible possible. We don't enter into today lightly. As the superintendent stated, we are presenting a second draft that we are asking you to move forward for a public comment period so that we can continue to refine it as part of the process. It is part of the process of getting us closer to State Board of Education adoption of a model curriculum in March 2021. So today I do have a few asks. 1, let's anchor ourselves in the legislation and the State Board of Education guidelines. 2, listen to seek to understand. 3, assume positive intent. 4, consider our own biases as we review the document. 5, consider this document in context. Ethnic studies model curriculum that we are developing here is a guide. The model curriculum at this is not a mandate. It is not exhaustive, nor is it a full curriculum that will include a scope and sequence. It is guidance that can be used by local educational agencies as they develop their own ethnic studies courses locally within their communities. Ethnic studies is one tool that a school will have to help students become better citizens, critical thinkers, but it's not the only thing. Ethnic studies is also a complement to the authentic teaching of history, which should not just live within an ethnic studies course. Through this process, we have heard so many voices from so many people who have shared their stories. There aren't enough pages to capture all of the voices that deserve to be heard. This is why the local context is so critically important as districts begin to think about ways in which they can provide space for all voices to be heard. What we are offering is a sliver of that, and it's rooted in the initial movement and the State Board of Education guidelines and the statute to provide guidance about what this might look like. I will provide you with a bit of background information and the timeline which led us to today. AB 2016 required the Instructional Quality Commission to adopt, modify, or revise a model curriculum in ethnic studies. As I stated, this model curriculum is to be written as a guide and allow school districts to adapt their courses to reflect the pupil demographics in their communities. It also included sample courses offered by LEAs that have been approved as meeting the A through G admissions requirements of UC and CSU. The legislation recognized the 92 languages spoken in California and that students need culturally relevant and meaningful curriculum. It also recognized that equity, inclusiveness, and universally high expectations are necessary. The project was funded in 2017 and the work began. In January 9th, 2018, the CDE held a public input webinar. This was open to participation by anyone who wanted to attend and posted on the CDE website. The purpose of the webinar was to receive input from ethnic studies educators statewide on the development of an ethnic studies model curriculum. It had 74 active participants. 4 questions were asked of the participants. 1, what kind of course outlines should be included in the model curriculum? 2, what are the essential components of effective ethnic studies pedagogy? 3, what are some of the current challenges educators are encountering while teaching ethnic studies? And 4, how can the model curriculum best support district administrators and teachers that offer or are considering offering ethnic studies courses at their schools? Participants attested to the efficacy and success of concept or thematic approaches to ethnic studies. They expressed that course outlines should be grounded in challenging systems of oppression. They expressed that validating and creating room for lived experiences is essential to teaching ethnic studies. They also tied the discussion to socio-emotional development and pedagogy, and a need for ethnic studies to be seen as engaging multiple disciplines. In July 2018, the State Board of Education approved the guidelines for the Ethnic Studies Model Curriculum. The guidelines called, and I will just highlight some of those in part, that the model curriculum, when appropriate, be consistent with the content and instructional shifts in the 2016 History Social Science Framework, in particular the emphasis upon student-based inquiry and instruction, promote the values of civic engagement and civic responsibility, promote self and collective empowerment, be written in language that is inclusive and supportive of multiple users, including teachers, single and multiple subject, support staff, administrators, and the community, encourage cultural understanding of how different groups have struggled and worked together, highlighting core ethnic studies concepts such as equality, justice, race, and ethnicity, promote critical thinking and rigorous analysis of history, systems of oppression, and the status quo in an effort to generate discussions and imagine new possibilities. Include the UC A through G course outlines required in the legislation. Be sensitive to the needs of all grade levels and incorporated disciplines. Engage pedagogies that allow for student and community responsiveness, validate students' lived experience, and address socio-emotional development. Be easy to use for teachers with educational backgrounds in ethnic studies and those without such experience. And finally, provide information for district and school administrators to support the ethnic studies model curriculum. In August through October 2018, the CDE recruited Model Curriculum Advisory Committee members, which was available via public posting on our webpage. In November, the Instructional Quality Commission recommended the committee members, and in January 2019, the State Board of Education selected the members. The committee, which included ethnic studies practitioners, professors, and teachers, dedicated their time and their passion to this project. They met 6 times February through April of 2019 and created the first draft of the model curriculum. On May 2019, the IQC reviewed the first draft, and in June through August, the IQC posted that draft for public feedback. The draft received over 20,000 public comments during the field review, and an additional 12,000 comments have been received since the field review and before the posting of the draft that we are discussing today. Attachment 2 on the agenda is a general summary of the public comments received by CDE. The full public comments are made available to the public and to the IQC. In August of 2019, the governor signed AB 114, extending the completion deadline of the model curriculum to March 2021. You've heard the superintendent share the extensive stakeholder engagement process throughout the development of the model curriculum, which included reviewing the public comment, holding an ethnic studies panel in October, listening to educators via focus groups, learning from experts in the field, and listening to student voice. To learn more about the voice of teachers and practitioners, the Region 15 Comprehensive Center assisted us by holding listening sessions about ethnic studies implementation. Here to present on the teacher focus groups are Deb Sigmund and Rose Owens-West. I will now turn it over to Deb Sigmund and her Comprehensive Center team.
Thank you, Director Coates. It's very wonderful to be here. Appreciate all the comments, and again, thank you. And good morning, or almost good afternoon, commissioners and state board members. As Director Coates mentioned, the Region 15 Comprehensive Center was asked to help the California Department of Education and the State Board of Education collect some information that would inform the model curriculum and, most importantly, successful implementation of ethnic studies in the state of California. Next slide, please. So just a little bit about the Region 15 Comprehensive Center. Not sure that all of you are familiar with this. We are one of 19 federally funded comprehensive centers. We are housed, the Region 15 Center is housed at West Ed. We serve the states of California, Arizona, Nevada, and Utah. And our charge is to really provide technical assistance and build capacity within our state educational agencies with the ultimate goal of improving student outcomes. I serve as the co-director of the Region 15 Comprehensive Center, and my colleague, Dr. Rose Owens-West, who will be joining us, is also part of our Region 15 Comprehensive Center. Next slide. So Director Coates gave a wonderful summary of all of the work that has been done with regard to the ethnic studies model curriculum, as well as just getting to this point where we are today. And so about a year ago, there was a distinct need for some focus groups to get some additional information from practicing educators across the state of California. And so we were asked to help and assist with that. And what that resulted in was 4 in-person regional focus group meetings and 1 virtual event. There was recruitment by R15, which is the Region 15 Comprehensive Center, as well as the California Teachers Association. Next. And this is really an important concept that we want to put forth here. Our purpose was really not to gather information about the model curriculum itself, but really what was going to be needed to successfully implement K-12 ethnic studies around the state of California. So So our questions and our protocols and our discussions were really focused to gather that information from our practicing educators. No matter where you were, in the your familiarity with ethnic studies, what would it take for you to successfully implement K-12 ethnic studies? Next. So the design of the focus groups were, as I said, we were very focused on practicing K-12 educators. We did include both teachers and administrators, but the majority were teachers. And we wanted to get a range of experience. So we recruited folks that were currently implementing a K-12 ethnic studies course in their district or likely to be responsible for that particular, whether they be in a social studies department. We didn't necessarily ask for all high school folks, but the majority of our focus group participants were definitely in the high school area. We were limited to 6 participants in the focus group so that we wanted to make sure that there was enough, they were small enough that we would encourage deep conversation and wanted to ensure that people felt that this was a safe space, that they could be honest and engage in those deep conversations. Our in-person groups lasted 5 hours, which provided certainly sufficient time for us to get some really meaningful feedback. Next slide, please. And then we were fortunate enough to have a virtual focus group as well. And the California Teachers Association helped recruit CTA members. And we held that this summer. And the design and the protocols were essentially like the in-person meetings, but we had to slightly modify due to the virtual environment. So the most noticeable modification was that we had it about 4 hours with several breaks. And again, the participants for this, for the virtual group were all teachers. They were either currently implementing or again, likely to be responsible or just interested in this topic and interested in implementation of ethnic studies. Next. So this map gives you a sense of the coverage of for our focus groups. The in-person groups were held in Sacramento County, in Shasta County, in Fresno County, and Los Angeles County. As I said, we really wanted to get a wide range of participants that covered our very large state. As I said, we had 1 virtual session. So across all the sessions, we had 19 counties represented and 35 school districts represented. Next. And this gives you a breakdown of kind of who was involved. So the practicing teachers, we had 48 teachers. We had 17 administrators, and those administrators range from curriculum directors that might be responsible for putting in an ethnic studies course into the district. We had principals, we had some county office administrators, but again, these were folks that would be likely responsible for having an ethnic studies course. So all in all, we had 13 focus groups across our in-person and our virtual sessions. Next slide. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Dr. Rose Owens-West. Dr. Owens-West was present and a facilitator at each of our sessions. And so she is going to talk about basically kind of what we heard from all of our participants. Dr. Owens-West?
Good morning. Thank you to my director. Thank you, Superintendent. Good morning to the Superintendent, the Commissioners, and Director Coates. I appreciate this opportunity. Our discussions in the focus groups focused on 3 areas: professional learning, content knowledge, and instructional strategies that are needed for effective ethnic studies implementation. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. We provided the definition from the California History Social Science Framework in order for focus group participants to have a common language to use during their discussions. Please take a moment to read the framework definition. Next slide, please. In the focus groups, we heard broad agreement from participants about what is needed for effective implementation. We heard about what to teach in ethnic studies, including academic relevance, as well as high-quality curricula. We heard how to teach ethnic studies, including academic rigor and effective strategies, and about professional learning for ethnic studies teachers. Next, we'll describe in more detail what we've heard. Next slide, please. Participants emphasized that K-12 ethnic studies content should be challenging for students. We heard that content should include the history of ethnic studies, addressing its origins as a student-led movement in California, and what ethnic studies is and is not. The content should have academic relevance, helping K-12 students to learn about their communities and histories, and it should address student identity, helping students to learn about themselves and student empowerment, encouraging their voice. We also heard that an essential focus of ethnic studies content is critical theory and critical framing, which involves critiquing social, political, and economic issues. They noted that K-12 ethnic studies differs from post-secondary ethnic studies in that it adheres to the California History Social Science Framework, is interdisciplinary across the social sciences, and must be age and developmentally appropriate. These K-12 educators emphasized that historical perspectives of marginalized groups are part of ethnic studies content. Further, we heard that ethnic studies content should promote diversity, inclusion, equality, and justice. Participants also emphasized local context for K-12 ethnic studies, stating that local communities provide both a focus and resources for ethnic studies content. Next slide, please. Regarding instruction in K-12 ethnic studies, participants indicated that content and instruction are closely aligned. The focus group participants indicated that strategies need to be incorporated that would promote academic rigor, such as youth participatory action research projects that involve analysis, evaluation, and creativity, and the importance of students engaging in discussions in Socratic seminars about challenging content. These teachers and administrators emphasized that instruction needed to be age and developmentally appropriate in order to meet the needs of K-12 students and can be taught at all grade levels. We heard for effective K-12 ethnic studies, instruction should reinforce content, allowing students to engage in critical analysis around the topics of critical race theory, critical literacy, and critical media. Interdisciplinary strategies, employing themes drawing from multiple subjects were also important. And finally, addressing the social emotional learning needs by providing appropriate instructional supports for students grounded in relationship building and building a sense of community among students in the classroom is paramount. Next slide, please. The focus group participants talked about the need for professional learning opportunities to help K-12 educators effectively deliver ethnic studies content and instruction. They also pointed out the need for time for teachers to collaborate, to develop curriculum, and share resources. We heard that professional learning for K-12 educators should build their capacities to employ instructional strategies to specifically teach relevant ethnic studies content, such as engaging students in participatory action research, helping students to understand their own biases, and helping students discover their own voice. In addition, building educators' capacities to facilitate student discourse, allowing students to engage in difficult conversations and help students navigate those conversations. The focus group participants also discussed that professional learning should address how to effectively engage communities by drawing on them for resources and building local support for K-12 ethnic studies. Next slide, please. We asked the focus group participants about what help they needed and what could the state do to promote effective implementation of K-12 ethnic studies. They told us that the state could help by lending clarity to what K-12 ethnic studies is and is not, providing guidance to districts and schools for implementation. Participants addressed the need for resources for teachers in different parts of the state and the role of the state in providing those resources for teachers. Next slide, please. The focus group participants engaged in deep conversation and provided a wealth of information. And in summary, 4 compelling themes emerged. Every participant stressed the importance of K-12 ethnic studies because of the diversity of the California school population. Both California history and K-12 ethnic studies curricula should be inclusive, reflecting the state's diversity. Academic rigor and relevance are important to K-12 ethnic studies, so students are challenged and they can relate to the content and see themselves. Teachers need professional learning to understand ethnic studies content and effectively use instructional strategies to teach that content. And finally, K-12 ethnic studies differs from post-secondary ethnic studies in a number of ways. Participants recognize that ethnic studies curriculum must be age and developmentally appropriate to meet the needs of our K-12 students, and that the state plays an important role in that it provides guidance through the history social science framework as well as the model curriculum. In summary, again, there was broad agreement among the participants across all focus groups regarding necessary elements for successful implementation of K-12 ethnic studies. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Comprehensive Center team. In many instances, the educator feedback affirms the overall structure of the revised draft. Many of the comments of the listening session participants reflected the same things that are emphasized in the recommendations. For example, the educators insisted that ethnic studies be presented in a way that is rigorous and relevant. They stressed the importance of inclusivity while also acknowledging and challenging systems of power. They highlighted the need to engage students in critical thinking while empowering them to be civically engaged. The attendees also cited the importance of professional learning and administrative support in developing successful programs in ethnic studies. This is one of the reasons we created a new chapter about district-level implementation in the model curriculum draft. The focus group participants also pointed out that ethnic studies in our schools, our public schools, is not the same as it is presented in higher education. And additionally, legislation that authorizes this model curriculum is positioned in the 7th through 12th grade course of study. So where did it differ? So we acknowledge that and appreciate all of the work of the Comprehensive Center in gathering the very important information from practitioners. And then with that, there are some requests from the focus groups that call for policy changes that are outside of the scope of our item today, the Ethnic Studies Model Curriculum, but that remain important potential guidance for legislators and also for local LEAs as they move forward with implementation of ethnic studies. We will now move to item 2A, review of CDE recommendations to the draft Ethnic Studies Model Curriculum. Attachment 1 provides a summary of the major changes. The important things I want you to know about the revision is that this draft reflects the principles and values of the ethnic studies movement that started in California in the 1960s and continues today. It reaffirms that ethnic studies is a discipline that allows students to explore the experiences of people of color in the United States. The draft includes guidance for thematic instruction to help all students grapple with themes of identity, history and movement, systems of power, and social movements and equity. We removed language and any direct references perceived as anti-Semitic. The new draft allows flexibility for schools to tailor a course to meet their local needs. And the draft curriculum sets up our teachers, schools, and districts to more effectively develop ethnic studies courses and improve instruction around this critical work. These revisions reflect the original purpose of the legislation and the guidelines adopted by the State Board of Education. The goal of the model curriculum is to provide a guidance document for teachers and administrators, not an exhaustive curriculum or instructional materials that cover every potential topic. Rather, it is a starting place and foundation for the work. Recommendations to the draft also include making it easy to read in alignment with the State Board of Education guidelines. The model is separated into several sections for ease of use by teachers. As I walk through, I will also note any further specifications of CDE recommendations as noted in attachment 11. The model curriculum includes a new preface that expresses the intent of the document, referencing the original legislation and the State Board of Education guidelines. It also sets forth the focus of the model curriculum, which is a focus on the 4 foundational disciplines: African American, Chicanx Latinx, Native American, and Asian American studies, while affording local educational agencies the flexibility to adapt the curriculum to address the demographics and diversity of the classroom. The CDE would like to make the following correction to the recommendation in the preface and throughout the document: change Native American and Indigenous Studies to Native American Studies. This change will focus the draft on the Native people, recognizing that Indigenous is a more global term. The introduction and overview chapter includes the values and principles that align with the ethnic studies movement that started in the 1960s and continues today. It was also revised and expanded to include additional 8 outcomes. We believe that these outcomes are helpful to LEAs because they are foundational tenets for successful local implementation, and they are in alignment with the State Board of Education guidelines. The outcomes build on the principles and will help teachers plan their courses. This chapter also describes the benefits of teaching ethnic studies. Chapter 2 is a chapter on district implementation guidance, and that was added. It combines some content from the May draft as well as information gathered during the listening sessions and the Comprehensive Center focus groups. Chapter 3, Instructional Guidance, combines the discussions of the types of ethnic studies courses, including standalone courses and thematic courses. It focuses on the 4 foundational disciplines and removed course outlines that were previously included separately in order to adhere to the focus of the 4 foundational disciplines. Given the diversity of California, districts should, in collaboration with their local community, identify the areas of focus based on their local demographics, which is beyond the scope of what this document can provide. Instead, this draft provides some tools and examples and samples to help LEAs do the work. For example, the UC A through G course outlines, the thematic approach, the lesson plan templates, and the additional resources in Appendix C. We'd also like to note that Chapter 3 includes information, Asian American and Pacific Islander studies, as well as Arab studies, as included in ethnic studies. Chapter 4 contains the bibliography. Appendix A includes the A through G approved course outlines. Many of the outlines are from the May draft. I will describe specifics of outlines as we walk through the draft later in the meeting. Appendix B includes lesson plans that were present during the prior draft with modifications to add rigor or address issues of resources for a state document. The lessons in the draft are on the focus of the 4 foundational disciplines, and they can be used alongside the standalone or thematic courses. It also includes guiding questions to assist educators as they develop their lessons. As noted in Attachment 11, the CDE would like to include the recommendation of the inclusion of the Pacific Islander lesson as indicated in Attachment 11. It was also included in the May 2019 draft. It has been slightly modified due to issues with posting the links and resources. We also recommend the inclusion of an Arab American Studies lesson that focuses on the experiences of Arab Americans in the United States. Additional time is needed to fulfill this recommendation. Therefore, the Arab American lesson will not be, we are not recommending that go to public comment in September. Rather, we are asking for additional time to further develop that lesson for inclusion at a future IQC meeting. For Arab American Studies, there was a May 2019 draft that included a standalone course outline as well as 4 lesson plans. This lesson was the subject of much of the public comment received during the first field review period. Our intention in November or a future meeting is to present 1 lesson for inclusion in the Appendix B, which focuses on the immigration experiences of Arab Americans in the United States. We will ensure that any lesson that is brought forth will include the public comment to ensure that any language perceived as anti-Semitic is removed. Finally, I would like to note that Appendix C includes resources for educators to develop classroom community, engage in critical conversations, and also includes pluralistic links that provide resources on a variety of topics beyond the 4 foundational disciplines as LEAs build out their programs. I'd like to note that today is not the end to a conversation. It is part of the process of a continued conversation until we get to a draft that meets the legislation and the State Board of Education guidelines in a way that can be fully useful for California students. At this time, I believe that we have actually reached our lunch break. So Member Rustin, due to the time and to allow for the sufficient public comment that will follow after lunch, I'd like to recommend that we break for a 30-minute lunch.
All right, thank you, Director Coates. We'll now take a 30-minute lunch. Commissioners, please be back here at 12:08. I believe that's correct. 12:08.
Thank you so much. Welcome back, everyone. Before we begin, Denise, will you please do roll call?
Hernigas.
Here.
Vice Chair Munoz.
Here.
Commissioner Andre.
Here.
Commissioner Estorga Almanza.
Here.
Commissioner Chapman.
Present.
Commissioner Costa Hernandez.
Present.
Commissioner Fairchild.
Present.
Commissioner Jarvis.
Present.
Commissioner Pantai.
Here.
Commissioner Renteria. Commissioner Rustin.
Here.
Commissioner Williamson.
Here.
Assemblymember Weber,
Here.
Senator Allen, State Board Member Rucker, State Board Member Strauss.
Board Member Rucker is here.
Thank you. Member Strauss, State Board Member Glover Woods.
Present.
Thank you. I now turn it over to Commissioner Reston.
Thank you. Now I would like to invite members of the public who wish to provide comment to do so. Commissioners were all sent links to the public comment received thus far on the model curriculum, and a summary of the public comment was provided as attachment to this item. For those giving public comment, in order to ensure that there is time for speakers to be heard, we are asking people to cooperate and adhere to the following practices. Individuals wishing to make public comment must call in to the number provided on the IQC agenda. Members of the public dialing into the meeting will be put in a queue. When you are called upon, please state the following: commenter's first and last name, organization affiliation, if any, and public comment. Speakers may only give public comment for themselves and not provide comment on behalf of another individual or group. Speakers will be allotted 1 minute to give public comment. In order to be able to hear from everyone, we will be keeping track of time, and your time will end at 1 minute. Speakers utilizing interpretation services will be allotted 2 minutes. Speakers shall refrain from using profanity and shall conduct themselves in a respectful manner. Individuals not complying will be muted and their remaining time forfeited. We also encourage you to submit your comments in writing to ethnicstudies@cde.ca.gov. Finally, I ask that members of the public remember that all we are doing today is approving the draft to be posted for public review and comment. This is our first time seeing this draft as well, and we are not taking final action on it today.
Thank you. Caller, you may begin.
Hello. My name is Ramona Tazabi, and I have served as an elementary school teacher in the Los Angeles Unified School District for 17 years. I'm appealing to you today not only as an educator, but as a concerned Iranian Jewish resident of California. In the wake of the 1979 Islamic Revolution, members of my family fled oppressive and systemic anti-Semitic persecution to arrive in Los Angeles as disenfranchised refugees. Like all other Middle Eastern refugees who resettled in LA, my family has dealt with xenophobia, anti-Semitism, and the struggles of being brown-skinned Middle Eastern immigrants. For all of these reasons, I fear that the teaching of the political agendas embedded within the ethnic studies model curriculum is diametrically opposed to best educational practices of encouraging balance and critical thinking that supports and empowers minority communities like my own.
That's time.
Concerned that this curriculum.
Next caller. Next caller, you can begin.
Hello?
Hello, you can begin.
Hello. My name is Claire Chaticle, and I'm a mother of three, and I have worked in the public school system and studied racism and sexism. And some of my concerns have been what our own families endured. By the way, all my grandparents were refugees and lost siblings and homes. And we've experienced quite a bit of anti-Semitism, not only institutionalized in the public school system, but also as a result of the community. And it's unfortunate, and this is more of an extreme situation. Some families have experienced less, such as swastikas and other more extreme threats of violence. but anti-Semitism is up, and over 12% in California. And I think it's a valid concern to address, as hate crimes overall seem to be on a downward trend of about 4% in California. So I think it's valid for us to include it. I think that it can be something that can lift us all up, the understanding.
Next caller, you can begin.
Can you hear me? Excuse me? Can you hear me?
Yes, you can begin.
Hi, my name is Yavar Amidi. I'm the director of ISAD of Marin, a branch of the ISAD of California Coalition. We fight to protect students and families from state violence. I fully support and endorse the demands to include Arab American and Pacific Islander studies in the ethnic studies curriculum. I think to remove Arab American studies, and specifically the history of Palestine, is cultural erasure and amounts to cultural genocide. The many people and voices that spoke today should look deep within themselves and understand that removing a study of apartheid, genocide, and what's happening there is really going to make the ethnic studies curriculum hollow. And if you guys tactfully remove that, it's going to show, a lot about what you're doing. So I don't want to take up too much time. I just want to understand why Tony Thurmond specifically has Palestine removed, why he tactfully refuses to say the word Palestine, and that our eyes are on this and we're watching very closely, and we want Palestine and Arab American studies and Pacific Islander studies included. Thank you.
Next caller, you can begin. Next caller, you can begin.
Hello, my name is Devraj Gore, and I'm a Sikh from Roseville, California. I myself went through the school system at Ceres Unified School District, and my daughter attends school at Roseville Unified School District. An entire generation later, our children are still being failed in the classroom. As a student and as a parent, I have tried to get accurate teaching about Sikhism to happen in the classroom through sharing resources that align with HSS framework, but it still doesn't happen. Teachers do not receive the support they need, so the rich contributions of California Sikhs are not being shared. The curriculum is an opportunity to do that. And of positive Sikhs and inclusion is critical. The email petition signed by 1,226 community members in California calls for more meaningful Sikh inclusion in the curriculum. The teachers are overworked, underpaid. They cannot draft these curriculums. The state has to set the standard. Sikhs should be included. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller.
Greetings, members of the IQC. My name is Ben Nombar, and I'm a Jewish student at Palisades Charter High School in Los Angeles. I applaud the CDE for making necessary changes to the first draft of the ESMC. That said, there are still significant areas of concern which must be addressed. As it currently stands, this curriculum repeatedly ignores my family's story of escaping oppression in Iran to come to this country. I am excluded when Chapter 3 references the American Jewish population, but says nothing about my experiences. And I am excluded as someone whose family fled anti-Semitism in the Middle East because the Department of Education has decided to pick one Middle Eastern community over all others. Isn't ethnic studies supposed to be about giving a voice to students like me? The issue may seem insignificant, but in reality, these problems contribute to the biases that are expressed regularly against Jewish students like me. I urge you to start correcting this problem by including Germana's lesson plan, anti-Semitism, and Middle Eastern Americans in the curriculum. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, you can begin.
Hello, my name is Danielle Berman, and I'm a senior at Woodbridge High School in Irvine, California. I'm a South African Jew who has spent a lot of my childhood playing in the streets of Israel. Much of my educational career has been focused on not only my own education, but in making sure that all students have an equal opportunity to fairly learn about the culture and history of the world. The education system has an obligation to validate and elaborate on the experiences of all minority groups that otherwise would not be represented. The revision of the Ethnic Studies Model Curriculum draft may attempt to include perspectives of these minorities, but instead it pushes a harmful narrative that excludes the perspectives of Mizrahi Jews, Iranians, Kurds, Syrian Christians, Coptic Christians, Yazidis, and Baha'is, and many, many more. The inclusion of these minority groups specifically are important to truly explain the dynamics and culture of the Middle East. To lump them all together and disregard their history is hurtful and dangerous, not to only my community, but to those ethnic communities not represented, as well as the students learning it.
Time.
Thank you.
Next caller, you may begin.
Hello?
You may begin.
Hi, my name is Natalie R. Batman, and I'm a Jew from the former Soviet Union. I go to Mountain View High School in California. Recently, at a conference for teens, I sat at my desk and listened to over 120 Jewish students all around the country recount their experiences with anti-Semitism. Across California and beyond, teens are forced to endure anti-Semitism, from their synagogues vandalized with graffiti swastikas to being called dirty pigs because they chose to display their Judaism. As a daughter of Soviet Jews, I'm beyond grateful to live in America, a place where we can more freely express our culture, opinions, and faith. But I also know that we can't take that freedom for granted. While the Ethnic Studies model curriculum is better than before, it does not represent the full diversity of the Jewish community, including my family's experiences escaping persecution in the Soviet Union. It leaves room to promote anti-Semitic agendas in schools. It does not educate about anti-Semitism in all its forms across the political spectrum, meaning students will not come away with a full understanding of racism in America. I urge you all to consider the impact this curriculum will have on Jewish students like myself. Please do not let our history be erased and our present be threatened. Thank you.
Next caller, you may begin.
Hello, my name is Jefferson Wexler, and I am a Jewish high school student in San Diego. I have two main concerns about the curriculum I want to share with you. First, more voices from the Jewish community should be represented. References to American Jews should explicitly mention the experience of Mizrahi Jews, Jews of color, Jews from the former Soviet Union, and other Jewish communities in California whose stories are less widely acknowledged. Second, guidelines should be added or reinforced to ensure that ethnic studies courses focus on giving students a depth of understanding about ethnic groups, social issues, and civic engagement, rather than promoting specific political viewpoints, ideologies, or movements. Right now, the guiding principles of the curriculum blur these lines and open the door to one-sided political agendas. I urge you to make changes to address these concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
Hi, my name is Keon Mirshokri. I just graduated from Palisades Charter High School, and I am a first-generation American. 70 years ago, my grandfather immigrated to Iran, fleeing the persecution they faced as Jews in Iraq. 35 years later, my parents immigrated to America, fleeing the persecution they faced as Jews in Iran. I support the values of ethnic studies. I want my peers to learn about ethnic minority communities across the state, including my own. Even with the recent changes to the curriculum that took out the anti-Semitic rhetoric and created a more inclusive curriculum, problems still remain. In Chapter 3 of the curriculum, there is a line which states the unique experiences of Arabs and other Middle Easterners. It saddens me that diverse and rich populations from the Middle East are lumped together. This is a list of Middle Eastern communities who are neglected by the name and should be represented in the curriculum. Mizrahi Jews, Kurds, Iranians, Assyrian Christians, Coptic Christians, Yazidis, Baha'is, and Zoroastrians. I hope you will revise the ethnic studies.
That's time. Next caller, you may begin.
Hello, my name is Sarah Levin, and I am the Executive Director of Jemena, Jews Indigenous to the Middle East and North Africa. Members of my family fled anti-Semitic persecution in Turkey before coming to the United States as racialized Middle Eastern immigrants. I am concerned that my sons, who are of Iraqi, Turkish, and Israeli Jewish heritage, will not only experience anti-Semitism in critical ethnic studies classrooms, but they will also experience the erasure of their Middle Eastern heritage. I am disheartened that both drafts of the model curriculum perpetuate legacies of oppression and cultural genocide of non-Sunni Middle Eastern groups who fled persecution
including genocide, to find sanctuary in the United States. We need an ethnic studies curriculum that is balanced and equitable for all Middle Eastern school children, including Mizrahi Jews, and of the 60% of non-Arab Middle Eastern Californians who were excluded from the curriculum. I implore you to expand an Arab lesson plan to one that is focused more broadly on Southwest Asian and North African or Swana communities.
Goodbye.
One moment, we're having technical difficulties.
Next caller, you can begin.
Hi, my name is Jada Kidichai, and I'm a student at SF State working in Asian American and Pacific Islander Student Services, and I teach ethnic studies with Pinoy Pinay Educational Partnerships. Thank you, CDE and Superintendent Thurman, for moving forward with conversations to include Pacific Islander and Arab American studies. I want to urge the Commission to use transparent and inclusive processes moving forward and reconvening with experts to include Pacific Islander representation, and to pass a model curriculum that aligns with ethnic studies principles to eradicate racism, which means including Pacific Islander studies and Arab American studies that is inclusive of Palestine. This is important because to support ethnic studies is to allow our communities to see a world where their stories are seen and to honor the work that has been done towards this moment. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, you can begin.
Hello, my name is Victoria Samper with Latinx for Quality Education. I was a teacher and immigrated to California from Colombia as a young adult. I urge the Commission to modify the overall framework and guiding principles to ensure a more inclusive and balanced curriculum. The rich diversity of the Latinx community is poorly represented in this second draft. Lesson plans in both the agenda and resources should include the stories of Latinx who have overcome adversity to become leaders in their respective fields. Teaching only victimhood creates divisiveness and low self-esteem. I encourage eliminating the overt and subtle emphasis on oppression, violence, and the Marxist narrative that is found throughout the curriculum. Students should not be encouraged or required to think of themselves as victims. Students should be empowered and inspired to succeed. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, you can begin.
Hi, my name is Gal Desiderio, and my family are Arabic Jews who escaped persecution and near death in Iraq simply for being Jewish. I identify as one of the 500,000 Californians of Middle Eastern heritage who is ignored in both drafts of the ethnic studies model curriculum. As a Mizrahi Jew in California, I am proudly both Jewish and Middle Eastern, yet I continue to face bigotry and discrimination. And in order to avoid an essentialist understanding of Middle Eastern people, the ethnic studies model curriculum should include specifically name and teach on the diverse Middle Eastern communities living in the state, including Mizrahi Jews like myself. Furthermore, I believe it's essential to include adequate instructional material on anti-Semitism in ethnic studies model curriculum. I also work with many Palestinian friends. My family have lived and grown up with Palestinians. My problem with the recognition, as far as what someone has said before, is the one-sided explanation as a verse as Israel against Palestinians, and when talking about Palestinians as if it is just at the hands of Israelis, which is false narrative.
That's time. Next caller, you can begin.
Hey, good morning, or good afternoon. My name is Jagdeep Singh. I am a Sikh living in Tracy, California. I'm a graduate of public school system and now a parent of my son who's going to Lammersville Unified School District. I do not want the next generation to be bullied and misunderstood in the same way that I was growing up in Pinole, California. In the latest curriculum, Sikhs are only mentioned once in the context of discrimination after 9/11. Only encountering certain communities through victimization results in continued flattening and dehumanizing. We must use the opportunity to encounter the narrative, learn more about marginalized populations, and build empathy among students. The email petition signed by 1,220 Sikh community members in California supports more meaningful Sikh inclusion in the curriculum. Thank you for your time.
Next caller, you can begin. Next caller, you may begin. Next caller, you may begin.
My name is Lynn Bunham. I'm chair of the Jewish Public Affairs Committee of California. Our diverse 23-member organization collectively serves over 1 million people every year. We are supportive of teaching the ethnic studies curriculum in California. We appreciate your removing what was widely considered to contain overtly anti-Semitic and anti-Israel comment. You have received already a full statement of our position. We do continue to have, and by the way, that was done on the July 31st draft. That's the one that we applaud, your first draft. We continue to have concerns about the process with late changes being announced after a public comment period was closed. Those changes have not been vetted like all others. In that context, we look forward to continuing to work with the CDE and the IQC to ensure narratives of Jews of color, Jews from Middle Eastern European countries, and other appropriate narratives about Jewish Americans who are also fairly represented and included. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
Christina Gallagher. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Christina Gallagher on behalf of the Jewish Public Affairs Committee of California. We applaud the revised model curriculum that was released on July 31st as a significant improvement from the first draft, and thank CDE Superintendent Thurman, Dr. Linda Darling-Hammond, and their staff for removing what was widely considered to contain overly anti-Semitic and anti-Israel content. JPAC has submitted a full statement about our position, which is in your packet. We appreciate the CDE's transparency and look forward to working together to ensure a strong, fair, and high-quality ethnic studies model curriculum. We do continue to have concerns about the process. Last night, after the public comment period was closed and all groups had issued their statements, CDE announced additional changes to the curriculum without any vetting process or context. This late-night announcement made clear that the curriculum framework is still being worked out and additional changes will be made. In this context, therefore, we look forward to continuing to work with the CDE and the IQC to ensure narratives of Jew of color.
Next caller, you may begin.
Hi, my name is Amira Jarmakani. I'm the president of the Arab American Studies Association, professor of women's studies in the Cal State University system, and a mother of 3 children who attend California public schools. Speaking from all of these perspectives, I implore you to uphold the integrity of ethnic studies as being about structural racism and oppression and challenging imperialist frameworks in the United States. Arab American Studies fits in ethnic studies on both of these accounts, and I'm really glad to hear the assertion at today's meeting that Arab American Studies is part of ethnic studies. We faced a battle to be seen as part of ethnic studies because we have been broadly silenced in the U.S. and excluded from academia based on our support for Palestine, which is all the more reason it needs to be included. I'm concerned at the caveat specifically and only attached to the Arab American lesson plan described today that any language perceived to be anti-Semitic will be excluded. Discussing Palestine and its occupation is emphatically not anti-Semitic, and claiming it is the main mode of how we have been silenced.
That's time.
Thanks for your work on this.
Next caller, you may begin.
My name is Teresa Montaño. Ethnic studies not only saved my life, it is my life. Thank you for the recent changes. It means we can work together. Having said that, the changes made to the original draft has eliminated the decolonial anti-racist lens. The ideas presented today, not in the revision. The introduction should uplift the hidden narratives and misrepresented histories of communities of color. It is not an all lives matter story. The definition and the guiding principles should be centered, not the 8 outcomes, which should be removed or at the end. They are outcomes, not foundational principles not currently used. Sample lessons should align to ethnic studies guiding principles. Who defines ethnic studies? Whose voices matter? Palestinians, Native, Chicana, BIPOC voices? I look forward to future collaboration until we get it right. We are a movement, not a show, and beholden only to California students.
That's time. Next caller, you may begin. 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 Next caller, you may begin.
Hello, this is Amar Rashid, representing CARE California as the Government and Legislative Affairs Manager, representing over 1 million Muslims across the state of California, and we strongly commend the announcement to kind of continue working in partnership to develop a curriculum focused on Arab American studies and including that within the larger ethnic studies framework. This is a population that has gone disenfranchised for the state's entire history, and ensuring that we identify this is rather crucial. And I think also while we have these conversations, it's imperative that we take a look at ensuring that processes moving forward are inherently inclusionary of Arab voices, if that's the curriculum that's going to be drafted. So thank you very much, and we look forward to that refreshing next step.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin. Next caller, you may begin.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Sapir Tayeb. I live in San Francisco, and I'm a recent immigrant to the United States from the Middle East. My grandparents fled anti-Semitic religious persecution in Libya and Tunisia. As a Mizrahi Jew, I was disappointed to see my indigenous Middle Eastern community completely omitted from the revised ethnic studies model curriculum. As a Jewish person of color and as an immigrant, I was troublesome to meet that the primary reference to Jews in the curriculum was in the context of our communities being the beneficiaries of white privilege. In order for the curriculum to avoid essential understanding of Arabs and the Middle East, and in order to be well balanced, I believe that Middle Eastern Jewish community should be equally and equitably represented in the curriculum.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
Hello, my name is Prableen Kaur, and I am a Sikh. I attend school in Fremont Unified School District. Despite Sikhism being in the high school framework, I have not encountered effective teaching about Sikhism in my classroom. Every year, we arrange events to bring awareness about the turban and Sikh articles of faith in our school. That responsibility should not have to lie with me or my friends. The responsibility is for you to make sure that my classroom is safe and inclusive for me and my peers. The emailed petition, signed by 1,220 Sikh community members in California, supports more meaningful Sikh inclusion in the curriculum. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
My name is Levelasi Loyanis. I'm a Pacific Islander educator at San Francisco State and CCSF, delivering a petition over 2,000 signatures supporting Pacific Islander studies in California. Thank you, Superintendent Thurman and CDE, for moving forward conversations to include PI and Arabam studies. Ethnic studies was founded over 50 years ago by students pushing for an anti-racist, anti-imperialist relevant education, and our earliest models need to reflect the communities that are affected by white supremacy and oppression as a part of California today. The Commission should pass a curriculum that aligns with ethnic studies principles to eradicate racism. That includes PI studies and Arabam studies content inclusive of Palestine. I also urge you to use a transparent process of moving forward, reconvening the original committee of experts with the inclusion of PI representation. We need to create spaces for students that not only honors our legacies of learning and knowledge, but also reminds us that our roots are nothing to be ashamed of. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
Hello.
Hello.
My name is Andrew Vaughn. I'm a recent graduate of the Ethnic Studies program at San Francisco State University. Thank you, CDE and Superintendent Thurman, for moving forward with the conversation to include Pacific Islanders and Arab Americans. I also want to encourage the Commission to use a transparent and inclusive process moving forward, reconvening the original committee of experts with the inclusion of Pacific Islander representation, pass a model curriculum that aligns with ethnic studies principles to eradicate racism and include Pacific Islander studies and Arab American studies with the content inclusive of Palestine. This is important because I for 12 years I spent my time as learning about the forefathers and the importance of this country. It only took one class to talk about Samoans for me to change my life and become an educator to help youth out in San Francisco and California. So please, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin. Next caller, you may begin.
My name is Kanwar Saluja, and I'm a Sikh from Walnut Creek, California. In the curriculum that my 3 children would be following, Sikhs are only mentioned once in the context of post 9/11. While Sikh Americans make up the backbone of California as farmers, drivers, engineers, and construction workers. They appear in all walks of life. Our Sikh community must not only be encountered narrowly as victims, but as productive, contributing members of society. This is an enormously problematic narrative for my children and other Sikh children. Ensuring that the positive aspects of Sikh culture and history are specified in the curriculum will make a more comprehensive education for all of our state students and safer classrooms for our Sikh children. The email petition signed by 1,200 Sikh community members in California calls for this meaningful inclusion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next caller, you can begin.
Hello, I am Anna Maya, a junior in high school, and as an American Hispanic Jewish woman with Arabic and Turkish descent, I am well aware that my ancestry and culture is very diverse, and we need thoughtful education in California high schools to teach about identities like mine. I have seen shocking anti-Semitism on my high school campus, from degrading jokes to swastikas engraved on the bathroom stalls. I give the benefit of the doubt to my peers, for I believe they are not fully educated on the topic. And why aren't they educated? Because the experiences of students like me are not represented the way they should be in our public schools. That is why I was so disappointed to see little to no mention of Jews, let alone Latinx Jews, in the ethnic studies modern curriculum draft. There are countless stories of Jewish immigrants from all over the world, but the curriculum doesn't mention it. The draft should be updated in such a way to include Jewish diversity. Students should be able to develop a deeper understanding in respecting and appreciating other ethnicities, which would limit accidental offensive comments. In a high school environment, teaching teens about ethnicities can affect their beliefs for the rest of our lives. I am asking you to make sure my peers are fully aware and educated on the Jewish ethnicity, culture, and struggles with anti-Semitism in all its forms. Thank you.
Next caller, you may begin.
Hi, my name is Ron Bellman. I'm an incoming sophomore at West Valley College and have lived in California my whole life. The ethnic studies curriculum, which is set to appear in California public schools, is deeply troubling and will have adverse effects in students. The curriculum promotes a disturbing us versus them agenda, essentially eliminating the struggle of certain groups such as Jews and Irish. Why are the struggles of some groups worth more than others? Instead of promoting anger and division in our students, we should focus on promoting empathy and community. We should not be ranking certain struggles over others. I strongly urge you to revise this curriculum before students are subject to this divisive curriculum. We can teach ethnic studies without stoking hatred in our youth. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
Good morning or afternoon. My name is Masha Merkulova, and I'm a Californian, a mother, and educator. I'm also executive director of Club Z, which is a Jewish youth group. I respectfully ask this commission to reject this draft. What is in front of you is not ethnic studies. It should be called oppression studies. I came to this country as a political refugee, fleeing the very ideology that is being promoted in this misnamed travesty. And you could hear that it makes me very upset. Our children need to learn about the cultures that make up California, the richness of communities that make up the state. And instead, this curriculum pits minorities against each other. It does nothing to teach the diversity that you claim that you want. Instead of being inspired and believing in better tomorrow, it teaches some kids to feel bad and guilty for things that they didn't do, but that their ancestors might have done. It teaches other kids to feel less than, to think that people will abuse them because of who they are.
It's time.
That is educational practice. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
Yes, hello. Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Satinder Singh Mali. I'm a member of the Sikh community and a resident of Martinez, proud product of the California public school system, having attended the Martinez Unified School District before going on to receive both my bachelor's and master's degrees from the UC and CSU systems, respectively. I also spent nearly a dozen years working for the state legislature as a senior policy aide, where I had the opportunity to help craft education policy for our K-12 system, which I think gives me a unique perspective on the matter before you for consideration today. Suffice it to say, the urgent need for accurate teaching about Sikhism in the classroom still exists, even 125 years after Sikhs first set foot in this country. I experienced relentless bullying as a child due to my turban, and my parents gave cultural awareness presentations. But commissioners, the burden shouldn't have to lie on our parents. There has been a rising number of bias cases, bullying, and hate crimes committed against Sikhs in California. We are leading the nation in this area. We cannot ignore these facts, and we cannot ignore the opportunity to make life at school better for countless individuals by creating a curriculum that includes them. The email petition signed.
Next caller, you may begin.
Malolele. My name is Lisiate Malefehibuna. I'm a first-generation Tongan American, a settler born and raised on unceded Ramaytush Ohlone land. I have 3 asks for you today. Reconvene the original ESMC Committee of Writers and Experts with the inclusion of additional Pacific Islander representation. 2, pass a model curriculum that includes Pacific Islander Studies and Arab American Studies content inclusive of Palestine, aligned with the ethnic studies principles with the purpose to eradicate racism. I'd also add that support for Palestinian liberation does not equal anti-Semitism. 3, a transparent and inclusive process moving forward. I believe this is important because ethnic studies is the only place in academia that not only fosters radical and revolutionary thought, but advances that thought into actual material change. In the words of the Marxist and anti-colonial philosopher Paulo Freire, one cannot expect positive results from an educational or political action program which fails to respect a particular view of the world held by the people. Such a program constitutes cultural evasion. Good intentions notwithstanding. Bala people.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
Hi, my name is Sandra Strongen, and I'm a UC Berkeley student and lifelong California resident, and I'm extremely concerned about the ethnic studies curriculum. Though it has been slightly modified, the themes within the course, which relies on creating a hierarchy of only select minority struggles, is extremely detrimental to all students. Though you have moved anti-Semitic links like BDS to the footnotes, we still see the blatant disregard for thousands of years of Jewish history in this curriculum. This curriculum will also be complicit in erasing many Middle Eastern communities, such as Mizrahi Jews, Iranians, Kurds, Assyrian Christians, and other immigrant communities. They should not be simply lumped together as, quote, Arab Americans and other Middle Easterners. The current language unwittingly reflects a long history and ongoing reality of imperialist oppression and erasure of non-Arab and non-Muslim ethnic and religious groups in the Middle East. Let's educate, not indoctrinate the next generation of students. I urge you to revise the curriculum further. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
My name is Jasmine, and I'm a senior at Beverly Hills High School. I appreciate that the shortcomings from the first ethnic studies draft have been corrected and things are moving in the right direction. With that being said, there are still many problems. As a Persian Jew, I've spent a lot of my time advocating for the right of the Jewish people to have a homeland in Israel. A lot of the anti-Semitism that I have faced in my life as a 17-year-old girl has come from people who did not learn what the Jewish people went through during the Holocaust or as refugees from Arab states in Iran. My peers do not understand the amount of anti-Semitism still prevalent in this world today. If children were taught at a young age the severity of the hate that I and my fellow Jews still face, we could begin to put an end to anti-Semitism. Education is the first step. I urge you to add the injustice, marginalization, and discrimination of the Jewish people's story to the curriculum. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
Hi, my name is Inderpreet Kaur. I am a Sikh American. I was pleased to see the press release yesterday that 2 additional lesson plans on the Pacific Islander community and Arab American studies will be added. I would like to ask why a lesson about the Sikh community has not also been added despite our petition that has been signed by 1,220 people and the submission of a sample lesson plan. I was born and raised in Los Angeles and went through the public school system in LAUSD. I faced bullying and harassment because of my religious identity. My peers were not aware of the positive contributions Sikhs have made over the last 125 years. Half of the 500,000 Sikhs in the U.S. live in California. The first Sikh Gurdwara or house of worship in the United States is in Stockton. Dalit Singh Son from California was the first Asian American to serve in Congress. These contributions must be included in the curriculum through a lesson plan also. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
Hello?
You may begin.
Can you hear me? Oh, hi. My name is Tupola Tukefujek, and I'm an ethnic studies major at UC Berkeley. Thank you, CDE and Superintendent Thurman, for moving forward with conversations to include Pacific Islander and Arab American studies. I also want to encourage the Commission to use a transparent and inclusive process moving forward, reconvening the original committee of experts with the inclusion of Pacific Islander representation, and also pass a model curriculum that aligns with ethnic studies principles to eradicate racism and also include Pacific Islander studies and Arab American studies content inclusive of Palestine. Whew. This is important because the Pacific Islander population is one of the fastest growing populations in this country. Asian American Pacific Islander or AAPI narratives are not the realities for Pacific Islander peoples. Accurate representation is vital for our students to be able to both develop and obtain the tools they need to succeed. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
Hello, my name is Dr. Shreen Bala, and I represent the Hindu American Foundation. As a Californian Hindu, I look forward to an inclusive ethnic studies curriculum, one that represents the many contributions made by different immigration groups and one that is fair and equitable in its portrayal of these groups. I ask the community and the committee to please use my expertise as an educator and one that has a career in Hinduism to be a resource for the next draft. Please, thank you, and best of luck.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
Hi, my name is Melina Ferradini, and I'm a student in Los Angeles. I'm the child of Iranian Jewish immigrants. My parents experienced education that didn't give them a chance to learn about diverse cultures and communities in their country. They taught me about how that type of education fuels hate and biases that causes a rift among students. My father shared stories with me of the physical abuse, verbal attacks, and discrimination he and his friends experienced because they were Jewish under an oppressive regime. While I want to thank you for making positive steps in the revised curriculum, there is still a long way to go. The gilding values and principles in Chapter 1 of the ESMC are taken directly from a book called Education at War. The relevant section of the book essentially urges teachers to develop solidarity and create linkages with anti-Zionism, BDS, and anti-Israel narratives. I'm deeply concerned that these guiding values and principles will be used to justify promoting hateful agendas that harm students like me in the classroom. I have sat in multiple classrooms where teachers have pushed their own political agenda rather than giving us the facts, sharing multiple perspectives and encouraging us to make up our own minds. As a student, I need you to speak up to ensure that this curriculum will actually promote critical thinking instead of one-sided political ideologies. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
I am Pushpinder Kaur, a Sikh American from San Jose. My children went to school in Morgan Hill School District. I'm a retired California educator. I'm a curriculum developer working with the University of California system to develop online Punjabi curriculum. I'm an author. My book, The Boy with Long Hair, is included in the History and Social Studies framework. Teachers need and want resources that speak about every minority child in their classroom. Let's support them. If you hold the power to improve the quality of instruction and the self-esteem of millions of minority children by helping remove racism and biases against them by just including their story in the ethnic studies curriculum, please include the story of the Sikh Asian Americans who have been here for 125 years but are still targets of hate crimes because of the mistaken identity, so that all children feel validated in our classrooms. Not doing so should not be an option. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
My name is Robert J. Levi. I'm not Jewish. I'm a California Indian from the Torres Martinez Desert Kuya Indians. I'm also a retired AP, CP, U.S. history teacher from Upland Unified School District, and I am the past chair of California Teachers Association American Indian Alaska Native Caucus. I'm talking about, we sent a written comment to the CDE. I like to look at number 4 talks about the lesson plans that are included with the Native American section to ethnic studies. They're very not culturally relevant in content, rigor, or pedagogy. I would like to ask that the Commission look toward more inclusion of California Indians or American Indians in developing the curriculum, and to keep striving for inclusion for American Indians. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin. Next caller, you may begin.
Hi, my name is Jorge Pacheco Jr. I'm an ethnic studies teacher in the Mountain View Wisdom School District and a school board member for the Oak Grove School District. I want to commend Superintendent Thurman for his commitment to include the Pacific Islander and Arab American communities in the next draft of the curriculum. It is essential that we do not miss this opportunity to fight rising anti-Arab racism and Islamophobia, not only in our state but also in our country. We need to take a leadership stance for this curriculum because it will be looked at nationally and as a model for many programs to come and take root. And we must also emphasize Native voices and the inclusion and development of this draft. And lastly, to make sure that the decolonial, anti-imperialist, anti-colonial aspects of this discipline, ethnic studies, are centralized as well as the guiding principles. Thank you again for all your work, and let's continue to make progress. Thank you.
Next caller, you may begin.
Hello, is that me?
Yes.
Oh, hi. Sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes, you can begin.
Oh, yes, sorry. Thank you. I appreciate that. A little bit of computer problems. My name is Sarah Brandt, and I thank the commissioners for having us today. I'm a white Jewish public school teacher for over 21 years and a member of Teachers for Social Justice, and I'm a supporter of a free Palestine. And I recognize that the imperialism of Israel is not inherently anti-Semitic. So while I do not specifically teach an ethnic studies class, I believe we teachers are all consciously and otherwise teaching ethnic studies all the time through our content and curricular choices and actions, and the gaps and invisibilization matter. So I want to thank the CDE and the Superintendent Thurman, for moving forward to include Pacific Islander and Arab American studies. I feel like this is an important crossroads to be on the right side of history, and I really encourage the Commission to move forward with greater transparency and inclusivity, reconvening the original committee of writers and experts in ethnic studies and pedagogy, making sure to excuse me?
Next caller, you may begin. Next caller, you may begin.
Hello, my name is Sarah Wong-Kyu Tanuvasa, and I teach Critical Pacific Islands and Oceania Studies at San Francisco State University and City College of San Francisco. I appreciate the commitment by Superintendent Thurman and the CDE to ensure inclusion of Arab American and Pacific Islander studies, and I really look forward to seeing that happen. In addition to Pacific Islander studies and Arab American studies content inclusive of Palestine, I also hope that an inclusive revision process moving forward will bring together experts, including the original advisory committee and Pacific Islander representation. Since the CDE aims to honor the roots and over 50-year legacy of ethnic studies, I'd also like to express my support for ensuring that ethnic studies principles that value and center ancestral knowledge, challenge imperialist and colonialist beliefs, and ultimately eradicate racism and all systems of oppression are highlighted and also evident in this draft moving forward. As a Pacific Studies educator, I know firsthand the impact that Pacific Islander Studies has on students, and I also know that our community is more than equipped and willing to engage in the process and to make sure PI and Arab American communities are valued in all elements of the process. Thank you so much.
Next caller, you may begin.
Hello, my name is Emria Ahmed. I'm a staff member of the Arab Resource and Organizing Center. I am an Arab American who went through the public school system, and I am a mother of 2 girls who are currently attending public school. I'm here to urge you to adopt the Ethnic Studies model curriculum as it was originally proposed by ethnic studies experts and scholars. As you have already noted during this meeting, we are living through a historic moment of people rising up, demanding their basic rights, and demanding to be treated as equals. However, the gutting of Arab American and Pacific Islander studies in the model curriculum and the dilution of the entire proposal as a whole is unacceptable and flies in the face of this historic moment. It insults the original drafters and would injure the education of hundreds of thousands of students. This is not a time to erase or belittle people by way of tokenized, politically palpable inclusion. Rather, this is an opportunity to use best efforts to genuinely recognize Californian communities of color. Please keep ethnic studies authentic and keep Arab and Pacific Islander American studies in ethnic studies as originally proposed. Thank you.
Next caller, you may begin.
Hi, my name's Devorah Fine, and I'm from San Jose, California. As a Jewish individual who grew up going to California public schools my entire life, I know firsthand the anti-Semitism that takes place in the classroom, being told over and over again by my professors and peers that I'm an occupier, an aggressor, and that I don't have a right to self-determination has affected my educational experience quite negatively since I can remember. This curriculum only amplifies this discrimination. It ignores thousands of years of Jewish history and very much places a divisive us for some agenda. Please work to incorporate additional fair instructional material on anti-Semitism. I can only imagine the positive impact that it could make on future Jewish students, and I urge you to revise this curriculum further. Thank you for your time.
Next caller, you may begin.
Hi, is that me? Honey, turn it off, please. Turn it off, please. I'm on. Hello?
Yes, you may begin.
I can't tell if I'm speaking. Okay, hi, sorry. My name is Amber Yeda, and I'm a student parent at UC Berkeley School of Education via City College. I'm also a white mother of Jewish ancestry, standing in humble solidarity with the fight for including Pacific Islander and Arab American studies in the state ethnic studies curriculum. City College has a high number of Pacific Islander students, and UC Berkeley does not. If Pacific Islander history is only taught in places where Pacific Islander students can fight for it, we will not learn it. If we only learn about Arab American history as a side note, we rob the context for understanding our nation's crisis of Islamophobic violence and hate. We also contribute to the erasure of Palestine and the continuing struggle for freedom. Reconvene the original committee. Do not water it down into multiculturalism or diversity, but keep its crucial, critical language and pedagogy. In this time of open racism and Islamophobia, we look to you to make sure that identities are not erased. Thank you.
Next caller, you may begin.
Yes, my name is Barbara Shapira. I am a parent and worked professionally and personally in diversity education for many years. And I would like to speak to the overall tone and draft of this curriculum being proposed. AB 2016, when it passed, talked about empowering students and teaching students about each other. But the focus was to overcome adversity, but right now it only focuses on oppression. There's nothing about black or brown Supreme Court judges. There's no effective or role models such as leaders as Martin Luther King, brown or black inventors or scientists, only oppression. So I hope there is a change for the resistance dominated us versus them that was in the original curriculum. Going back to the original intent does not fulfill the idealism that was expressed initially by members of this committee and the superintendent. Thank you so much.
Next caller, you may begin.
Yuri Agroskin, I'm former political refugee from Soviet Union, Cupertino. We escaped Marxist socialist system and tyranny, and suddenly we discover the same ideology show up in ethnic studies. We note with disappointment that Marxist doctrine still exists in the values and principles throughout the curriculum framework. For example, nobody pays attention to true democracy in your curriculum is the term Karl Marx used for communism and the end of private property. This deeply problematic reference is guiding principle and desired outcome of the entire curriculum. We see nothing in the current version that protects against this type of propaganda. Capitalism is described in draft 2 as a form of persecution and white supremacy.
Next caller, you may begin.
Hello, my name is Metanoia Siamu, and I am a high school counselor for a Title I school in Fremont Unified School District. I thank you, CDE and Superintendent Thurman, for moving forward with conversations to include Pacific Island and Arab American studies. I also would like to encourage and urge the Commission to use a transparent and inclusive process moving forward, reconvening the original committee of experts with the inclusion of Pacific Islander representation. I also would like to urge to pass a model curriculum that aligns with ethnic studies principles to eradicate racism and includes Pacific Islander studies and American studies content inclusive of Palestine. As a high school counselor, I see firsthand how hungry our Pacific Islander and Arab American students are and looking for how their experiences, history, and identities are reflected in the materials that they learn and in their campus communities. Superintendent Thurman said earlier, ethnic studies is about access, equity, and facilitating healing in our classrooms. And as educators, we know when these factors are unlocked, they move far past our classrooms and into our communities. Thank you.
Next caller, you may begin.
Okay. Yes, my name is Nirvair Singh, and I am a Sikh living in California. I've received my college education in this state and lived here for the last 32 years. I'm a software engineer and a part-time community college teacher. My wife and I have raised 2 children in the Bay Area. Both attended public schools in Cupertino Union District, and both complained about the lack of coverage of Sikhism in their classes. They're now in their 20s, but they still wish that they had better school experience. The Ethnic Studies model curriculum offers a very timely and historic opportunity to create specific content that can fill the unfortunate gaps in our education. Joining the 1,220 fellow Californian Sikhs who have signed a petition, I urge you to consider meaningful inclusions in the curriculum. Thank you.
Next caller, you may begin. Next caller, you may begin.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
This is Mary Levi Hopi, a teacher in 4th grade in the Upland Unified School District, chair of the American Indian Alaska Native Caucus in the California Teachers Association. I'm excited about ethnic studies, but let's make Native American studies accurate, especially for educators. The model curriculum on Native American studies leaves the voice of Native American educators off in the K-12 level. If this document is a guidance for the districts to use in discussing Native American historical, present, and future, the lessons in this section need to be reflective so. Far too long, we have not addressed issues as Assemblyman Ramos has referred to. These lessons reflect hot button issues without historical content, as in mascots. The lessons on compare and contrast of foods without background and native connection to our lands and acorns is not a true reflection. Please review.
Next caller, you may begin.
Is that me?
Yes, it is. You may begin.
Shoot, hello?
Yes.
My name is Carla Schick. Disability is an unnatural disaster, Ms. Truier-Mato wrote. The proposed ethnic studies model curriculum is state-sanctioned in visibility for Arab Americans and Pacific Islanders, including and especially Palestinians, and for those who see ethnic studies as a challenge to the dominant white narrative. As a Jewish 30-year veteran teacher, I witnessed the marginalization of Arab American, Palestinian American, and Pacific Islander peoples. Adult educators are failing our youth with the current ethnic studies model curriculum. Arab American and Pacific Islander stories are culturally relevant for today's students. Empower the voices of all communities of color. Make California ethnic studies a genuine national model, including Arab American, Palestinian American, and Pacific Islanders as integral parts of the model. Reconvene the original expert authors of the ethnic studies model curriculum who had a vision of ethnic studies as decolonization.
Next caller, you may begin.
Hello, I'm Keon Kefla, a community member in California and university student. I was lucky enough to have an ethnic studies course offered in my high school, and it helped provide me with a crucial analytical framework grounded in social justice that I continue to value immensely. I was extremely disappointed to find out that the original model curriculum created by recognized experts in the field was revised to exclude Arab American studies, Palestine, and Pacific Islander studies. This is an affront to the foundational values of ethnic studies and to California students, and especially egregious given the current climate of stark racialized injustice and white supremacist violence. Accurately educating students about the struggles of Palestinians, Arab Americans, Pacific Islanders, and other colonized groups should not be deemed controversial simply because of pressure from outsiders who are not at all representative of California students. So I'm urging the IQC to reconvene the original committee of expert writers and to pass a model curriculum that includes Palestine as an integral part of the Arab American studies, along with Pacific Islander studies, rather than simply watering down the content to create a politically palatable curriculum that doesn't actually serve students' needs. Thank you.
Next caller, you may begin. Next caller, you may begin.
My name is Lori Wager. As a Jewish American educator in SFUSD, I'm calling with full support for the inclusion of Arab American and Pacific Islander studies in the model curriculum. While the original draft of the model meets the criteria necessary for truly transformational curriculum, the second draft strips away the very components essential to its successful implementation, leaving in its place a generalized curriculum doomed to failure, lacking both the intent and methods of the discipline, as well as the nuanced knowledge identified and articulated by members of the ethnic communities at the center of the curriculum. I'm calling today to urge you to return to the original writers and drafts of the ethnic studies model curriculum as a starting point for future revisions. Feedback from the original writers must be included in any future revisions. Any future drafts must include maintain inclusion of those ethnic groups specified in the original draft, Arab American and Pacific Islander among them. Finally, I urge you to guard against compromising the Arab American curriculum.
Next caller, you may begin.
Hello, hi. My name is Sharif Sakut. I'm an organizer for the Arab Resource and Organizing Center, and I've been working with youth in the Bay Area for the last 7 years. I was also an ethnic studies grad student at SF State University, and I'm shocked by the level of historic inaccuracy in the context of what ethnic studies actually is. I want to remind folks that historically marginalized communities have actually always been represented in our school textbook. The problem was how we were being framed and by whom. And a multiculturalist framework that views our people through this lens is literally what led to the need for ethnic studies. And I want to remind folks that students actually fought for third world studies and got ethnic studies, and our communities have always been a part of the struggle, which includes the Israeli occupation of Palestine, and that is not anti-Semitic. So it's more than representation. It's about critically examining structures of racism, capitalism, colonialism, patriarchy, and forms of power that impact our communities. The pedagogy is important when moving forward, so let's make sure there's accountability and transparency, and that the original writers are brought into the revision process. It's also important to bring in our PI fam. We appreciate the naming of our communities.
Next caller, you may begin. Next caller, you may begin.
I am Lori Myers, a graduate of California Public Schools, parent of public school children, and a teacher. With the steep increase in student mental health and suicide, we must be sensitive to the social and emotional aspects of a curriculum. This curriculum is based on critical race theory, which states that, quote, racial inequality emerges from the differences that white people create between races to maintain elite white interests. It polarizes students into oppressors versus oppressed, white people versus everyone else. Research shows that when students are targeted and shamed, they cannot learn. The critical ethnic studies approach may work in universities, but it is opposed to all best practices in California education. Thomas C., author of the seminal study on the benefits of teaching ethnic studies, says that, quote, high-quality ethnic studies classes do not emphasize victimhood, but rather stress cultural assets and capacity. Any classroom that is set up with an us versus them approach is pedagogically poor and in violation of the California Social Emotional Learning Guiding Principles, which mandates a, quote, safe, engaging, inclusive environment. We need to teach ethnic studies, not oppression studies.
Next caller, you may begin.
Hi, my name is Claire Warren. I'm from San Francisco. I'm a student of San Francisco State University. I'm calling to reconvene the original ESMC committee of writers and experts with the inclusion of additional Pacific Islander representation and to pass a model curriculum that includes Pacific Islander studies and Arab American studies inclusive of Palestine. And I just wanted to add that learning about Palestine history is not anti-Semitic. And this is important because ethnic studies has changed my life and made me want to pursue a college education and to help my community. And I want that for my Arab American brothers and sisters and PI brothers and sisters as well. And to not do that and not implement their histories, it's part of upholding a white supremacist system. I yield my time.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
Hi, my name is Khadija, and I'm a Black Muslim student who has to sit in classes and spaces where my history is ignored and overlooked, in spite of mentioning Jim Crow or slavery. It is critical that Arab and Pacific Islander history be included in the curriculum because there's a major gap in the current ethnic studies model curriculum. There's currently no representation of Pacific Islander and Arab American communities, and yes, Palestine is included in Arab studies. I urge you to pass the model curriculum including these groups and keep in mind that this country has a history of sugarcoating history from a white point of view. It's time that we stop this and maintain the ethnic studies framework and give students the right to learn, about their history with Pacific Islander and Arab American representation. The Palestinian struggle is constantly ignored, and we live in a nation that supports the community that occupies them. And just to make clear that the support for Palestinian liberation is not anti-Semitic. Thank you.
Next caller, you may begin.
This is Jody Sapila. I was co-developer and teacher of
Could you mute the stream in the background, please?
In addition to bringing back all Arab American content, please bring back the advisory committee. Ethnic studies isn't just the content, it's the pedagogy. In one of my world history classes, we were talking about making our curriculum more Afrocentric. One of my African American students said, I don't want one more lesson that makes me feel like a victim. Students need to learn accurate, colonial history and critical thinking that connects them to their collective strength and the rest of the world. That's the difference between multiculturalism and ethnic studies, and why we need to rely on ethnic studies scholars and teachers.
Thank you so much. And this is just a reminder, if you are also listening via live cast, please mute the stream in the background when you are called for public comment. I also want to acknowledge that we have over 100 commenters in the queue, and public comment will end at 3 p.m. to allow time for the IQC to deliberate on the item at hand. We will make sure to get through as many as we can. Thank you.
Next caller, you may begin.
Hello, I'm Pia Van Meter, the newly appointed California Teachers Association liaison to the IQC. On behalf of CTA and its 310,000 members, I'm here to express our concerns about the second draft of the Ethnic Studies model curriculum. Upon reviewing this draft, I was surprised to see the stark difference between the two documents. The second draft is more focused on developing and administering an ethnic studies course. It is devoid of the rich content that was in the first draft. Appendix B attempted to provide templates for content, but it doesn't quite fill the curricular gap needed to help guide and support our teachers and students. What has become very obviously lately is that our country has a lot to learn about our own history. Our students need to understand the history and contribution of marginalized groups. Change will not happen without awareness and understanding. That is why you need to adopt a strong, authentic model curriculum. Thank you.
Next caller, you may begin.
My name is Marcia Green. I'm 74 years old and have two grandchildren in the public school system here in Oakland. And it's most important to me to say that the revisions were gotten pursuant to some Jewish organizations who claimed anti-Semitism is in the first draft of the curriculum are simply wrong. They're trying to censor Arab American voices, and in particular Palestinian history and narratives, because they don't want other perspectives and criticism of Israel presented. Criticism of Israel is not anti-Semitism. It's anti-Israeli. They don't speak of the many Jews who want to hear Palestinian narratives. A lesson plan that includes information on why Palestinians are forced to leave their homeland due to Israeli policies of dispossession and denial of human rights is not anti-Semitic. Criticism of Israeli policies is not anti-Semitic. The BDS campaign is not anti-Semitic. It's a boycott, which is entire.
Next caller, you may begin.
Hello, is that me?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. My name is Julie Weissler, and I work for the Jewish Public Affairs Committee of California. We represent a diverse coalition of 23 Jewish organizations in California that are supportive of the teaching of ethnic studies in California schools. JPAC has submitted a full statement about our position, which is in your packet. We applaud the revised model curriculum that was released on July 31st as a significant improvement from the first draft because it removed overtly anti-Semitic and anti-Israel content. Last night, the CDE announced additional changes to the curriculum, which unfortunately showed a lack of transparency in the process and made clear that the curriculum framework is expanding beyond the four traditional groups. In this context, therefore, we look forward to continuing to work with the CDE and the IQC to ensure narratives of Jews of color, Jews from Middle Eastern countries, and other appropriate narratives about Jewish Americans are also fairly represented and included. Thank you.
Next caller, you may begin. Next caller, you may begin.
Hello, my name is Lara Kislani. I'm the Executive Director of the Arab Resource and Organizing Center and a faculty member in Race and Resistance at San Francisco State. I want to thank Superintendent Thurman for your remarks. Our community is very appreciative to have been in dialogue with you and others at CDE and the original writers of the curriculum. We are looking forward to continuing this work together. For months, we had to make the case that Arab American Studies is part of ethnic studies, that ethnic studies center anti-racism, and that experts in impacted communities should shape ethnic studies curriculum. We believe the revisions fell short on that, and we do believe that is due to a flawed process. But we are hopeful that moving forward, this will be different. Lastly, as a Palestinian, I must say that the notion that any Arab American curriculum or any mention of Palestine is inherently anti-Semitic is deeply offensive. We hope that moving forward, a strong anti-racist ethnic studies curriculum will help eradicate these stereotypes and Islamophobic tropes, especially in these times. We are confident that if original writers are consulted, our classrooms will be resourced with a robust, relevant, and transformative curriculum. Thank you.
Next caller, you may begin.
On. Am I on?
Yes, you are.
Okay. My name is Victoria Becker. I'm calling from QUIP. I'm calling in support of the inclusion of Arab Americans, especially Palestinians and Asian Pacific Islanders, in the model curriculum. It is most assuredly not anti-Semitic to include Arab Americans and Palestine in the model curriculum. It is the right-wing white supremacists emboldened by Trump who are pushing the current wave of anti-Semitic tropes that are going on in this country. It is that same white supremacist fascism that is pushing the anti-Arab racism, which seeks to erase Palestine in the model curriculum. Thank you. Oh, it was awful.
Next caller, you may begin.
Hello.
Hello. You may begin.
Tiro Mahafade. My name is Rima Miles. I'm a student with a certificate in Critical Pacific Island Studies. Thank you for pivoting towards conversations that include Pacific Islander and Arab American studies. I echo the call for a transparent and inclusive process as the SMC committee is reconvened with additional Pacific Islander representation towards the passing of a model that aligns with the ethnic studies principles to eradicate racism, including Pacific Islander and Arab American studies, inclusive of Palestine. This is important because students of all ages and backgrounds are engaged and empowered by the relevant material that has been brought to life by passionate educators and community power. These specific studies build community solidarity by providing special opportunities to develop critical and creative lenses to address pressing issues like the impacts of colonization, militarization, and climate change, as well as the indigenous legacies most targeted for erasure. Thank you.
Next caller, you may begin.
I'm Dr. Tricia Gallagher-Gertzen with SCUSC's Ethnic Studies Advisory Committee and California Name, and a parent of 3 white children. The current draft needs to adhere to the principles of ethnic studies and critique structural intersectional racism and neocolonialism. Real ethnic studies will challenge my 3 white children to understand that they have not earned their current and future place in society. I want them to know the real histories of how they have come to live in a comfortable home, almost assured of a college diploma, a career of their choice, and a healthy and happy and long life. We should all be ashamed of how easy my children's lives will be compared to their age mates living in poverty, speaking a language other than English, or with another ethnic background, all because of white supremacy. Without knowing how they and their ancestors benefited from slavery, the right to access to vote, segregation of institutions, towns, and schools, higher wages, racism, testing bias, and the outline of languages other than English, how will my white children ever be able to be a part of the solution instead of remaining an ignorant part of the problem?
Next caller, you may begin.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
My name is Max. I'm calling from Los Angeles. I want to express gratitude for changes made to the curriculum and support its focus on the Black, Latino, Asian, and Native American communities. I also want to raise a very important change that still needs to be made to make sure this curriculum achieves its stated goals. You have received a letter from a coalition of Middle Eastern communities that represent 500,000 Californians. They are asking for inclusion alongside Arab Americans in a broad unit about Middle Eastern or West Asian communities. Given your announcement last night, this has become even more critical. Ironically, in a curriculum which speaks about critiquing imperialism, the erasure of these communities reproduces a long history of imperialism in the Middle East. Jews, Kurds, Assyrian Christians, and so many others have suffered centuries of colonization and oppression as minority groups in that region. In California, we should empower all Middle Eastern communities to work together, overcome that history, and chart a better path forward. A unit which focuses on Arab Americans to the exclusion of others will do the opposite.
Next caller, you may begin. Next caller, you may begin. Next caller, you may begin.
Daley Jordan Cook, former liaison to the IQC and also a CTA NEA retired member. The subject of ethnic studies is too important to be left as a guide on developing an ethnic studies course. If this model curriculum is going to be the first state-adopted ethnic studies course in the country, then it is imperative that it is representative of those that are going to be the most impacted by this curriculum. When students learn to appreciate diverse histories and experiences, they become more self-aware, empathetic, understanding, and civically engaged citizens. Students look to us to lead by example, and this means we must do the impactful and life-saving work of building awareness and compassion through their stories that have not shown up in their textbooks. Let's make it right and ensure that this draft is a representative of the history and experiences that have been woefully left out of their textbooks.
Next caller, you may begin.
Hello, my name is Elizabeth Gitterman, and I am a Jewish student and a resident of California, and I am deeply worried and appalled by the ethnic studies curriculum that is trying to be pushed into the education system. I understand that some changes have been made to the original ethnic studies curriculum, yet I still see stern problems and concerns with the current draft being proposed. This curriculum is picking and choosing which minority struggles to focus on and which to ignore. The struggles of the Jewish people for over 1,000 years being those of the ignored, including footnotes of references and links to organizations like BDS, does not only perpetuate a political propaganda trope in the classrooms, but also creates an environment of hate and anti-Semitism. Yes, anti-Semitism. Ethnic studies has completely forgone the history of the Middle East and all those that abide there, and being complicit in erasing and ignoring history is a stepping stone towards the erasure of facts and moving towards the indoctrination of our children. Do not let history repeat itself. When we say never again, we should mean it. You should mean it. And I strongly encourage you to revise this curriculum once again before it is too late.
Next caller, you may begin.
My name is Eleanor Gottesman from Oakland, and as an American Jew, I am appalled to learn of the suppression of the Arab American, including Palestine and Pacific Islander Studies program, but I understand it is being reincorporated to some degree. It is critical that a few well-funded Jewish organizations not be permitted to bully their way into pressuring you to do their bidding. They do not speak for all Jews, and certainly not for me. Talking about Palestine is not anti-Semitic. Further, in this time focused on racial justice, it is essential that we all do everything in our power to eradicate Islamophobia in particular. As a retired pediatrician, I know the value of fighting racism through education with a curriculum that both values and validates individuals' life experiences. The discipline labeled ethnic studies is specifically designed to lift up those who have been oppressed.
Next caller, you may begin. Next caller, you may begin.
Thank you. My name is Denny Asmus, retired SFUSD teacher of 20 years and member of QUISOS, Queers in Support of Ethnic Studies, the original model. I applaud the inclusion of a Pacific Islander lesson plan and implore you to expand this to a full course outline. I appreciate Superintendent Thurman's statement that Arab American Studies is part of ethnic studies, but I urge you to include Arab American Studies as a thorough course outline and one that includes Palestine. Being Jewish, I am very offended by the idea that there was anything anti-Semitic in the original draft. Supporting Palestine is not anti-Semitic. Arab American Studies must be included now, not at some unspecified later date, and it must include lesson plans about Palestine. My identity as a Jew and my continued fight against anti-Semitism do not preclude my support of Palestine, BDS, and criticism of Israel and Zionism as part of a worldview of justice. It is a narrowing of our collective ability to analyze our world, to act like we are monolithic on these issues.
Next caller, you may begin.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hafaday, my name is Carrie Ann Borja. I am a Pacific Islander woman and an ethnic studies middle school teacher in San Francisco Unified School District. Thank you, CDE and Superintendent Thurman, for moving forward with conversations to include Pacific Islander and Arab American studies. As an ethnic studies educator, I have seen firsthand what happens when our young people see themselves in lessons, hear their people's stories, voice, and struggles, and learn about their contributions to this country. It not only validates their existence and impact in our society, but pushes others to honor them as well. I encourage the Commission to, one, use a transparent and inclusive process, moving forward, reconvening the original committee of writers and experts with the inclusion of additional Pacific Islander representation. Two, pass a model curriculum that aligns with ethnic studies principles to eradicate racism and include Pacific Islander studies and Arab American studies content inclusive of Palestine. Pro-Palestine is not anti-Semitic. Thank you.
Next caller.
Muted.
Next caller, you may begin.
Next caller, you may begin.
Next caller, you may begin.
My name is Joshua Washington. I'm an African-American educator from Stockton, California, and I am appalled at the current draft of the ethnic studies curriculum. It continues to represent our Black people as an extreme left-wing monolith, ignoring the diversity of our voices and experiences. Who students see in curriculum is important. Here, students see victims rising up against others, often with violence. They don't see many roles whose accomplishments fall outside a narrow political ideology. We want a curriculum that presents history and all history honestly. Since Arab Americans are included, their story should too also be accurate. It must include the long history of imperialism and oppression by Arabs against Blacks throughout Africa, include Arabs' current brutal role in Sudan and their bombings in Nigeria, and their ownership of Black slaves in Mauritania, Algeria, and Libya. While we will not tolerate any form of discrimination, it is also wrong to categorize oppressors only as victims. Ethnic studies should not be revisionist history, erasing certain sins and fabricating others. I urge you to drastically alter this curriculum. Our students deserve the truth. Thank you.
Next caller, you may begin. Next caller, you may begin. Next caller.
Hello.
What the fuck? Hi, you may begin.
Hello. Do you hear me?
Yes, we do.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you. Please begin.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Hello, my name is Sabrine. I call on you today as an Arab youth who grew up in California public schools to reinstate Arab and Pacific Islander studies. To exclude these studies in All Lives Matter the curriculum is to say that I'm a threat and that any other Arab youth in California is a threat to their classmates and their neighborhoods. We are not the exception. We deserve to be treated with dignity, to be represented and actually included and consulted in anti-colonial studies. Palestine in and of itself is not anti-Semitic. Reinstate Arab and Pacific Islander studies and reconvene the OG curriculum writers now. Thank you.
Next caller, you may begin.
My name is Arjun Singh, and I'm a Sikh. I live in Orange County in Southern California, and I went to the public school system in the Irvine Unified School District. I'm a recent law school graduate at UC Berkeley. Growing up, Sikhism was almost never discussed in school, and when it was described inaccurately as a blend of other religions, when it is a distinct tradition. The onus should not fall on students or their parents to educate their teachers and classmates. This curriculum must be diverse and inclusive enough to reflect populations in the classroom. The email petition signed by 1,220 Sikh community members in California supports more meaningful Sikh inclusion in the curriculum. Thank you.
Next caller, you may begin.
Hi, I'm Cindy Chambian, a Jewish American. ESMC was developed by experts in the field of ethnic studies. It is time to reconvene the original committee to review and revise the new draft of the Asian American section. This section did include Arab Americans and Pacific Islanders. The resistance to this section comes from those who object to the inclusion of Palestinians within the framework of Arab American section. I want to make clear that I am Jewish, not Israeli, which does include Palestinian citizens who are treated as second-class citizens. I'm a strong supporter of BDS. It is a nonviolent tactic to protest. Remember South Africa.
Next caller, you may begin.
Hello.
Yes, you may begin.
My name is Emma, and I'm a college student, and I want to emphasize the principles of ethnic studies that were discussed at the beginning of the call. In order to have a curriculum that centers students of color and seeks to fight against racism, Arab American studies and Pacific Islander studies must be included. As a Jew, it is imperative to understand that the original curriculum was not anti-Semitic, and teaching about Palestine is not anti-Semitic. Arab American studies is an essential part of ethnic studies. Thank you.
Next caller, you may begin.
Can you hear me? Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
My name is Saleh Al-Samman. I was born and raised in Syria and came to the U.S. a little over 10 years ago. And in this time, I have experienced Islamophobia and anti-Arab racism at work, in the streets, online, and in college. This stems from racist narratives built on imperialism and colonization of the U.S. and the West. Our Arab youth deserves to learn more about their history and the histories of other colonized people. We should not shy away from history, and we should stand strong against the racist mobilization we have seen so far. What we see in Palestine is occupation and colonial violence. Ethnic studies without an anti-colonial lens is not ethnic studies. Talking about Palestine and its history is not anti-Semitic. Your job is to ensure our kids are getting accurate education and empowering education. And our communities should be involved in writing our own stories. Thank you, and have a good day.
Next caller, you may begin.
Hello, my name is Valerie Wittenberg. I am a student at Santa Clara University and a resident of California. The revised ethnic studies curriculum being pushed by this body today advocates for a very narrow political philosophy. The minute political discourse makes its way into educational curriculums, we know we have lost our country. The purpose of educational institutions is to let students develop independent thought. Teachers planting seeds in students' minds, selectively deciding what is truth and relevant knowledge is evidence that the incredibly polarized nature of public consciousness today has taken our students as victims too. I urge you to reject this curriculum that erases indigenous Jews' history. You do not get to decide which minority lives matter. I am tired of non-Jews telling Jews what is or isn't anti-Semitism. Anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism.
Woo! Yeah!
Next caller, you may begin.
Hi, I'm Carmel Johnson. I'm the parent of 2 public school students. We heard some wonderful words in the intro to this meeting assuring us that ethnic studies' purpose is respect and building bridges and teaching factual history, but that is at odds with a lot of what I'm seeing and hearing. I'm hearing people on this call saying that denouncement of Israel is central to the ethnic studies agenda and that the ethnic studies movement should teach California students to boycott Israel. Listen, the BDS movement, according to its founder, Omar Barghouti, is an effort to destroy the state of Israel. That movement has nothing to do with civil rights in California or in Palestine, and the obsession that these scholars have with denouncing Israel and only Israel is very telling. You ask why it's anti-Semitic, this is why. I haven't heard anyone talking about any other foreign conflict, not a single one. This obsession with destroying the world's only Jewish state is obsessive hate. It has nothing to do with California racial justice or respect or bridges, and it cannot possibly serve any California students, Jewish American, Arab American, or otherwise. We are here to educate California students and equip them to thrive in a 21st century pluralistic economy. We are not here to teach them to destroy foreign countries.
Next caller, you may begin. Next caller, you may begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Alessandra Judekin. I am a senior in a high school in Los Angeles. In my mom's homeland of Guatemala, she grew up not ever knowing a Jew or anything about the Jewish people. There was no mention of the Jewish people in her textbook whatsoever. Meanwhile, my dad now fears going back to South Africa as the president has pushed extreme anti-Semitic and anti-Israel rhetoric onto his citizens. Unfortunately, the first draft of the ethnic studies model curriculum promoted a very similar agenda to that of my parents' birth countries. After reviewing the new draft, I am saddened to still see the exclusion of many ethnic minority groups, including Jews, and guiding values which implicitly encourage bias and hateful narratives against Jews and Israel in school. In Appendix A, Jews are grouped with Irish Americans and labeled as 2 peoples who are gaining racial privilege. Not only does this gross and false generalization downplay ongoing white supremacist hostility and violence against the Jewish people, but it also disregards the diversity of the American Jewish community. It erases my own lived experiences. I appreciate the revisions that removed explicit anti-Israel and anti-Semitic content. However, I now urge you to revise once more to eliminate the underlying anti-Israel and anti-Semitic.
Next caller, you may begin.
So, I've been a much more freewheeling type, but Bruce, I think, has had much more experience.
Next caller, you may begin.
Hi, my name is Emery David Ortega. I am 9 years old in the 4th grade, calling from San Francisco. I attended Leslie Carmichael Filipino Education Center Elementary School. As you get to learn your history, we get to learn our history. No history, no sex, no history, no self. You should let us learn about American studies and Pacific Islander studies and public education in California. Their stories are important to learn in order for us to create a world that includes all people's histories and legacies.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
Hi, is that me? Can you hear me?
Yes, it is.
Yes. My name is Regina Buglil-Waltman. I'm the president and founder of Jumena, Jews indigenous to the Middle East and North Africa. I bear witness to the systematic oppression and discrimination experienced by nearly 1 million Jewish refugees from the Middle East and North Africa. We've been ethnically cleansed and expelled. I was born in Libya, and in 1967, my family was nearly burnt alive by Libyan military while fleeing anti-Semitism. My 2,000-year-old Libyan Jewish community is now extinct. We've been victims of xenophobia, racial profiling, and anti-Semitism and expulsion. It's imperative that the next draft of the Ethnic Studies model curriculum will include the lesson plan, quote, anti-Semitism and Middle Eastern American Jews, which centers on my refugee community, the Jews of color. As anti-Semitism in California is soaring.
Next caller, you may begin.
Hello, my name is Sofan Groskin. I represent former Soviet Union immigrants. I live in Cupertino for 33 years after being political refugee from Soviet Union. Some of the specifics that emerge from the flawed dogmatic framework are still in draft 2 and range from the ridiculous to the insidious. As an example, repeated references to the Third World Liberation Front, whose very name was based on Vietnamese national, whose was a communist political organization in Soviet Vietnam and Cambodia, and lists more obvious list of textbooks by Marxist authors as the materials for various courses in Appendix A, like Gramsci, Parsons, Hobsbawm, etc. We are familiar with an educational system that pushes a specific political dogma, teaching students what and how to think. It does not end well.
Time.
Our first-hand experience.
Next caller, you may begin.
My name is Jessie Davidson. I'm a longtime California public school parent. My family's already experienced systemic anti-Semitism in a California public high school when a virulently anti-Semitic short story was retained in the curriculum for 9 years and could only be gotten out by threat of a lawsuit. I'm concerned that a similar anti-Semitic bent is still present in the ESMC. The curriculum sets up a dichotomy between ethnic oppressors and oppressed, which is grievously misguided and will clearly worsen ethnic tensions in the schools. Jews, further, are identified as possessors of white privilege, which will only exacerbate the rising tide of anti-Jewish bullying and hate crimes that is already going on. There is even a reference to the book Education at War that talks about schools being battlefields, as if this were the mission of the curriculum. This is not right. It is a perversion of the duty of schools. I will remove my son from California public school if this curriculum is enacted in its current.
Next speaker, you may begin.
Just a moment.
Next speaker, you may begin.
Hi, do you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello, my name is Inessa Goldreich, and I am Palo Alto parent of 2 kids. I do support high-quality ethnic studies. However, lots of concerns are still left without attention in the second draft. It is pushing Marxism and socialism as the way to enact social justice. According to the curriculum, capitalism is oppression, white supremacy, and racism. This is not true. I came to the United States from the former Soviet Union, where people
experience oppression, supremacy of one nation over another, genocide against minor groups, racism and homophobia. The idea of promoting equality and social justice through socialism have proven to be ineffective and harmful. It cost the USSR millions of lives. Socialism brought poverty, violation of human rights, persecution, and led to the flourishing of bureaucracy and corruption. The same narrative existed and still exists within Cuba, North Korea, China, and former Eastern European countries. In the 21st century, the internet is still forbidden in Cuba, North Korea.
Next caller, you may begin.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Dr. Sherry Lewis. I hold a doctoral degree, and I've worked for years as a professional educator. I strongly support the concept of an ethnic studies curriculum, but I strongly oppose this particular ethnic studies curriculum. First, the curriculum errs by only including 4 ethnic groups. This does not reflect the people of California. Second, the curriculum seriously errs in the section on Asian Americans. Here, the curriculum errs by grouping together millions of people who differ by race, ethnicity, culture, history, and values. As currently organized, this section lumps together an Arab Christian shopkeeper from Jerusalem, a Jewish professor from Azerbaijan, a Hindu doctor from India, and a stockbroker from Japan. This grouping is inexcusably flawed because it fails to acknowledge the uniqueness of each group and its history and culture. I am especially concerned because the rich multitude of cultures of the people of the Middle East have been either overlooked.
Next caller, you may begin.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good afternoon, and thank you for your time. My name is Marianne Suolongapo, and I'm a first-generation Tongan American 19-year-old California college student within the San Francisco Bay Area. Your current ESMC Ethnic Studies model curriculum has been said to be taking into consideration of Arab American and Pacific Islander representation, and I thank you for that. I urge the CDE to reconvene the original ESMC Committee of Writers and Experts with the inclusion of additional Pacific Islander representation and to pass a model curriculum that includes Pacific Islander Studies and Arab American Studies inclusive of Palestine. It is imperative and of utmost importance that you allocate the time and resources to give our Arab American and Pacific Islander communities representation instead of performing cultural genocide and erasing us from history. As a student, you're failing me. Thank you.
Next caller, you may begin.
Hello, my name is Larry Hendel. I'm a member of Jewish Voice for Peace, a national organization with over 300,000 members and over 60 chapters. As a Jew, I support the initial draft of the model curriculum and the inclusion of Arab American studies. Because of pressure from some Jewish organizations who do not represent the whole Jewish community, it was removed entirely from the proposed curriculum, and that, frankly, was outrageous. It's good that Superintendent Thurman has agreed to put it back, along with Pacific Islander studies. The department needs to include the original committee in future revisions, and the curriculum needs to include Palestinian narratives. References to the movement for Palestinian self-determination are not inherently anti-Semitic, and saying so is pure sophistry and manipulation. Finally, other speakers have mentioned the increase in anti-Semitism. They are right. It has increased. But the increase in anti-Semitism is due to increased white nationalism in the United States, not to the colonial struggles in Palestine.
Okay. Sounds good.
That's time. Next caller, you may begin.
Hello?
Yes, you may begin.
Hi, my name is John Wyndham. I'm a product of California's public schools, as are my children. I'm troubled that the model curriculum is opaque regarding which ethnic groups are included. Those left out, people of Indian, Persian, Armenian, and Jewish descent, have larger California populations than some of the groups included. Beyond the original 4 ethnic studies groups, what criteria are used to determine those included? Why haven't these criteria been clearly stated and vetted? Without explicit and public criteria, the process comes across as secretive and politicized. Finally, if the model curriculum attacks Israel, why doesn't it also discuss the genocide of black farmers in Darfur committed by Arabs, the despicable treatment of foreign workers in the Arab states, the continuing slavery in several Arab countries, and the strongly homophobic culture of virtually all Arab countries? Why is one side portrayed as 100% victim,
That's time.
the other as 100% victimizer? This doesn't serve our students or...
Thank you, and this is just a reminder that public comment will have to end at 3 p.m. in order to allow sufficient commissioner discussion. I also want to advise that if you have already had an opportunity to provide public comment, please do not return to the queue. Thank you.
Next caller, you may begin.
Hi, my name is Rebecca Danzig. I'm an incoming senior at Campus Academy in San Diego, and I'm a Caribbean Ashkenazi Jew. As a student in the public school, both Jews and non-Jews alike, I support increasing education about the history of various ethnic groups. However, I continue to be alarmed by the draft of the Ethnic Studies model curriculum because it continues to downplay the diversity of the Jewish people and their continuing struggle of persecution. As one example, in Appendix A, it states that Jews gain racial privilege and compares the Jewish experience to that of the Irish in America. This downplays the Jewish experience with the unique hatred that continues to be directed at Jews to this very day. The draft acts as if bigotry and discrimination towards Jews in America is a thing of the past. Comparing Jews in California to the descendants of the Irish also disregards the diversity of the Jewish community and ignores that numerous Jews in California are Mizrahi and Sephardic Jews, such as the large Jewish community in California that immigrated from Iran. I press this issue because it is very important that you do not erase the diversity that the Jewish people have and the pressing struggles that they continue to face today. Thank you.
Next caller, you may begin. Next caller, you may begin.
Hi. Hello, my name is Dina. I'm calling. I recently graduated from Humboldt State University in ethnic studies. I also grew up in the SFUSD public school district, and I graduated in 2015. And when I was in the school district, my last year was also the first year we had ethnic studies, which was great, but we didn't have Pacific Islander studies at all or Arab American studies. And as an Arab American, we had a lot of Arab Americans in our school, and that was very difficult. And I am calling for the inclusion of Pacific Islander studies, Arab American studies with the inclusion of Palestinian studies, and also including the original writers of the curriculum. Also being in the public school district, I experienced a lot of Islamophobia, also racism as an Arab American. And yeah, that's it.
Next caller, you may begin.
Hi, I'm Dr. Angie Fa, and I appreciate your appointment to the original committee based on my Ethnic Studies PhD, service to the San Francisco School Board, and decades of work creating and classroom teaching Asian American Studies, City College of San Francisco. The revised draft removes key significant individuals. You've removed Dolores Huerta. I made sure that she was correctly included. She's been removed. Fred Korematsu has been removed. You've removed key individuals of Pacific Islander, Korean, Sikh, and South Asian descent. Please put Dolores back into the curriculum and other key individuals. It's far easier for classroom teachers to research key individuals like Fred Korematsu, like Dolores Huerta, than complex organizational histories. Also, please make sure that you put back in the valuable plans on Cambodian Americans, Pacific Islander Americans.
Next caller, you may begin.
Hi, my name is Huling Lee. I'm the Executive Director of a statewide working group to promote authentic college, career, and civic readiness assessment systems, or HACRIS. I want to commend the Instructional Quality Commission for its thoughtfulness in developing the ethnic studies curriculum. In my role in facilitating collaboration between education leaders and organizations, I had the pleasure of co-drafting a letter to support the inclusion, elevation, and emphasis of civic learning and engagement within ethnic studies. For a majority of our student population, people who look like them have often been either invisible, used, or abused in some way in the past. Such inequities still hold today, as evidenced by the ongoing social unrest and disparate impact of COVID-19. We need to let students know that they have the power to change the world for the better and give them the tools to do so. Ethnic studies would be incomplete without civic learning for students to know how to leverage opportunities and outlets within the democracy to affect positive social and policy changes, to usher in a more truthful, equitable, and just society, to do something. Thank you.
Next caller, you may begin.
My name is Christine Hong. I'm the director of the program in Critical Race and Ethnic Studies and the co-director of the new Center for Racial Justice at UC Santa Cruz. Just wanted to contest some strange notion out there in some of the callers' comments that education must not be political when those comments do not concede the ideology that is encoded in our current curriculum. While I applaud the vital, the necessary inclusion of Arab American studies and Pacific Islander studies, this revision has demoted both, which were originally proposed by community stakeholders to be much more complex for course outlines, to mere lesson plans under the rubric of Asian American studies. This minimizes the integrity of both fields. It disrespects the communities who put forward powerful course outlines and should rightly drive the pedagogical content in both areas. I want to clarify, too, that Arab American Studies uses the SWANA framework. The omission of mention of Palestine flies in the face of the anti-imperialist and anti-colonial foundations of.
Next caller, you may begin. Next caller, you may begin.
Hello, I'm a student at SFSU. Erasure begins with presenting Arab Americans through an imperialist, orientalist, and white frame, which the new draft does. Arabs need to be discussed beyond 9/11. Palestine needs to be included in the ethnic studies curriculum because Palestine is and has been experiencing an ethnic cleansing, and not including it is contributing to it. We need to maintain the ethnic studies framework of disciplinary knowledge, language, and pedagogy, and most importantly, free Palestine.
Next caller, you may begin.
Is that me?
Yes, it is.
Okay. This is BJ. I'm calling from Sacramento. And I was glad at the beginning of this meeting of the Instructional Quality Committee that we learned that Arab American Studies and Pacific Islander Studies are going to be reinserted in ethnic studies where they belong and where they should be now. I say it's a little bit inequitable and disrespectful not to have included them in this version of the revision. There's something that troubles me. Obviously, many of the callers don't know that ethnic studies is specifically focused on 4 areas, which includes also Arab Americans and Pacific Islanders under Asian Americans. But they also don't seem to know that it's limited to that, and it's just not cultural awareness or something like that. Something that very much bothers me is this idea that the next iteration, anything that's
Next caller, you may begin.
Hello?
Yes, you may begin.
My name is Montez Singh, and I am a Sikh. I attend school in Fremont Unified School District and have been a part of it for 10 years. From personal experience, I can say that the youth still do not feel represented or seen in the classroom, and we remain targets of bullying at a rate of over twice the national average. For the past 2 years, I've been organizing events and activities to increase recognition of our Sikh faith due to the fact that we do not have any inclusion in our curriculum. Please do not continue to ignore our voice. The email petition, signed by 1,220 Sikh community members in California, supports more meaningful Sikh inclusion in the curriculum. I hope you guys will continue to thank our ethnic member groups and include our Sikh community in your curriculum. Thank you for your time.
Next caller, you may begin.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello, my name is Gregory Kosanovsky. I'm a scientist at Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory. My family came to U.S. as refugees from two of the most horrible scourges in human history, socialism and anti-Semitism, which respectively killed 80 million and 6 million within lifetimes of many people living today. The proposed curriculum promotes both socialism and anti-Semitism. Among the myriad examples are the following. The most widely referenced text is Howard Zinn's People's History of the United States, a hate-filled socialist creed. One of the model courses promoted by the curriculum, that of Humboldt Charter School in Eureka, has specific assignment requiring students to write about racial privilege of Jews. Racial privilege of Jews, the most persecuted people in history, the group most victimized by hate crimes in the United States today, according to the FBI. Proposed curriculum explicitly teaches hatred of Jews. I hope the committee promptly addresses and expunges these outrageous offenses from the proposed curriculum. Thank you.
Next caller, you may begin. Next caller, you may begin. Next caller, you may begin. Next caller, you may begin.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello, my name is Robin Castillo Navarro, and I'm a school social worker with San Francisco Unified School District. Thank you, CDE and Superintendent Thurman, for moving forward conversation to include Pacific Islander and Arab American studies. I also want to encourage the Commission to use a transparent and inclusive process moving forward, reconvening the original committee of writers and experts with the inclusion of additional Pacific Islander representation. Pass a model curriculum that aligns with ethnic studies principles to eradicate racism and includes Pacific Islander studies and Arab American studies content inclusive of Palestine. Pro-Palestine is not anti-Semitic. This is important because all students deserve to learn the rich histories of both Pacific Islanders and Palestinians. The curriculum needs to be inclusive to empower and teach others of their struggles, but also their strengths. I hope the curriculum creates solidarity within classrooms and beyond. Thank you.
Next caller, you may begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Dave Singh Bainwal. I'm a PhD candidate at UC Riverside, and I'm a Sikh. We all know that ethnic studies was created to challenge the already existing curriculum and focus on the history of different minority groups in the United States. It's been just over 50 years since the establishment of ethnic studies, yet the Sikh American narrative continues to be undervalued and ignored. Sikhs have been part of the social fabric of California for all but 4 decades of California history. As a product of the California public school system, I never learned about the contributions of Sikh Americans, about Sikh Americans working on the railroads in the 1900s, challenging the Alien Land Law Act of California in 1910, discriminatory policies surrounding citizenship in the 1920s, white supremacists in the 1930s, about the first Asian American member of Congress being a Sikh American in the 1950s, and so on. We can't continue to ignore the rich history of Sikhs in California. So I urge the Commission to please reconsider the inclusion of Sikhs in California classrooms. Thank you.
Next caller, you may begin. Next caller, you may begin.
Is that me?
Yes, it is.
Hi, my name is Marge Sussman. I am a white Jewish Ashkenazi woman, and I'm calling to support the ethnic studies model curriculum as originally drafted so that all California students can really understand the history of the United States. Ethnic studies places the stories of marginalized and oppressed groups squarely in the context of colonialism and white supremacy, which is the real story of the United States. It is not divisive to teach this, just as it's not anti-Jewish to teach the story of why Palestinian Americans had to leave Palestine. I'm calling on you to reconvene the panel of experts in the field that worked so hard on the original draft. Include Arab American studies, include Palestine within that, and include Pacific Islander studies as well. Thank you.
Next caller, you may begin.
I can't reach you.
Caller, you can begin.
I'm the granddaughter of Jewish immigrants who came to New York City in the 1880s from Eastern Europe. They learned about other cultures and gained respect for other immigrants' lives. The streets of New York City were their classroom, and this was passed down to me. Today's world is very different. I was glad to hear from Superintendent Thurman that Arab American Studies is an unquestioned part of ethnic studies. Now, I urge you to add a model curriculum on Arab Americans, including Palestinian Americans. As a Jewish American, I want to speak up for greater inclusion of Arab Americans in a model curriculum, starting by clarifying that supporting Palestine is not anti-Semitic. It is supporting human rights. My cultural identity as a Jew includes human rights for Palestinians and Arab Americans and the critique of Israel for its occupation, which I oppose in the name of justice. This should be represented in the curriculum. It's time to stand up in today's world. Thank you.
Next caller, you may begin. Next caller, you may begin. Next caller, you may begin.
Hello?
Yes, you may begin.
Hi, my name is Sarah Farouk, and as an Arab who grew up in the California public education system, I do not remember any mention of Arabs or Middle East, or when it is mentioned, it's always portrayed from a xenophobic, racist, Islamophobic, and Orientalist point of view. While I am thrilled to have an ethnic studies model curriculum requirements for the K-12 system, it's important to pass a model that includes Pacific Islander and Arab American studies, specifically including Palestine. Palestinian movements are foundational to the creation of ethnic studies at its core, and conflating it with anti-Semitism is faulty and harmful. A curriculum that excludes these topics is only perpetuating white supremacist, colonialist, and racist narratives. I ask the IQC also consider reconvening the original committee of writers and experts to revise the ethnic studies model. I want to see my history and the stories of my people be reflected in this model and not continue to be erased through this proposed curriculum. Thank you.
Next caller.
Hello.
My name is, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. Yes, my name is Cassandra Correa. I'm an educator in middle school in San Francisco Unified School District. And in solidarity with my colleagues and communities and students, I want to thank the CDE and Superintendent Thurman for recently revising to include the PI in Arab American Studies. I implore you to reconvene the original committee for ongoing improvement in this curriculum, especially towards that first draft community stakeholders. Also in this solidarity, I need to uplift the fact that pro-Palestinian and pro-Arab inclusion is not inherently anti-Semitic. All of our California students deserve to learn about cultures familiar and unknown in order to eradicate racism, even when it's uncomfortable. Thank you.
Next caller, you may begin. Next caller, you may begin.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi there. My name is Emily Harari. I'm an American Jew and American Israeli. I just want to mention that before we discuss anti-Semitism in the classroom, I strongly urge you to acknowledge these three facts. Not all Jews are white. Judaism is not just a religion. It is a culture and a diverse and varied ethnic group. And Jewish people are indigenous to the region of Judea Samaria. These are all facts. They should not make any group feel threatened. And if they do, that is when we should discuss anti-Semitism. The Palestinian narrative must be included as well, but to call Israelis colonialists is inaccurate on account of their indigeneity. And I also urge you to include Jewish and Muslim Arabs living alongside each other peacefully as they did historically in Morocco, and they continue to do so today. Based on my heritage and those very positive stories, I think those should be included as well in a more optimistic retelling of how we should proceed.
Next caller, you may begin.
And there's a reason for that.
My name is Clementina Doron, and I'm here today representing some of the original founders of ethnic studies at UC Berkeley in 1969. At that time, we stood together in solidarity as students of color to demand a curriculum that truly spoke to us. It changed our lives. Today, the CDE revisions are not faithful to the original version of ethnic studies of half a century ago, nor to the model curriculum draft as was developed by ethnic studies experts. What I hear is that obviously people of color can't determine for themselves a course of study about themselves. We founders of ethnic studies are faithful to the concepts of self-determination and solidarity. For that reason, you should reconvene the original expert ethnic.
That's time, and I think we may have lost you.
The original ethnic studies draft.
Next caller, you may begin.
I'm Randy Sandoli, educator in Stockton, California. Teaching the Third World Liberation Front's history was authorized in AB 2016. However, evangelizing their extreme political philosophy was not. Their political agenda includes anti-capitalism, pro-militancy, support for communist governments in China, Cuba, Laos, and North Korea, opposing self-determination for Jewish people in Israel, and berating nonviolent U.S. civil rights leaders as docile. That is the same political philosophy served up in this ethnic studies model curriculum. Instead of indoctrinating students to this agenda, it should provide insight to ethnic studies, racism struggles, and successes. Politically indoctrinating studies lead to brainwashing, closed-mindedness, and bullying of those with different opinions. In contrast, social responsibility ethnic studies leads to analysis of multiple perspectives, informed decision-making, and respectful dialogue of opinions. Please revise the guiding principles and framework. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and we appreciate the public comments that we've received so far. Given the number of people in the queue hoping to speak and the need to allow the IQC to deliberate this afternoon, we plan to end public comment at 3 p.m., and we encourage you that if you are signed up to speak, to submit your comments via email at ethnicstudies@cde.ca.gov, or to shorten your comment by stating your agreement with earlier comments. As previously noted, there will be multiple opportunities for public comment as the process continues.
Next caller, you may begin.
Is that me right now? Hello?
Yes, you may begin.
Oh, thank you so much. So, yeah, I'm Imani. I'm an ethnic studies graduate from SF State, and I just first want to reiterate that once again, recognizing the oppression of Palestinian folks is not anti-Semitic. It's a critique of.
Next caller, you may begin. You may begin, caller. Next caller, you may begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Ron Smith, and I'm a fifth grade teacher at Quincy Jones Elementary School in South Los Angeles. I am also the LGBTQ IAP 2S Plus advocacy coordinator for my union, the United Teachers of Los Angeles. I would like to start by stating that it is necessary to make clear the importance of the original draft's guiding principles and values of ethnic studies teaching throughout the entire curriculum. And I want to highlight that the two powerful pillars of ethnic studies are holistic humanity and critical consciousness. Language is significant, and to center whiteness and cater to conservative fear of a pedagogy of liberation is to perpetuate the historical erasures of the contributions of Black and Indigenous and people of color in the U.S. public education. Cis heteropatriarchy, heteronormativity, history, and critiquing capitalism all give language to the power dynamics that are being felt in our society, including for many of our students. I want to applaud the fact that this curriculum in many spaces centers the contributions of trans, non-binary, and queer, Black and Indigenous, and people of color. Ethnic studies is a school of thought where students.
Next caller, you may begin.
Hello.
Next caller, you may begin.
I'm Ariel Mogul. I speak today as a Jewish woman and a certified DOE educator. I'm in favor of ethnic studies in our schools. This, however, is not that. This is a one-sided political indoctrination. I'm all about being inclusive, diverse, but then this curriculum should not pick and choose what it includes. As a Jewish person, I've experienced religiously motivated hate in the education system, both as a student and as a teacher, and I believe this draft of the ethnic studies curriculum will continue to lend itself towards more anti-Semitism. This draft has erased our history from the Middle East altogether and incorporates no instructional material on anti-Semitism, just a few references. I would like to see the next draft define and discuss anti-Semitism and to include lesson plans on Middle Eastern American Jews. I believe this will provide students with the high-quality instruction on these contemporary issues. Thank you.
Next caller, you may begin.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Libna Katami, and I'm a Palestinian Arab scholar of ethnic studies and assistant professor in the Department of Asian American Studies at UCLA, and the daughter of doubly displaced Palestinian refugees as a result of the Israeli occupation of Palestine. I support the complete inclusion of Arab American studies, including teaching on Palestine in the ethnic studies curriculum. For too long, Palestinians and Arabs have been criminalized and erased for our political dissent against racism, colonialism, and oppression. Countering systemic oppression was the exact reason ethnic studies was created, which is why many of us have found a home and community in ethnic studies, where we can assert a truly free, self-determined expression of our identities, histories, and aspirations, and strengthen solidarity between our communities. Cutting Palestine out of the curriculum is an egregious betrayal to the fundamental values of the field and the belief that justice should be achieved for all communities. It affirms the Commission's complicity with the ongoing occupation, dispossession, and oppression of the Palestinian people and negates the humanity of Arab
That's
people.
time.
Our community asserts
Next caller, you may begin.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can barely hear you.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, that's better.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. My name is Susan Malia George. I live in Vallejo, California, born and raised in Oahu, Hawaii, and descended from Native Pacific Islanders. Both my mother and grandmother were born and raised on Molokai. Mahalo for your hard work and excellent job improving the ESMC, especially the recent inclusion of Pacific Islanders. Our stories, our struggles, our rich traditions and contributions need to be taught. However, as someone also with deep ties to the Jewish community, I am concerned that references to the Jewish people remain oriented only around the European diaspora. It is both historically inaccurate and dangerous to present Jews as a white and privileged monolith. Jews know all too well, both in MENA countries and in the European diaspora, how quickly so-called privilege can be taken away. Please, as you move forward and continue your great and difficult task, be sure to consult both with Jemena, Jews indigenous to the Middle East and North Africa, and to continue your work with the EDL. It's important that the EMC help to destroy dangerous stereotypes.
Next caller, you may begin.
Hello, my name is Rasha Anaya, and I'm a former student of the San Ramon Valley Unified School District and a graduate of UC Berkeley and currently a PhD candidate at Johns Hopkins University. I just want to emphasize the fact that students have been calling for this sort of curriculum within California for years and years. Me and my sisters, of which there are now 6 of my siblings that are in the San Juan Valley Unified School District, have been calling on the Board of Education to implement curricula that have been informed by Muslims and by Arabs to actually push back against the narrative which is already present within the school district, of which anti-Zionism is considered anti-Semitism. I've called these things for advocating for Palestine, and it shouldn't be the responsibility of the students to carry on this knowledge when there are experts from ethnic studies who have done this work and can create model curriculum in that vein. I'm going to end my comment there.
Time. Next caller, you may begin.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
My name is Dr. Omar Zaza. I'm an Arab American of Lebanese Palestinian heritage, and I attended schools in Long Beach Unified School District before pursuing a master's and a PhD in comparative literature from UCLA. Ethnic studies played a foundational role in my dissertation work, as well as my teaching for many years when I taught Arab American criticism and literature as part of a comparative ethnic studies and internationalist framework. What I saw was that not only did writers and thinkers make connections across struggles, but students themselves felt empowered by drawing parallels across histories of oppression. Ethnic studies reveals that erasure is a tool of white supremacy and colonialism. Erasing narratives of marginalized peoples is not the way to fight racism, but perpetuate it. I call on the ISQ to reconvene the original drafters of the model curriculum and re-include Arab American and Pacific Islander studies. Thank you.
Next caller, you may begin.
Hi, my name is Bashar. I'm a Lebanese Christian and Arab American educator who's dedicated my adult life to combating anti-Arab and anti-Palestinian racism and worldviews in California schools, K through university. Arab American, Pacific Islander, and ethnic studies are not supplements to the history social science framework. They're correctives to its racism and Eurocentrism that blatantly targets my and other communities. You removed references to Edward Said in this updated curriculum. Rashida Tlaib, even labor activist Najib Aitullah. I'm appalled that the Board of Education has adopted the racist belief that Arab American Studies in the original curriculum is anti-Semitic because it included references to BDS, Palestinian Arab culture, artists, musicians, and histories of war, expulsion, ethnic cleansing, and migration. And I'm appalled that that's still the approach moving through November in process and without full course outline. Arab American Studies is an essential component of Asian American Studies, along with Pacific Islander Studies. Reconvene the original studies curriculum writer. And advise.
Next caller, you may begin. Next caller, you may begin.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
My name is Salim Kusini, and I'm with the Palestinian Youth Movement. And as someone who works with Palestinian and Arab youth, we've seen a deep lacking of information about Arabs and Muslims in school, which is also reflected in the Sudas report written by Arab Youth Organizing. We are deeply concerned with the erasure of Arab American studies. In the post-9/11 era, exacerbated by Trump's Muslim ban, Arab American students are desperately in need of curriculum that actually reflects our histories and current realities. We are urging you to pass an ESMC that includes Pacific Islander and Arab American Studies course that outlines and includes Palestine and Arab American Studies. At a moment where the U.S. is facing a very public reckoning with how deeply entrenched racism is at the level of various institutions, it is deeply hypocritical to enact racist silencing by cutting educational materials dedicated to highlighting the struggles and successes of the Arab community in the U.S. And just to note as well, all the supporters of Arab American Studies on this call are coming from the actual community of ethnic studies students and scholars. Thank you.
Next caller, you may begin.
Hello.
Yes, you may begin.
You can hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. My name is Gabby Kirk. I'm a PhD candidate at UC Davis. I'm a white Jewish woman who's attended California public schools from kindergarten through graduate school. I'm disappointed to hear that Arab American Studies has been whittled down to a single lesson on immigration to the U.S., which, while important, does not capture the important analysis of Islamophobia, anti-Arab racism, and Palestine present in the original sample lesson plans. I reject the assertion that the original draft was anti-Semitic. I'm concerned that the IQC today said that they will vet the Arab American Studies lesson in particular for anti-Semitic language. This reinforces anti-Arab racism and Islamophobia, implying that Arab Americans and Palestinians are inherently anti-Semitic. I implore the IQC to reconvene the original committee of writers and experts to revise the original model curriculum, maintain a critical ethnic studies framework, not a multicultural diversity one, center the needs of Arab voices in the Arab American Studies lessons, and work within clear-cut structures for accountability, transparency, and consensus building moving forward. Thank you.
Next caller, you may begin.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Malo Italava. My name is Leora Kava. I grew up in Sacramento Public Schools from K through 12, and I am now an assistant professor of critical Pacific Island studies at San Francisco State. My concern is about transparency and representation moving forward on the ESMC draft. I want to urge the Commission moving forward to use a transparent and inclusive process for reconvening the original committee of experts on the ESMC with the inclusion of additional Pacific Islander representation. I also urge the Commission to pass a model curriculum that aligns with ethnic studies principles to eradicate racism, which includes Pacific Islander studies and Arab American studies content inclusive of Palestine. Standing for Palestine is not inherently anti-Semitic. It is work toward liberation. This is important because without clear and transparent representation for Arab American studies and Pacific Islander studies, we do not have an ethnic studies that will fully unpack racism as a power structure of empire, revitalize our communities, or provide visions of just and sovereign futures for our students. Thank you.
Next caller, you may begin.
Misambulunat, this is Dr. Ponipate Rokelekutu. I'm a Pacific Islander educator and political scientist, originally from the island nation of Fiji. I'm an assistant professor at the College of Ethnic Studies at San Francisco State University. My primary role is to build the critical Pacific Island and Oceania studies that is currently housed under the Race and Resistance Studies at SFSU. Thank you, CDE and Superintendent Sermon, for moving forward with conversations to include Pacific Islander and Arab American studies. I also want to encourage the Commission to use a transparent and inclusive process moving forward, reconvening the original committee of experts with the inclusion of Pacific Islander representation, pass a model curriculum that aligns with ethnic studies principles to eradicate racism that includes Pacific Islander studies and Arab American studies, content inclusive of Palestine. This is important to allow young and future generation of Pacific Islanders and Arab Americans in the U.S. diaspora to learn and honor their epistemologies, histories, narratives.
Next caller, you may begin.
My name is Cassandra. I'm an Arab American and Latina American who grew up in California public school system in Gilroy, California. I grew up in a rural and suburban community where I experienced anti-Arab and Islamophobic racism from my teachers and my peers, and this is something I would never wish on any youth. The existence of Palestinians and Arabs is not anti-Semitic, and criticism of the colonial and genocidal state of Israel is not anti-Semitic. Conflating anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism is in and of itself anti-Semitic. White supremacist ideology, which includes Zionism, says that teaching and learning our histories, including Palestine, is divisive. I urge you to reconvene the original committee of writers and experts to revise the original ethnic studies model curriculum, maintain the ethnic studies framework with disciplinary knowledge, language, and pedagogy. Don't dilute it or convert it. Thank you.
Next caller, you may begin. Next caller, you may begin. Next caller, you may begin. Next caller, you may begin.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, so I'm the child of Ethiopian refugees. I grew up in San Diego, which is on Kumi Island, and I studied ethnic studies in college. I want to echo the calls to push ESMC to include Pacific Islander and Arab American studies and to also include Palestine and Arab American studies. I also want to stress the importance of greater and more accurate inclusion of Native and Indigenous studies in the curriculum as directed by Native scholars. The original committee of writers and experts should be reconvened to revise the original model curriculum along with greater representation of Pacific Islander, Arab American, Palestinian, and Native scholars. The ethnic studies curriculum as a whole needs to be designed by Black, Indigenous, and POC communities and ethnic studies practitioners who know best, and the process needs to be transparent and accountable. Again, I'm really concerned by the erasure of Palestine as a child of refugees and given the ongoing displacement of Palestinians. As an ethnic studies scholar, I know that Palestinian liberation is part of ethnic studies, and as a Black person, I believe that within the context of Black Lives Matter, it's essential to look at the connections between anti-Black police violence in the U.S., violence Palestinians face under occupation, and Israel's own anti-Black violence. As an Ethiopian, I'm thinking about Israel's violence against Ethiopian Jews and other Black folks in Israel. Thanks so much.
Next caller, you may begin.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi there. My name is Alex Biancardi. I'm a grad student at UC Berkeley's Department of Education. I'd like to say we really can't afford to exclude Arab American studies from the ethnic studies curriculum. As we all know, the Trump presidency's agenda is putting Muslims and Arabs in the U.S. in massive danger. Hate crimes have gone up a lot, and we can be pretty sure that none of this would have happened if people were not allowed to become so anti-Arab, anti-Muslim in this country. And this is not a Jews versus Arabs thing. This is a racist versus anti-racist thing. The Trump agenda, which is both anti-Semitic and anti-Arab, is in support of Netanyahu's agenda against the Palestinian people. Why do you think Trump is such good allies with Netanyahu? Because they support the same racist agenda. And this has everything to do with the U.S. The U.S. is the world's biggest supporter of the state of Israel. And so we must do everything we can to change U.S.
Next caller, you may begin. Next caller, you may begin.
Hi, my name is Taranjit Singh, and I'm a Sikh. I have lived in Bay Area for 20 years, and I'm a software engineer. Both my children go to school in Fremont, USD. Inclusivity of communities makes people feel seen. Continuing to ignore the rich contribution that Sikhs have made to California over the past 125 years is a disservice to all of us, and especially to our kids. Our narrative has been left out for far too long. The email petition signed by 1,220 Sikh community members in California supports more meaningful Sikh inclusion in the community. I hope you include Sikhs in the new curriculum that is meant to be put out. Thank you for your time.
Next caller, you may begin.
Hi, my name is Rachel Bracker, and I'm a 28-year-old Jew in Los Angeles. I support ethnic studies because my own K-12 experience in California public schools would have been enhanced by this class. I'm glad to see Pacific Islanders added to the curriculum. Many people are stressing that talking about Palestinians is not anti-Semitic, which I agree with, so it's weird to hear this talking point used to smear Zionism, which is itself a liberation movement for self-determination, and support BDS and anti-Zionism, which are explicitly anti-Semitic. I appreciate the committee's stamina and thoughtfulness in listening to these comments. I would like to echo the concerns of the ADL and Jimena in their letters to the committee. Thank you for your important and historic work drafting this document and for the care taken to address the anti-Semitism of the first draft.
Next caller, you may begin.
My name is Rachel Herzing. I'm the Executive Director of Center for Political Education. Our organization is deeply influenced by the legacy of Third World Liberation Front's important fight for what became ethnic studies. Through our work, we see firsthand how education about people's histories and struggles helps them fight for power and dignity in their communities. Our participation as a member of the Movement for Black Lives has also reinforced our knowledge that the liberation of Black people relies on solidarity with other oppressed communities. Young people must have access to education that reflects their lives to exercise that solidarity effectively. I look forward to the release of a revised curriculum on which the original committee of writers and experts has been consulted that includes meaningful, community-informed content on Pacific Islanders and Arab Americans, including Palestinians. Anything less betrays the hard-won fight for ethnic studies.
Next caller, you may begin.
Hi, my name is Madeline Carmel, and I'm a retired teacher. I'm concerned that the definition of ethnic studies and the content does not line up with the guiding values and principles. When a guiding principle states, quote, critique empire building on history and its relationship to white supremacy, racism, and other forms of power and oppression, there is a problem with the guiding principles if the objective is to build bridges of intergroup understanding. A we versus them tone runs counter to the inclusiveness mandated by the ESMC guidelines. Ethnic studies should bring about understanding among students, not victimhood and divisiveness. I recommend that the guiding values and principles be revived, and also recommend that closer attention is paid to the footnotes, links, and bibliography where Marxist ideology and anti-Semitism still remains. Thank you.
Next caller, you may begin.
Hello?
Yes, you may begin.
Is this me?
Yes, it is.
Hello.
Hello.
My name is Flor Feldman, and I'm calling to express an opinion about what a lot of callers have been calling, that including the story of Palestine in the curriculum is not anti-Semitic, and I would agree with that, except that what the proposed story includes a lot of misrepresentation and not truths, such as Israel being an apartheid state or being a racist state or even being a colonialist state. I would urge everyone in the commission to look at the real story. There's Arab Israelis in the parliament. There's Arab Israelis in the fabric of Israeli society. So to conclude that Israel is a racist or apartheid state, I would say that part is, of course, anti-Semitic, and it should not be included in an.
Thank you. So we appreciate the public comment that we've received so far, and we will have to close public comment at 3 p.m. However, we do encourage you that if you signed up to speak, and that you may submit your comments by email. As well, you may shorten your comments in alignment with other comments that were previously made. And as previously noted, there will be multiple opportunities for public comment as the process continues. Again, we will close public comment at 3 p.m. Thank you.
Next caller, you may begin.
Hi, hello?
Yes, please begin.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Gail Romasanta, a parent of 4 children who attend or will be attending public schools. I'm a writer and Filipino American community member based out of Stockton, California. I urge you to include Arab American studies inclusive of Palestine, Pacific Islander history. Moving forward, I also ask you to reinstate the original expert authors that were convened to put together the model curriculum. I also urge you to also reinstate the book Journey for Justice, The Life of Larry Itliong, by Dr. Don Mabalon and Gail Ramasanta as a resource in the Filipino-American history section. I co-wrote this book with the leading Filipino-American historian, Dr. Don Mabalon. This is the first book about Larry Itliong, who was a prominent Filipino-American farm labor leader, the UFW assistant director under Director Cesar Chavez. This book is also the first illustrated children's book about Filipino-American history, and this book was thoughtfully researched and vetted by many journalists, academics, and K-12 teachers. Filipino Americans started the Great Delano Grape Strike, and I urge you to include the resources necessary to illustrate one of our leaders and the racism and oppression that Filipinos suffered for decades on the West Coast and Alaska. Thank you.
Next caller, you may begin.
Is it my turn?
Yes, it is.
Can I begin?
Mm-hmm.
It is?
Yes.
Okay. I'm a community member. I think it's fine to mention in the curriculum the way Jews are oppressed wherever it is in the world. But to use the Holocaust to justify the current and illegal racist oppression of the people of Palestine by the Israeli government is both ignorant and dishonest. Would it be right to criticize and call those who opposed apartheid in South Africa as anti-white, or call those who oppose some Latin American dictators' policies as being anti-Hispanic? Of course not. And I hope this committee of educators will not fall into this false logic that criticizing Israeli policy is anti-Semitic. Being a Jew does not equate to being Israeli or being Zionist. So Palestinian history and their current situation should be included in ethnic studies. Thank you.
Next caller, you may begin. Next caller, you may begin.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Eliana Perez. I am a student at Meir Academy, a private Jewish high school in California. I believe that the reason I'm not at public high schools is because anti-Semitic curriculum like this perpetuates the racism and anti-Semitism I face every day. I am a Mizrahi and Sephardi Jew. My grandparents and parents fled anti-Semitic persecution in Morocco, and this curriculum misrepresents the over 500,000 North African and Sephardi Jews that live in the United States, and painting Jews as privileged only plays into the anti-Semitic stereotype that Jews can control the world and that Jews are secretly heading things, when it is not at all accurate. 60% of hate crimes are committed against Jews, and I am appalled by this curriculum. I would like to thank the California Department of Education for working so hard to improve.
Next caller, you may begin.
My name is Ellen Brodsky with Jewish Voice for Peace. The false racist narratives that Arab American lesson plans are anti-Semitic because they include content on Palestine is promoted by Zionist organizations with a long history of working to shut down Palestinian and Arab voices and criticism of Israel. They don't speak for the hundreds of thousands of Jews in our multiracial community who agree that information about Israeli dispossession and oppression of Palestinians must be part of an ethnic studies curriculum that centers racialized and marginalized communities. The IQC and Department of Education must not allow these groups to censor Arab American lesson plans. Reconvene the original committee of writers and experts to revise the original ethnic studies model curriculum. Ethnic studies scholars and teachers are the experts on ethnic studies, and Arab American scholars and teachers are the experts on Arab American curriculum and pedagogy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and that concludes public comment. We will have a short break and return at 3:15. Thank you and welcome back. Denise, will you please do roll call for us?
Charanegas. Charanegas. Can see him. Charanegas, are you present?
Yes, I am.
Vice Chair Munoz.
Here.
Commissioner Andre.
Here.
Commissioner Astorga-Almanza.
Here.
Commissioner Chapman.
Present.
Commissioner Costa Hernandez.
Present.
Commissioner Fairchild.
Present.
Commissioner Gotanda.
Present.
Commissioner Jarvis.
Present.
Commissioner Pantay.
Present.
Commissioner Renteria.
Present.
Commissioner Reston.
Present.
Commissioner Williamson.
Here.
Assembly Member Weber.
Here.
Senator Allen.
Here.
State Board Member Rucker.
Present.
State Board Member Strauss.
Present.
State Board Member Glover Woods.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Denise. Now we'd like to turn the discussion to the recommendations. We will go in order by chapter number, starting with the preface. The Commissioner Reston will first ask the SMC members if they have any comments they would like to make to the chapter, followed by other IQC members, and then as well as our SBE liaisons. The process of first asking the History Social Science Subject Matter Committee members, then the IQC members, and the SBE liaisons will be the same for each chapter. The orders of the chapter is the model curriculum, Chapter 1, Introduction and Overview, Chapter 2, District Implementation Guidance, Chapter 3, Instructional Guidance for K-12 Education, Chapter 4, Bibliography, Appendix A, UC Approved Course Outlines, Appendix B, Sample Lessons and Topics, and Appendix C, Lesson Resources. We'll start with the model curriculum, which is the preface. As stated previously, the model curriculum includes a preface that expresses the intent of the document, referencing the original legislation and the State Board of Education guidelines. It acknowledges the advisory committee. It also sets forth the focus of the model curriculum, which is a focus on the 4 foundational disciplines, while affording local educational agencies the flexibility to adapt the curriculum to address the demographics and diversity of the classroom. Member Rustin?
Are there any comments, questions, or suggestions on the preface by members of the History Social Science SMC? If so, please raise your hand. I visually see Commissioner Williamson's hand. Do remember, everybody, there is a raise hand feature on our Zoom chat. Commissioner Williamson?
Okay, I'm sorry, I had a little technical thing. I was looking at a different attendance thing. Just really quick, and this is just to throw it out, but I wasn't certain if it was maybe me. If we're looking on, it shows on my document page 3, it would be line 61 under focus on 4 foundational disciplines. And they're using the term cultures, these historically marginalized cultures, rather than peoples. And I'm just curious, what was the intent for the choice of cultures versus the idea of people?
That is a good comment. Are you suggesting a specific edit?
Well, I guess if I have access to our Seaford staff just to see if they could clarify why that was chosen. To me, it seems like we've always talked about them as marginalized people rather than just this marginalized culture.
Right, I understand. So I think what you're referring to is that you have believe that a different word should be selected, and so we have noted that you didn't phrase it as an edit, but it is on the record for comment. So thank you.
Thank you.
Before I call for input from other members of the IQC who are not on the SMC, I would like to inquire about the SBE guidelines under course outlines. So line 103, include course outlines that offer a thematic approach. Outlines is plural. However, this draft, unless I'm looking at it wrong, has the singular outline for an ethnic studies course. So when it says include course outlines, does that include the UC course outlines, or is this guidance suggesting that we should have multiple course outlines like the previous draft had?
Thank you for the question. The guidance includes the UCA through G course outlines. So okay. that on line 103, that includes UCA through G as well.
Okay, are there any comments, questions, or suggestions on the preface by other members of the IQC?
Commissioner Rustin?
Yes.
I do.
I hear the voice.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, I try to raise my hand, but I think as a quote-unquote co-host, I don't have that option. At least I don't see it. I'm well-versed with Zoom, but I don't see it, so my apologies. So I'm going to have to...
Go ahead.
Okay. So on line 69, and I want to make sure our lines line up, line 69 currently reads as, this model curriculum includes the more complete telling of history. Does that match up with your line?
Yes,
line
it does.
69. Okay. So that's what I wanted to comment on. I will recommend a change of edit of that first sentence only that I just read. Once again, right now it reads, this model curriculum includes a more complete telling of history. I would recommend an edit so that it would read, this model curriculum includes an inclusive investigation of American history from the perspective of marginalized groups. It is a suggestion, It is a suggestion, but I think it would help clarify.
Can you please repeat your edit?
Yes. So I am recommending that we change that first sentence to the following. This model curriculum includes an inclusive investigation of American history from the perspective of marginalized groups.
CDE staff, were you able to take that edit?
We have it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, other comments from members of the IQC? Any comments from our state board liaisons?
Not at this time.
All right, seeing none, we will move on to chapter 1.
Okay, great. So chapter 1 includes a section, Why Teach Ethnic Studies. It utilizes...
Hold on, I'm sorry.
Yes?
I have there's a glitch happening on my computer, and I had my hand up, and it's off and on, but I have an edit I'd like to make on that before you move on to the next chapter.
Go ahead.
Okay. Sorry about that. It's been crazy today. On line item, maybe some clarification or an edit. On line 150, it starts off with the document overall emphasizes some key principles of ethnic studies teaching and learning. Maybe remove that some. Are we dealing with all of them at some point or another through this document?
So your edit is on line 150, remove the word some. Is that correct?
Correct. Thank you.
Okay. So moving to chapter 1. Chapter 1 includes a section, Why Teach Ethnic Studies. It utilizes the definition in the History Social Science Framework for Ethnic Studies, provides the history of ethnic studies and the benefits of ethnic studies. Chapter 1 also incorporates the guiding values and principles recommended by the Model Curriculum Advisory Committee in the May 2019 draft. It also includes 8 outcomes of K-12 ethnic studies teaching.
Okay. So I will ask, are there any comments, questions, or suggestions? Are there any comments, questions, or suggestions on chapter 1 by members of the History Social Science SMC? If so, please raise your hand. Either
I have a comment or suggestion. This is Commissioner Pontai.
Go ahead.
Page 8, it's minor, but I think it's still, I could leave it up to the writer's discretion. On page 8, line 164, it starts with led to decrease. Everything else is increase, increase, increase underneath that bulleted list. I'd like to change that first line to led to an increase in attendance. It's the only one that says decrease, so it's, I don't know, that's a suggestion.
Thank you.
Okay, so I have a suggestion regarding well, first of all, I just want to say, I appreciate a lot of what this draft has. With regards to the guiding values and principles of ethnic studies, as a high school teacher, I would need help understanding those. So the context of these guiding values and principles has been removed since the previous draft. The previous draft spoke of the importance of ethnic studies being thought of as a combination between holistic humanization and critical consciousness. I think that speaks to what we heard from the superintendent today about our country needing healing at this moment. That humanization and that critical consciousness that we saw over the summer are really integral to this. So the guiding values and principles, I would like to suggest that we go back and include the portion that was removed from the previous draft, which on the previous draft was lines 291 to 301. So there are 10 lines specifically that explained sort of the foundation of these principles. So I would like to see those back so that the teacher in me isn't thrown off by these being dropped in with no context.
read the specific 10 lines that you want to include so we understand?
Sure. So the original from the May 2019 draft, right before the guiding principles were listed, it read, given the range and complexity of the field, it is important to identify the key values and principles of ethnic studies as a means to offer guidance for the development of ethnic studies courses, teaching, and learning. The foundational views of ethnic studies are housed in the conceptual model of the quote-unquote double helix, which interweaves holistic humanization and critical consciousness. Humanization includes the values of love, respect, hope, and solidarity, and those are based on celebration of community cultural wealth. The values rooted in humanization and critical consciousness shapes the following guiding principles for ethnic studies teaching and learning. These are the guiding values and principles each ethnic studies lesson should include. Ethnic studies courses, teaching and learning will, and then that's where it picks up. So the current draft just says the following values and principles with no context about where they're from or what they're rooted in, which my worry is that teachers would kind of see them with no context and then see the outcomes laid out with full explanation, and teachers would likely focus more on these outcomes than those guiding principles, which I think would take this away from the discipline of ethnic studies and closer to general history or multicultural studies.
Commissioner Rustin?
Yes.
Once again, I apologize. My feature's not working.
No problem.
I will have 2 comments only in the subcommittee, and then we'll reserve the rest for when we call the regular IQC back. So my first one is just a question, and that has to do with the very beginning of this chapter, why teach ethnic studies? It's my understanding, but I am not clear, so it's a question. Is this draft, is the theoretical foundation based on critical race theory? And if so, is there a curriculum expert there at the CDE or from the West Ed that we heard earlier that might elaborate on what the tenets are so that we can better appreciate, understand this draft?
Is there anybody at the CDE that would like to speak to that?
Sure. So, well, I'll first say that critical race theory includes scholars analyzing and understanding how systemic racism impacts people based on cultural perceptions of race and how they are able to counter that prejudice. It also includes scholars such as Kimberly Crenshaw and others that attempt to confront the beliefs and practices that enable racism to persist while challenging those practices in order to seek liberation from systemic racism. I will note that there is no particular pedagogy that is noted in the State Board of Education guidelines or the legislation.
I see Commissioner Williamson has her hand up.
Thank you, Commissioner Reston. All right, on line 196, and it is part of the 8 outcomes. I just noticed in the actual heading for number 1, it's the pursuit of justice and equity. But when you start reading, it talks more about equality rather than terming equity. And I'm not sure if that could be somewhat confusing because they can have 2 different types of definitions and outcomes. So I was just trying to understand if it's the pursuit of justice and equality, or is it truly the idea of justice and equity?
Right. It should be for justice and equity, and the language should also reflect equity versus equality. So these were submitted via public comment, so it would take a little bit more time to be able to make revisions in terms of lines 196 through 210. So this might be one that you want to hold until after the September public comment period.
Okay, thank you.
I see Senator Van Allen.
I know there's been, we had language in there. One of the controversies that we've been kind of struggling with through here has been just the use of jargon and making sure that things are really clear. And I know there was an article, one of the articles I read about this new curriculum, that I think in general there's general recognition that it was much clearer than the original than the earlier draft. But there was some article I read that specifically critiqued. I think it was item 7. This is lines 190 through 192 for all these guiding values and principles being a little jargony. And so I don't have a particular suggestion, and I understand this. I think but I want to throw that out there for. I think the task of trying to make this curriculum less jargony continues. I think a lot of progress has been made, but there's still some more work to be done. And I just want to encourage the folks who are working on the edit to keep that in mind as they work.
Commissioner Rustin, I'd like to comment if I could.
Yes, go ahead.
Thanks. But before I comment, I want to make sure I'm interpreting this portion correctly, and this would be lines 185 through 186. I was hoping that we could get some clarification from CDE staff or maybe the writers if they're here as to what lines 185 through 186, and I stress particularly footnote 17. What does that mean?
So if I could say something to that, because I think this will be helpful in us achieving the goal of this draft being clear to people. So one thing that I think has been criticized a lot is the concept of jargon. And part of me as a history teacher, as a high school history teacher, every time I hear someone use the term jargon, then I just question whether or not we use that with other disciplines like, the hard sciences, what have you, because my students, they're more in tune with terms like cis heteropatriarchy than folks of my age. For the students, this is their language in many regards. One thing that I think would help this draft, perhaps, some of the original terminology of the previous draft, the herstory with the X, terms that have been called jargon, although I would disagree that they're jargon, cis heteropatriarchy, for example. It would be lovely if within this first chapter, there could be either a sidebar or a paragraph or more footnotes denoting what those mean. This is a model curriculum that, according to the state board guidelines, should be forward thinking and have some futurity to it. So I know my students are already, I see them putting the X when they write women as just a symbolic measure of solidarity against patriarchy. Like I'm already seeing that in the classroom. So for this not to be stale, I suggest that somewhere along the line, I don't know if it's right now or in the process of writing the next draft, there should be a paragraph breaking down some of these terms or more footnotes about some of these terms so that it doesn't get watered down by districts and teachers.
Okay, thank you for that as I struggle with my microphone here, because what I'd like to say specifically, and I promise this is going to be the longest comment I have for the day, which should only be about 3 minutes. Will not get longer than this. So I'm concerned that certain terms in this draft, like you just indicated, may not address the State Board of Education guidelines. And just let me explain. As I understand it, the purpose of the ethnic studies model curriculum is to serve as an easy-to-use guidance document for the entire nation to help districts implement an ethnic studies model course should they choose to do so. And if I'm right thus far, I would urge this commission to keep this document as neutral and as straightforward as possible. As written, this draft reads as politicized, and as such is likely to alienate more districts and families than it attracts. As an example, we heard some comments earlier today from members of the public that think this draft has a socialist agenda. Separately, it's written in such a way that I would need to re-enroll in a graduate program to understand and teach. Keep in mind, I majored in poli-sci at Cal Berkeley and completed my social justice teacher education program within the UCLA Center of X. I taught some of these courses. I don't believe a K-12 teacher without an ethnic studies background is going to find this draft accessible. And in that sense, I question whether or not it's meeting our objectives. It feels honestly as if we, meaning society, but particularly us as a commission, it feels as if we are desperately looking at this model curriculum to solve the world's problems. We're all hurt. We're all angry. We all care about students and we want to make this world a better place. I get it. But we can't solve the world's problems by cramming every transgression into a draft guidance document, even if we include every ethnic group known to exist. I urge this commission to keep a realistic perspective of the purpose of this model curriculum draft and recognize that it simply can't solve all of our societal ills. Aligning the draft with the work currently underway will allow us to really boil down a draft to its neutral essence. Many of the issues in this curriculum draft are already addressed through a critical lens in other history, social science classes by other teachers who don't follow or don't allow their curriculum to be dictated by instructional material like textbooks. And I'm uncertain that we're giving these teachers sufficient credit. Most importantly, we cannot make this world a better place free of racism, poverty, hate, etc., you name it, without the support of families who are primarily responsible for educating our students. We need everyone. As written on lines 185 and 186 that I just pointed out, including the footnote, it reads like it's a criticism of capitalism and may very well be the reason why this draft alienates more families than it attracts. Many families, like my parents, risk life and limb to immigrate to the U.S. specifically to participate in capitalism to feed their kids. Similarly, many families are going to find criticism or the criticism of patriarchies, especially within families, to be unrelated to ethnic studies and will likely be the very reason they reject this draft. There are many more terms in this document that I want to bring to the Commission's attention. I realize we have a lot of work to do today, and we may not have time to discuss each and every one, but what I would like is to ask the CDE staff to please keep a list of these terms so that we can revisit at some time, even if it's after our initial round of public comment. I'm sorry I took a long time, but it's important to me. Thank you.
All right, we are still within the History Social Science Subject Matter Committee. I have a response to that, but I want to hold space for anybody else within the History Social Science Subject Matter Committee that may be trying to raise their hand and having any difficulties. Otherwise, all right, seeing none. Yeah, Commissioner Iniguez, with all due respect, it does not sound like what you want here is the ethnic studies curriculum, because inherent in ethnic studies are all these ideas around oppressive forms and how to dismantle them. That's part of the discipline. And I don't think if we were doing a model curriculum for astrophysics, I don't think we'd be here picking apart the terminology used by astrophysicists, trying to redefine it to something that fits us, because a discipline is a discipline, it exists. So to the point of number 4, I mean, being someone who's a teacher who works with teachers day in and day out, that's something that to me is accessible with even just the smallest bit of inquiry, which is what we want to see in students and adults. I mean, so we have the first Black woman on a major presidential ticket. Why is she the first? So we got to look at white supremacy. Why weren't there other women of color on major presidential tickets? You got to look at racism as far as the other forms of oppression. You can't understand why we have our first Black woman VP candidate without understanding cis heteropatriarchy. You can't do it without understanding patriarchy itself. Like you just can't understand that. So as a teacher, how am I going to help students understand the significance of this moment without them learning these terms? So if we take these terms out, it's simply not ethnic studies. It's just not. So I would say these terms need to stay. Perhaps more could be done to educate people about what each one of them means. So I like that we see some footnotes here. In some cases, explaining some terms. In other cases, the terms are left unexplained. So I would like to see the CDE perhaps weave in more explanation of these terms so that this draft does not become stale and so that this draft stays within the discipline of ethnic studies, which is the discipline we are trying to honor. All right, I see several hands. All right, several hands. I don't know if I should just go in order of what's on my screen. Again, this is just history, social science subject matter. Committee, I acknowledge Commissioner Munoz, then Commissioner Pantai. Go ahead, Munoz. Commissioner Munoz, you are still muted. Commissioner Munoz, you are still muted.
Am I there?
There you go.
Okay.
Now we can hear you.
Sorry. I'm so passionate about this. You know, it was a great introduction that we have with Superintendent Thurman. That was passionate. And a lot of the terminology is what our kids, and you're absolutely correct, they are infused with this language right now. The internet is just, they're hungry and they're looking up who were the founders, who started this movement, looking at leaders, and the jargon is there. Even in my little third grade class, I also see that X and the A's and the O's, Latin X, Latin O, history, and they think it, you know, what it is. So I agree. Maybe we start a glossary, bring the glossary back. I also look at this document as, you know, we don't want to marginalize any of our kids either. We want to put it out there in the front. You know, we heard John Lewis say, what is it? The good fight. We're not fighting. We're actually dialoguing, and we're putting something on paper, and we're waiting for more public comment. In fact, that was some of the comment we had today was, you know, talking about being real. And for our kids in the classroom, that's real. That's their language. And we should value it. And that's what ethnic studies is about, is to value each other, to value our stories. And that may be coming, maybe consider slang, but it's there. So I agree. Maybe somewhere in the document, the CD staff could start putting these words down and validating them. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Pantai?
Yeah, I just wanted to add to what you were saying, a glossary of terminology, break it down for teachers who don't understand. Some teachers can grasp this. They've been studying it. Maybe they live it. They understand it. Me, I'm kind of thinking if I was to teach this, and I'm an English teacher, critiquing empire, I understand certain forms of the theory and the discussion and what their point is, but maybe breaking it down for teachers who might need some sort of support or understanding, because teachers themselves come from a wide range of different backgrounds and understanding. But I definitely advocate for keeping the language as clear as possible, but I don't agree with washing it down or simplifying or taking things out, because ethnic studies is part of these elements.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Pantai. I agree with that, and I also would like to just remind everybody this model curriculum is not meant to necessarily educate everybody about what ethnic studies is. It's meant to guide those districts and those schools who are ready to implement ethnic studies. And of course, more learning would have to happen in those contexts beyond this model curriculum. That being said, I will open it up to other members of the IQC as well as our state board liaisons. The first hand I see right now is Commissioner Gatanda, and then state board member Strauss.
Thank you, Commissioner Reston. So I would like to agree with what you had shared, and Commissioner Munoz and Pantai. I do think that it's important that you're right. There is a lot of learning that does need to happen if a teacher were to teach a model ethnic studies course. But I do believe that oftentimes in schools, we assign courses to teachers who may not necessarily have the background in courses that we want them to teach. And so I do think that there needs to be some context to some of these words and vocabulary in order for them to successfully incorporate them. And while I realize that students are using them and they have a full understanding, I don't necessarily believe that all of our teachers will. And so I think my suggestion to CDE would be to incorporate, not only a glossary or of some sort, but also some context in which the teachers can use this vocabulary within the course.
Okay, Board Member Strauss, and then Board Member Glover Woods.
So I appreciate all the comments about the vocabulary, particularly on footnote 17. So I would just support everybody's comments. Commissioner Hernandez, Commissioner Gatanda, Munoz, I think it's so important that we lay the foundation of what we believe this to be. And I agree, a lot of times you're looking for a teacher who needs an extra class and they have history credential and maybe they've been teaching long enough that they're not as current as Commissioner Rustin's students are. But I would say we need to help at least with the clear words that are referred there. So I just would support the recommendation of a running glossary of some of the words that are not maybe as familiar to everyone to ensure that we get a common understanding.
Thank you. Board Member Glover Woods.
Yes, and I'll just underscore some of what has already been said about the necessity for a glossary. And as Commissioner Rustin said, there is vocabulary and terminology that is discipline specific. And I think it's essential that we don't water down terminology and that we stay true to ethnic studies. I also believe that part of the goal of the model curriculum is for it to be accessible to teachers that are going to be using it in the K-12 system. So having some type of a glossary or definition of terms for the vocabulary and terminology that is specific and may not be as well known will be very critical in order for it to be accessible. Because while this model curriculum will be a great service for districts that are ready to implement an ethnic studies course or begin to integrate it with existing courses, I do truly believe that part of the intent is for districts that might not be as ready now to be able to utilize this so that we're able to expand this not just to those districts that are ready to implement ethnic studies, but really to almost in a sense be able to blanket the state of California so that all students or a large majority of them have access to this important work. So again, just an underscore to not water down the terminology in the model curriculum, but to be sure that it's defined and that there's context so that it can be easily understood by those who may not be as knowledgeable about the field.
So thank you. I would just note that the May 2019 version did have a glossary. In terms of a glossary for the September posting, we would not be able to do that, but we are keeping our list of terms and of the conversation here today. It seems most appropriate to return to the conversation of a glossary after the public comment period.
Commissioner Andre.
Thank you, Commissioner Rustin. I was just thinking that as an elementary educator, when I was reading this, and I saw that it was K-12, ethnic studies for K-12, and I'm a fourth grade teacher, it was really hard for me to digest because I don't have the background. But the terms as they came up, I was keeping a running log of the terms and I was Googling them to make sure that I understood what it was referring to. And it is language that my 3 high school student children use. And there were terms that maybe I didn't know that they've been using all summer long as they see what's going on in the world. Even though it's difficult for me as an elementary educator, it does speak to how it gives me tools to present. I present California history. I present California social studies. So I do see the value in keeping the terms to just better educate me as an elementary educator to present. It gives me tools to present my curriculum more efficiently, if that makes sense.
Thank you. Any other commissioners or state board liaisons? I see Assemblymember Weber.
Yes, I appreciate this the conversation, and I think it's very important as you talk about things. As a person who actually developed ethnic studies at San Diego State University and taught for 40 years or more, let me just caution us with regards to a couple of things. One, language is important, but most of the time you will discover, at least I've discovered in 40 years, that the language changes rapidly. And so if you're writing a document that you want to have some life to it, more than 5 or 6 years for this particular group of students, you want to make sure that you don't get too deep into the jargon, that you can use some of the language, but you should want to make sure that the language you're using is standard to the discipline, as the core discipline, not necessarily a changing discipline depending upon what's happening in the streets, because otherwise you will find yourself, as we did with whether it's Black studies, Africana studies, Afro-American studies, you go down the list and it changes, it's changing rapidly. And so you don't want to get too far into that because you'll find yourself forever changing the vocabulary. The key becomes what do those terms represent in terms of what is the ideology? Because what they use today may change in a year or two with regards to how they want to express that ideology, and that becomes important. We also should not lose the reality that ethnic studies will make people uncomfortable. And it will, if it doesn't make people uncomfortable, it has not done its job, because it was founded in a revolutionary spirit and still kind of exists in a revolutionary spirit if we're dealing with the post-secondary program right now, where there are still folks who want it to be comfortable for them and to not challenge them. And what they mean is that they just want to learn about John Lewis. They want to learn about Martin Luther King. They want to learn about those folks who are easy to digest. But they may not want to learn about those folks who are still fighting in the system, or the system has crushed in some way and has not allowed them or their communities or whatever to go on to develop. And so you want to make sure that you don't find yourself creating a curriculum that is so watered down that the parents love it, because I can remember when at UCLA, my parents thought I had lost my mind, that I had become this revolutionary with every word that I said and every course that I took and every idea that I developed and every speech that I attended. That's a part of growth and development. And so if my parents had loved it, it would have been just what they had always done. And so that was not what ethnic studies was about. So I want to remind us of that if sometimes if we're using as some kind of a barometer, whether or not people are very comfortable and happy and it's smiling all the time and it's a wonderful day in the neighborhood, that may not necessarily be ethnic studies. And so you need to make sure that you thoroughly understand why it existed in the first place. And that was because the current system has basically crushed a group of people and not given them the opportunity, not just immediately, but for 400 years not to develop, to not recognize the power of that racism and how deep it is in everything that we do, is to deny ethnic studies. It is to deny it. And the same is true with women. If it's gender studies, to not acknowledge the tremendous depth of sexism in this country and how it has hindered and hurt women for generations is to deny, to put together a list of individuals, whether it's Kamala Harris or, Susan Rice or whomever it is. You put together a list of women who have been successful, and yet you fail to acknowledge the millions of women who have been crushed. And these are just mere examples of those who somehow or another have been allowed to go through. But by God, look at what's happening to other women who are poor, who are struggling in this country, who still suffer from the sexist ideology that's heaped upon them. So I would hope that we would recognize the fact that this is a curriculum that does uplift students because it makes sense out of their world. Otherwise, if you keep telling them that all they need to know is about a couple of heroes and heroines, then they're going to try to figure out why do they feel so oppressed and why is life so hard for them and those kinds of things, because they don't have the context in which to understand the system in which they exist and how deep that system goes into their lives. So I just want to caution you about that, but more important, caution you really about language, because language changes rapidly. And this manual is designed for teachers to help them understand. And so if you put it in too many jargons and every other word, they got to go get a glossary and look it up and look it up and look it up. It's going to be too onerous for them to deal with. But if there is a glossary, if there is something that helps them understand it when they get the whole picture, then that becomes a good thing. But if the manual is written for students, that's one thing. But if it's written for teachers, you want to make sure that you put some of the issues in there, but more importantly, the concepts are in there rather than just the terminology. And then they can figure out that you can have the terminology in there, but keeping in mind that the terminology will change. And when that terminology changes, but the idea remains the same, at least they can adapt to that, because now they understand that this is what that really means. It's the same as what they talk about somewhere else, and that becomes important. But over my 40 years, I've seen language change an awful lot. And if we wrote everything in the language of that moment, we would constantly be changing. It's like someone wants to ask me to write a book on Ebonics, and they wanted me to do the vocabulary. And I said, well, we have to write it in pencil, because if we will erase it tomorrow and have a new word that means cool or depth or deep or whatever it may be. And so I said, so it's best to write about the concept and the creativity and originality of it and give a few examples, and then people can figure it out themselves.
Thank you. We have Board Member Rucker, followed by Commissioner Astorga Almanza.
Thank you. I want to support the assertions and the explanation that was just offered by Assemblymember Weber. I think it's very important for us to remember the charge of the IQC and the work group that did the is attempting to implement the legislative mandate to create this ethnic studies curriculum. And I absolutely agree that vocabulary is important. When I was born in the state of Mississippi, I was labeled as colored. And at some point in time, I became Black and then African American. All those labels describe the same person, but those labels have different context, different meaning, and different content. If we bind ourselves and bog ourselves down to doing this jargonese and this explanation about the jargon, we lose the sight of the purpose of this curriculum, as well as the intent of the legislation and our overarching goal that so many of the people who called in and spoke today during the public testimony gave about what should be the outcomes from this instructional program. And so while I think it's important for us to look at what is being represented and the voices that are going to speak to students and speak through teachers in providing the instruction in this curriculum, it's very important that there isn't a mission drift. Yeah, I smile a lot of times when I'm speaking to people from other states and talking about the California way. And so while we're trying to bridge the traditional definition of ethnic studies with a broader California perspective, not only about ethnic studies, but what it means for inclusion, as well as the visibility of students in the content they're studying, we also have to be mindful of what our outcomes are supposed to be. So as Dr. Weber pointed out, and I in order to honor her background as an instructor, as well as her current work as a legislator, I switched between calling her Assemblymember Weber and Dr. Weber for that reason. But what Dr. Weber is pointing out is it's important that this is a document for teachers, but it's important to understand the goal is to create a bridge between teaching and learning so that teachers don't just become the purveyors of this content, but help students not only as meaningful consumers, but help students to also see themselves in this content and gain an understanding of why it's important.
Thank you. I will call on Commissioner Astorga Almanza.
Yes, thank you. I wanted to say that I'm in agreement with a lot of the commissioners and board members in saying language is important. And with that in mind, I noticed something in some of our own interactions. Commissioner Rustin, it seems like there's a negative connotation of the term jargon that people are using when we talk about ethnic studies. And so I would like to encourage all of us here that instead of using the term jargon, I feel like some people are using it to mean terminology. So just be aware of that because that's just what I picked up on from Commissioner Rustin. I don't know if that's accurate, that the term jargon might have a negative association. So if we're talking about language being important, then maybe we need to be using the appropriate terminology in our own conversations.
Thank you. Yes, I believe jargon's used different ways. In some of the public comment that I read through, jargon was used with a negative connotation as a form of erasure of these concepts and these ideas. So I just want to steer clear of that because my high schoolers, it's not jargon to them. All right, other comments on chapter 1? All right, Director Coates, can I ask for clarification? Do we move on to chapter 2 here,
Yes, we can.
or do we?
Yes, we can move on to chapter 2. Thank you. So chapter 2 is the district implementation guidance. Much of this chapter, some of this chapter was actually from the May 2019 draft, and then it was further developed based on the focus groups and listening session. As we know, ethnic studies courses will look different across our state because they are largely based on local development and community engagement. And so chapter 2 helps districts think through implementation, including defining what ethnic studies means in their own districts based on their local context and considering plans for supporting instruction and course development.
Okay, I'll open it up for members of the History Social Science Subject Matter Committee. Any comments, questions, or suggestions on chapter 2? I see Commissioner Costa Hernandez, followed by Commissioner Williamson. Costa Hernandez.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, indeed.
Okay, thank you. I apologize because I'm looking at a version of the document. I don't have Word yet on my computer, so but I will direct this. I think we'll find the place. So I'm gonna, this is a little bit just a comment about language that we were using. So I'm looking at page 3 of this chapter, and I'm looking at that first bullet on page 3 that starts with consider. And if you count the lines from that, it's line 7. And so it's about the middle of that bullet. And again, I'm sorry that I don't see the line numbers, but this is the question. It's asking a series of questions. And so I'm looking at the question, does the district have a large volume of English learners? And so my point there is I question the word volume, volumes of English learners. I know it's synonymous, but I would suggest, respectfully suggest that we just use large numbers of English learners or a large population of English learners, as opposed to volumes of English learners.
Okay, so noted on line 48, change volumes to numbers? Or
Yes.
would you like, okay, noted, thank you.
Yes. Then the following question, students who come from socioeconomically challenged backgrounds, is that by socioeconomically challenged background, are we referring to students who live in poverty? Or is there a different?
Yes, that's correct.
So can we just call it that?
Yes,
students
we can.
Living in poverty? Okay.
Students who live in poverty on line 49.
Yes, please. And then the last point is kind of more of a, it's my quest for this one. So the following question is, how can this program serve the needs of those students? And I would argue that in this case, what we want is to serve the students, not the needs of the students. And that's a comment that I made in other, this is not a blanket comment about every time we use the word needs, but there are instances where the way it's phrased echoes some deficit language. And I think this is an example of that. So I would say, let's be cautious when we're referring to the needs of students, because what we want to serve is not the need. What we want to serve is the student, but we need to understand what their needs and strengths are in order to serve them well. And that's the end of my comment.
Thank you. So just to clarify, line 50, delete needs of those. So their sentence would read, how can this program serve students?
Yes, please.
Thank you. To me, that's much more humanizing language, which is in line with the guiding values of holistic humanization. Commissioner Williamson.
Thank you. Mine is just a quick little tweak on line 35 on page 2, right above that. I see that we're using the acronym PLC, and I'm hoping that maybe we could spell that out For those who may not know it, or it could be something that maybe districts are not quite using any longer because it's just, we've replaced it. So if we have a PLC, maybe we could just spell that out.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, any other comments from the History Social Science Subject Matter Committee? Seeing no hands, I'll open it up to the rest of the IQC as well as our state board liaisons. I do not see any hands. Okay, thank you. We'll now move on to Chapter 3.
Okay, so Chapter 3. Much of this chapter is from the May 2019 draft with some revisions. It includes content related to developing an ethnic studies pedagogy, the purpose, identity, content and skills, context, methods, and in-class community building. It includes approaches to ethnic studies that include standalone courses in the 4 foundational disciplines. Also integrating ethnic studies into existing courses, grade level considerations, and a thematic approach to ethnic studies. It also includes an introduction to the ethnic studies 4 themes that are sample themes that are identity, history and movement, systems of power, and social movements and equity. And finally, it includes a standard lesson and unit plan template that can be utilized.
Thank you. So I have 2 suggestions for this chapter. On line 723 pertaining to the key outcomes. I see that the key outcomes have been spelled out, but the guiding values and principles have not been spelled out. So the teacher in me, if I go directly to Chapter 3 to design my course or my program, I'm thinking about these outcomes here, but again, the guiding values and principles have been erased, which opens up the door to folks building programs that are not quite ethnic studies. So at line 723, I would like to include the guiding values and principles back in there. As it was in chapter 1, it was guiding principles, then outcomes. So that should be the same on page 27 of Chapter 3. And then the teacher in me would need to make sure that my lesson plan is in keeping with the outcomes and the guiding values. So looking at the sample lesson template, there's a space for standards alignment, lesson purpose and overview, lesson objectives. I would like to see a space in there for alignment with the guiding values and principles. That lesson plan template is on page 36.
Can you tell us what it would be?
It would, so right now there's a box, it says standards alignment, and it's just open for the teacher to write in how this lesson.
I understand, but can you read what was in the old draft that you want to add into this one?
In the old draft.
So
I guess
what I'm understanding, Senator Allen, is that in the lesson plan sample template on page 36 of 43, where you see the sections, so it says lesson title, grade level, standards alignment, lesson purpose and overview, key terms and concepts, and these are all blank boxes that a teacher would then fill in as their lesson planning, lesson objectives, essential questions. And so what I understand from Member Rustin is that he is stating there should be another box that a teacher would fill in, and the title of that would be guiding values and principles. And so the teacher would then fill in the guiding values and principles that align with the lesson. Is that correct, Member Rustin?
Yes, that is correct.
I totally understand. What I'm saying is, when you're saying that we want to go back to the guiding principles of the earlier document on page 27.
Sure. Let me clarify. I mean, earlier in this document, chapter 1. So back in chapter 1, the guiding values and principles are listed starting on line 174. So I'm asking for those to be in this chapter as teacher's lesson plan, and then there being a space in the template to speak to those guiding values. So the ones from this draft here.
But as opposed to the ones that are listed out from line 726 to 733.
Let me go back up. So those are not the guiding values; those are the outcomes. So they differ in that regard. So that's really one of my questions. I mean, the values and principles and the outcomes were both together in chapter 1 to help teachers and schools and folks design these courses. But now the guiding values have disappeared, which then makes it seem that perhaps they are either lip service or that they're optional. If they're optional, that opens up the door for people creating all kinds of classes that simply aren't ethnic studies. So since these outcomes are itemized right here to remind teachers that these are the outcomes, I would like to see the itemized guiding values listed there too, to remind teachers that these are the guiding values and principles. So I'm looking for any hands from members of the History, Social Science Subject Matter Committee for any other suggestions, comments, or edits to Chapter 3. Seeing none, I will, Commissioner Pantai.
Yeah, it's just minor. In this chapter, I noticed I saw LGBT and LGBTQ plus, and then on another chapter, it was LGBTQIA. I'd like some consistency. And so I would like the writer to pick an acronym. I mean, we can all kind of understand what LGBTQ is, but I don't know what the best choice is, because I know that different writers might use different acronyms. But definitely, I don't like the fact that line 645 in this chapter dropped the Q, whereas line 86 included the Q plus with the plus. And then another chapter had LGBTQIA. So I'd like them to kind of resolve and come to some sort of cohesion.
Thank you. Noted. We will utilize the health framework in order to make that consistent.
Okay, I'll open it up to the rest of the IQC as well as our state board liaisons. Questions, comments, or edits for Chapter 3?
So I did have one question. Commissioner
Sure.
Rustin, when you suggested changing the template to include the guiding principles, do you also want the outcomes in the template as well, or not?
That is a great question. The teacher in me interchanges outcomes and objectives, and probably pedagogically speaking, they are not synonymous, but I would venture to guess 99% of teachers treat them as synonymous. So in my head, the objectives would speak to the outcomes, but I'm not against clearly having guiding values and principles alignment and then outcomes alignments. I'm okay with that.
So you could do guiding values and principles in a box, which one they're going to do, and then, I mean, one of them could actually just be a check. You could do the outcomes and they could check off which one they're working on for that lesson. I mean, you know, we want to make the template a guidance document, but you don't want to make it so cumbersome it's not effective tool.
Oh, yes. Yeah, I definitely agree with that.
It can, just
right.
for purposes of record keeping, are we suggesting that we have space for the values and principles as well as the outcomes on the lesson plan template?
I believe so. I saw Senator Allen. I don't know if he was has a comment on that. Yeah, go ahead.
On that, I screwed up. I was on mute, so I have a couple of things I wanted to propose. I wanted to discuss as additions. So you can finish this point, but I have a couple of suggestions I wanted to bring up.
Sure. All right. So Director Coates, I don't know if that answered your.
I'm going to take it as a yes unless someone tells me no. So I just need clarification. You know, that's my understanding. Okay. Thank you.
All right. Senator Allen, you're.
Yeah, I wanted to. I would like to make sure that we have some language in there about the importance of empowering students to form their own opinions. And I'm sort of looking at the section, I don't know, around 11 and 12, pages 11 and 12 and 13. And I think there's some really good stuff in here about gaining insights and that I'd like to kind of throw that out there as something for people for folks to think about as they're going through the draft. Once again, I don't want to be too delineative as to where it might go, but I think that's something that would at least ameliorate some of the concerns that we heard about. And then I wanted to go over to page 29. And I think one of the things, let's see here. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I mean page 20. Page 20. Sorry about this, guys. I'm trying to work off of we're all working off of these documents. So I think one of the things that we heard, folks talking about was making sure if you look at the lines around 527, 528, 529, how do we make sure that people are feeling included given all of the different communities? For example, we say the unique experience of Arabs and other Middle Easterners, Filipino, South Asian, Southeast Asian, East Asian, Pacific Islander, etc. One thing I wanted to throw out there was that there's a whole slew of really important Middle Eastern communities that we may want to consider naming. I mean, like the Iranian community, Coptic Christians, Kurds, Assyrians, Mizrahi Jews, Zoroastrians, Baha'is, Yazidis. I think, so once again, I don't want to be too prescriptive, but there are a lot of different Middle Eastern communities that are in our state. I, for example, have a very, very substantial Iranian community in my district in Los Angeles. And I want to throw out there the idea that they ought to be, considered for naming if we're already going to be listing out other communities specifically. And I guess we kind of mixed things a little bit here, right? We're calling out certain groups but not others, and so I just want to make sure that we're being fair and inclusive. Once again, I'm certainly interested in what other people have to say about it, but I think there's a potential discrepancy here as to how we treat different communities. And then the other thing I wanted to bring up on line, let's see here. Okay, I'm sorry. That's all I'm going to bring up for now. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Thank you. So we did hear a lot of public comment with regards to that notion right there. I don't know what the options are. The state superintendent mentioned 93 different languages spoken in our state. I, as a history teacher, am not against disaggregating these groups at all. Obviously, to represent the diversity of Middle Easterners, but also the diversity of South Asians, Southeast Asians. I mean, all this could be disaggregated. It would take up a lot of space. So I don't know what the options are if there's any option for, within the framing of why ethnic studies, just spelling out how diverse California is, because a lot of people don't realize that so many groups exist. So I definitely hear you. I don't know what the options are with that regard. I would say if we spell out other Middle Easterners, we should also do the same for South Asians, Southeast Asians, all these other groups too, because they also are a combination of several different groups. I see Commissioner Pantai.
Yeah, I just wanted to quickly piggyback on that. I agree. The language here is kind of not as cohesive, because if you're going to call out Filipino, that's part of the Pacific Islander as well. I see that some groups are kind of pulled apart. We need to keep it cohesive. If you do group them, or you could even use parentheses, such as, or examples of, and then we could list some of them. But then again, I think it's going to have to be left up to the writers to come to some sort of cohesive element that can, make it kind of look like, hey, we're not playing favoritism or trying to pit one group over another.
That also reminds me of the comment we heard from Assembly member James Ramos today about how many California Native groups are not even federally recognized. So I do see the danger in spelling out every single group, especially since it's been reiterated that this model curriculum is to focus on the 4 foundational disciplines. So I see Commissioner Astorga Almanza.
Yes, thank you. I'm reminded of a public comment that we heard today, that question, who determines what groups are listed? And we need to be clear, as you mentioned, if we do a subset for one population, why not another? So I'm a little conflicted, because I do want this, and we also heard from a lot of students, that students want to be seen in this document, and maybe something as simple as listing them will make them feel seen. So I hear both sides. They want to be listed, and I think that they should be listed, but then on the flip side, we have so many diverse groups in the state of California, then I'm not sure if the term that somebody used was like, it's a slippery slope where it becomes dangerous. I don't think it's dangerous, but I just feel that the students want to be seen. So I'm a little conflicted. I don't know, do we or do we not? If you do for one, then you need to do for all, or maybe we could take a look at the population, the number of each ethnic group that we see, but then the numbers change. So I don't know. I just wanted to put that out there, that I do feel conflicted, and that the public comments were powerful, right? I feel like the commissioners on here, we heard a lot about people wanting to be seen and acknowledged, and something as simple as naming them in the document might be helpful.
All right.
Maybe that's what you use the footnote for. I don't know. We also heard from folks from the Sikh community too. So.
Right. I am wondering, and I know the point of this meeting is to get this draft out there for the 30-day window of public comment. I understand that, but I am wondering if the opportunity exists to do something similar to what was done with the Cesar Chavez model curriculum. When you look that up, there's all kinds of links, there's all kinds of resources, there's all kinds of stuff on that actual on that page. And I mean, I don't see why wherever this ends up being posted, I don't see why there can't be a link to census data or something for California representing all the diversity of California. I know that won't appease everybody, but I don't. Yeah, I don't know how we would list everybody within this chapter. The chapter would end up being something bigger than the CDE probably wants it to be.
So just for clarification purposes, I'm just seeking if there's a specific direction from the IQC at this point, such as a link to census data, or if the recommendation is to wait and see what comes from the public comment, or if there's a different recommendation from the IQC.
So you could put that, Director Coates, on the list of areas that we haven't resolved. see how the public comments come out, and we could address it when we go back for our next round of edit if you're not clear from this discussion how to deal with that. I agree that we don't want 3 pages. I like the idea of links in the document when we're all done. I think that there are many resources that will really help districts and teachers as they develop this. But I would just put it on not resolved, but an area that we want to continue to look at.
Thank you, Member Strauss.
I see Board Member Glover Woods and also Assembly Member Weber. Board Member Glover Woods.
Well, I was going to say something similar to what Board Member Strauss said. As far as, again, we want to be sure that we are able to get this document out for public comment, and all of these are really great in considerations. I would underscore it is a slippery slope. When you start to name one, you inevitably someone is going to be left out. And with the diversity of our state and the ever-changing of the demographics, I kind of go back to a comment that Assembly Member Weber made earlier, which is about this being a living document and how often do you continue to go back and update. But if there is a link that is added in at some later time that has accurate data that can be accessed whenever the document is accessed, might help. But maybe just, again, once it goes out for public comment, looking to see where those comments might align, and acknowledgement just that the state of California is very diverse. But I would not go into naming names, so to speak, because again, someone will be left out.
All right, I'm going to call on Dr. Assembly Member Weber.
Yes, I'm not sure if my speaker thing is working, but hopefully it is. I agree with the prior speakers that in my experience, once you start naming names, you never end. And then on top of that, you always leave somebody out who's very upset that they got left out. So if you have these very broad, large categories, if you have Southeast Asians, you cannot name every Southeast Asian. I mean, it just gets to be too much. And then somebody gets miscategorized or gets left out, and that's that. So, I think we have to keep in mind exactly what the purpose of this document is. And I know that everybody wants to be recognized and wants to be seen, and I understand the value of that. But at the same time, you can load yourself down with so much of that you miss the point of what the curriculum is about. And having links and references to folks they can look up is great. But I think if we spend most of our time trying to make sure that every person who ought to be named is in the right category and so forth and so on, even though we're not even developing curriculum for them, it becomes, there are probably books of the folks in California in our schools that are still inaccurate. And I know I would go into a school and I'd say, I have 17 different languages in my school. And they would say, 19. Okay, I missed, in a week, somebody else came. So, it becomes difficult. And so if I say that my school has more than, the 3 traditional languages, then that's sufficient, because I'm sure I'm going to miss somebody. So I hope we don't get caught up in that and then not do the work that we want to do. So it's a difficult task, and I know everybody wants to be recognized and seen, but it's hard to basically name everyone and put them in the right category, especially when that's really not the focus of this curriculum.
Thank you. All right, any other comments on this chapter 3? I do not see any hands.
Commissioner Andre, I believe.
Yeah, I'm sorry, my hand raise wasn't on there. I have a question, and I don't know if it's for clarification. I looked up AB 2016, and under section 2, it refers to the model curriculum being written as a guide to allow school districts to adapt their courses to reflect the pupil demographics in their communities. So that kind of addresses all the different demographics that are going to be different from one community to the next. Is there some way to state that, where that goes back to the districts to kind of address maybe if we're not going to list them all, that they have that option? I don't know. I'm asking.
No, I think I understand. We do state that within the model curriculum, but are you asking if there's room to state that in this section specifically? Or?
Well, because we're going back between do we list all ethnicities or do we not? And, you know, in trying to understand the document, I did pull up student demographics, and they don't go into detail. It's the basic 4 that are the core of ethnic studies. And so it kind of, for me, I said, oh, okay, that's why there's the basic 4. And so I don't know, the listing out, it looks like according to AB 2016 that it's up to the school districts anyways to adapt it to their community.
That's correct.
So I don't know if there's a way to state it so that we don't go into do we list them all? Do we not? I mean, I don't know. I don't know if that could kind of clarify.
So I understand what you're saying. We do state that in language several times throughout the document itself. And so I think if I'm understanding what you're saying is just the fact that communities will be developing programs that address their local demographics, that in and of itself relieves us or it makes it so that we are not required then to list
them out. Yeah.
Thank you for the clarification. So I think that this, I understand your comment, and I think this might be one that we put on the unresolved list so that we can take more time and have the public comment period and figure out how we might address that.
Okay, other comments on chapter 3? I do have a question that hopefully just has a direct answer. This chapter does include community building, which is incredibly important aspect of having these conversations in class. But in this entire draft, I do not see the community energizers and chants from the previous draft, which as a teacher, I think are very helpful in establishing community. So my question is there a particular reason why the energizers and chants were removed from the curriculum?
Just that we felt that that went a bit beyond the scope and that those would be local materials that would be specific to community and LEA development.
Okay, that answers my question. All right, I see a raised hand from Commissioner Costa Hernandez.
Thank you. Just a quick point about the comment we were just talking about and something in general. One is that I think chapter 2 will give us the opportunity to address the point that we were just making about the flexibility, the local flexibility and responsibility to develop the courses that reflect the student population. And that, because that's where the guidance for districts is. So that's an opportunity to state it there and maybe reinforce it later in this chapter. And in general, a reminder too, and it makes me think that this ethnic studies model curriculum does not replace the history social science framework. And so I want us to remember that we cannot ask the model curriculum to do things that are the responsibility or within the scope of work of the framework. And to the extent that we can make those connections stronger and more explicit, that I think it will serve the intended users of the model curriculum.
Thank you. So I believe we are moving on to chapter 4.
Okay, thank you. Chapter 4 is the bibliography, which is largely the same. It also includes an additional resource from Christine Sleater on designing lessons and lesson sequences with a focus on ethnic studies or culturally responsive curriculum.
Any questions, comments, or edits from the History Social Science Subject Matter Committee pertaining to chapter 4?
I just wanted to bring up, Professor Banks, James Banks' book on teaching ethnic studies that, Jose Medina used when he was teaching. He was the one who turned me on to the book in the first place. I mean, it has a pretty seminal work in ethnic studies as a discipline. And I just wanted to suggest that it might be included.
Okay. Trustee James Banks.
Thank you. Other edits or suggestions or comments from the History, Social Science Subject Matter Committee?
And then, this bibliography is specifically about the pedagogy as opposed to the substance, like the material, right? It's about teaching ethnic studies as opposed to works of history that refer to the challenges that we're studying, right? This is about pedagogy. Is that the idea, that the bibliography is about pedagogy?
Yes, much of the bibliography is related to pedagogy. That's correct. But do you have a specific suggestion for the bibliography?
No, I think the Banks one is, that's my suggestion.
And Seaford staff, I do have the title in my office, so I will give that to you.
If members of the public want to add to this bibliography, I suppose they can submit that in written or emailed public comment.
We always accept public comment, yes.
Okay. All right, so I'll open it up for the rest of the commission as well as our state board liaisons. Any questions, comments, or edits for chapter 4? I do not see any hands.
Okay. So moving to Appendix A, Commissioner Reston?
Okay. Yes, Appendix A.
So Appendix A includes the UC A through G course outlines required in legislation. There were additional outlines added to provide samples in English, literature, and honors courses, as well as an additional introduction to ethnic studies course. We originally intended to include public school outlines that included the diversity of California. We found through our search that there actually were not sufficient outlines to do so. And so we do see this as an invitation to fill this gap that we discovered and further develop and submit course outlines through the UC A through G process that represent California. I also want to note that we are unable to modify the language in the course outlines. So if there is specific language that we would not want to put forth, then we would remove the entire outline.
Okay. Questions, comments, edits from members of the History, Social Science Subject Matter Committee? I see Commissioner Williamson.
Thank you. I'm just curious as far as the way that this is actually formatted. It is much more difficult to read because it's so close together. Is there any way, and I know that it will probably extend this particular piece, but to give a little bit of spacing in between, similar to the rest of the document?
Yes, we can. The course outlines come in a totally different file type, so that's not standard and is extremely hard to convert. So we can do some further work on that.
Thank you.
Before I open it up to the rest of the IQC, I would just want to point out for any educators watching, then I'll call on you in a moment, Senator Allen. I would want to point out for any educators watching, particularly any high school educators, to Director Coates' point about submitting course outlines that fit the UC A through G requirements. I can't recommend that enough. I didn't know about that as a teacher, and then I ended up doing that for a course that's not an ethnic studies course, and it got approved. So that's something that is, we would love to see more of those, I'm sure. All right, Senator Allen?
Yeah, so I totally recognize the fact that these units that are at the beginning of the appendix, like page 5, 6, are, it's kind of like I guess it's like a sample that was used in a particular school. And I think one of the comments you heard from people in public comment about specifically Unit 6, which is line 8159. You know, I actually think it's interesting to have this sort of discussion of Irish and Jewish Americans. But one of the things that was brought up was that when it talks about redefining white and gaining racial privilege, it feeds into this argument that it gets to a place where people were feeling uncomfortable because they felt like it seems to equate Jewish with white. And I think we've seen a letter, and there's organizations out there that have been talking quite a bit about Jews of color. So you know, I know Shanine, you know, I guess we talked about this. Maybe there's some way. Maybe it's not here. I mean, I don't have a problem with this. This seems like an interesting discussion. I think it's very interesting to look at these questions of how immigrant groups came, you know, to the United States and then ended up assimilating and gaining privilege. I think it's an important and interesting discussion that can shed a lot of light on the broader themes that we're discussing here. But somewhere here, and maybe it's at that earlier place where we talked about, I think I would like to see us try to address the fact that if, you know, with so few allusions to the Jewish community, you know, there's no allusions in this entire document to the diversity within the Jewish community. And I understand we don't want to, you know, we don't need to deal with everybody's challenges and issues, but you know, we are by highlighting this particular unit, we are making this equation between being Jewish and being white. And there are a lot of folks from Jewish communities of color who have raised concerns that it basically, this is the most substantive thing that we're going to talk about with regards to the Jewish community in this entire document. We're flattening the community, and so, you know, maybe there's another footnote somewhere about Jewish diversity. By the way, there's a lot of interesting issues with Irish diversity that might be under examined here. So I just want to throw that out there as well. I don't know where the right place for this is, but I know there have been concerns in the community. I think you saw some of them reflected in public comment that that at least right now, our document, to the extent that it does talk about the Jewish community, and it talks about it very little, but to the extent that it does, it draws a very strong correlation between Judaism and whiteness, and there ought to be a place somewhere in here to flesh out that record and correct it a little bit and create a better understanding of the diversity that's actually reflective of that is actually the Jewish community in the United States.
So, Senator Allen, just to clarify, and I understand your comment, are you...
I don't know where the right place is, Shanine. I just wanted to, you know, I think the point here is... Yeah.
Would you like to flag it? Okay.
Flag it as an issue. Flag it as an issue. Because basically, it presupposes that Jewish American means white. I don't mean to, and that's certainly the case for many, if not most, Jewish Americans, but absolutely not all. And I just wanted to make sure that we're being, as we're trying to be very sensitive to all sorts of concerns about identity, that there be some reflection of that fact. And I'll tell you, I mean, I know, like in our, I mean, I think in the Bay Area, something like a quarter of Jewish households have a person of color.
Thank you. So I flagged this as a unresolved issue.
Other comments, questions, or edits from the History Social Science Subject Matter Committee? All right, I'll open it up for the rest of the IQC as well as our state board liaisons. Board Member Strauss.
You're on mute, board member.
Sorry. I wanted to reinforce what Director Coates said, which is we would be open to additional approved A to G courses, but that and I actually am aware of districts that have been working really hard to develop these courses. But what Director Coates said is if there's a part of a course that doesn't align with the state board guidelines, then we don't have the authority to modify their approved course for a resource. So I think I would look forward to getting some more courses that would meet some of this to add more resources for districts. As Commissioner Reston said, it's nice to have that when you're putting your course together to look at what other districts have done. So I just would encourage those who've been following this process to say we really welcome good model courses to share with our colleagues as we develop those relevant to our community.
Thank you. Other comments, questions, or edits from members of the commission as well as state board liaisons? Seeing none, we will move on to Appendix B.
Thank you. So Appendix B includes sample lessons and topics for ethnic studies. The lessons here are from the first draft with modifications. Some have been modified for rigor or related to references or other issues found within the lesson plans. They were put into an appendix because they are applicable to both standalone or thematic courses, and so that makes them usable in both of those areas. So the courses that you see here focus on the 4 foundational disciplines as well. Additionally, you will see, as was noted in the public comment, that some of the lists of figures were removed, and that was not to erase persons that are significant. It was because of the potential of margin of error and just not having enough information in order to ensure that we were getting that list right. And so we felt that it's best, in this case, left to local communities as they are working with organizations, experts, and educators to develop these lists that would not only have nationally recognized persons of significance, but also locally defined as well. And so we also just want to note that it's important for LEAs to review all content for appropriateness with respect to use in classrooms, including any of the samples that are provided here.
Thank you. Senator Allen.
I just want to point out, it was really cool to see Mojada. This is Luis Alfaro's play. The Getty Villa in LA performed this wonderful play. It's on page 50 of the appendix, and it's very cool. I don't know, it's a very, very cool play, and they did a great job there, and it was nice to see it. It's a very interesting synchronization of ancient Greek themes and Greek theater with Mexican, both indigenous and modern themes. So really neat to see it here.
Thank you. And to that point, before I call on Commissioner Pantai, I know that the original or the previous draft from May 2019 had much more material within it. As a teacher, more material the better from my perspective. And obviously this draft has gone to sample lessons rather than the full course outlines and a lot of the lessons that were in that previous one. I am wondering, going back to the Cesar Chavez model curriculum, there are dozens and dozens and dozens of lessons on that site, model curriculum lessons for all grade levels. So I just want to put it out there that, there should be heavy consideration about bringing back some of those lessons from the previous draft, whichever ones didn't have. I understand some of them had problems within them related to either resource or interpretation, but ones that didn't have problems within them, I would love to see them brought back so that teachers have more to go on than these few sample lessons for each discipline. I want to call on Commissioner Pantai. He had his hand up.
Yeah, there was one particular lesson that I would like to kind of give students more option. If you look at page 7, line 141, it's asking students to give an oral history project of their family. And since we know that some students are adopted or in foster care, they can't interview their family or do family research. So what about those kids? Is there an option where we could say you have a choice of learning more about your family or other families of your choosing? We need to put something in there. Actually, if you go all the way up to line 135, I think we need to start there where it states your family story. And for students who don't have immediate family connection, let's kind of modify that wording.
I'm glad you pointed that out. Being a teacher who has a lot of foster youth and youth who live in group homes, I like that it says family and community members. So maybe that community member aspect could be just make sure that stays included so that students know it doesn't have to be blood relative or family. It could be community members. Include that theoretically would include like their friends, family too.
Just to understand the note, is it that on line 135 we add and community members after family?
Perhaps family or community members story. I'm honestly, I'm not sure what the best verbiage is, but Commissioner Ponta is right.
At the point, so that we can work with that. Thank you.
Okay. Senator Allen.
So it's my understanding that this is where they're gonna add the Pacific Islander and Arab American portions. Is that correct?
That's correct. So the recommendation is that for the September public comment review period, because the Pacific Islander lesson is ready, that lesson would go out, be included in the September public comment review period. The Arab American Studies lesson is under development. We don't currently have a lesson to include in the document, and so that would not be included in the round of public comment, but we are committed to presenting a lesson at a future IQC meeting.
And do you have any idea as to what the timeline is for that?
We would hope and attempt to present that at the November meeting.
And then would there be, I mean, how does that work? Is it like this where it would be posted, there'd be a discussion, you'd vote, and then it'd be an additional vote of the IQC later?
Yes, so exactly. Essentially the timeline that we have right now is that if the IQC votes today to approve this document for the public comment period, which would be the month of September, then in November, we would bring those public comments back to this body, and then you would make the extensive changes that you would make at that time. We would also bring any additional CDE recommendations at that time, which would include the Arab American Studies lesson, and allow you the full opportunity to review the lesson as you would any other lesson that is brought before you. And then following that, that November meeting is actually the last meeting that the IQC would have any action on the model curriculum, and so all of your changes and recommendations would be included there. And then following a 45-day period, so you would be recommending the model with the changes you suggested, following a 45-day public comment period to the State Board of Education. And then the State Board of Education would then receive those public comments and make any further changes to the model.
So unlike the rest of the curriculum, those portions we're going to only vote on once. Is that right? The other ones we vote on twice.
When you say those portions, can you
the portions that you're adding in that are not in here now?
Yeah, so we would be voting on so the Pacific Islander lesson, the change to Native American Studies naming, all of that's going to be included in the September public comment, but you're correct that currently we don't have anything coming to you until the November meeting, and you would see it in the November meeting, so you would see it at that time, yes.
Okay, all right. So I guess my question for you, Shanine, is just Well, so I know people are submitting lesson plans. I mean, is there the possibility that you guys are also going to consider something on like Iranian Americans or Armenian Americans? Is that part of the mix, or would that be added in somewhere else, or are we pretty much set as to what gets into this section?
Right. So that essentially is the public comment process, and the IQC commissioners determining which public comment to bring forth. And so to the extent that there are lessons that are submitted via public comment and commissioner chooses to bring that public comment forth, then that is certainly within your ability to do so.
Okay. I mean, it's my understanding that there are possible lesson plans on Armenian Americans, on Iranian Americans, and then also I think Sikh, Assyrian, and then the Jamena lesson plan too. So I'm not saying they all need to be included, but can I just ask that they be considered as you're figuring out the path moving forward on this section?
Yes, go ahead. Yes, so this is really for the commissioner discussion.
Okay, what do you mean by that?
I mean that this is the recommendations of the commissioners, and so to the extent that commissioners would like to see additional lessons on particular topics, then that would be a recommendation from the commission itself.
Okay, I want to just throw them. I mean, I'm not saying all these things have to be included. I'm not even saying that this is the right place to include them, but I want to throw out there that that they ought to be considered.
I see Commissioner Ponti, Commissioner Williamson. Commissioner Ponti?
Unless Commissioner Williamson has something to add to the discussion at hand, because I have pages of recommendation I'd like to go through in this chapter. Commissioner Williamson?
Thank you. Actually, I do want to just kind of follow up with from Senator Allen's suggestion there. As I was listening to the public comment going on and how so many people are asking, again, that question, who's included and who's not, I was writing my notes to myself going, I'm wondering if we couldn't have some more sample lesson plans that we might want to consider including from various groups so that they feel like they are that they are part of this document. We're not going to have everybody, but if somebody wanted to submit one and we really feel like that might be a great idea, I just think that might be the right place to allow them to say, hey, this is a great idea. Let's consider putting it in this one. And this gives you reference to how a lesson plan could work for that particular community of people.
So I'm heartened by what the state superintendent said earlier about this being just the beginning of the conversation. My fear is that the conversation will never end. We'll never get this into educators' hands. If we, I mean, we could be here. I mean, as a Black American, there are many more lessons that I would like to see showing the diversity of Black American experience. So I think we have to make a decision. I don't know if it's today or November, what's in and what's out, unless there's a possibility for this to be, a digital online living document where we could add lesson plans as they become available, as they get adopted by UC and what have you. Otherwise, otherwise I don't see the conclusion, because as we add lessons, then other folks, and then we got to think about folks who perhaps weren't able to organize in time for public comment for today and them being represented in this curriculum. So just like I don't like the term slippery slope, but that's all I can think of right now. Just like the inclusion of disaggregated peoples is a slippery slope, so is the inclusion of additional lessons, particularly lessons that are above and beyond what we had in the original curriculum way back in May. With that being said, I see Ponti's hand is still up, but I also see Commissioner Munoz. Ponti, if I'm correct, your comments don't pertain to inclusion of particular lessons?
Member Rustin, can I just make one clarifying note based on your comment? I just wanted to note that it will be a State Board of Education approved document, and the CDE does not have the authority to modify the document after it's adopted by the State Board of Education. So that includes the addition of any lessons or resources thereafter.
Thank you for that clarification. Panta, are you okay with Commissioner Munoz going, or would you like to go through your edits?
Munoz can go ahead of me.
Commissioner Munoz? Commissioner Munoz, you are currently on mute.
Okay, am I there now?
Yep.
Okay, sound like earlier. I would like to make a recommendation, and maybe for the sample lesson, line item 2098, decolonizing your diet. We talked about earlier, we had several comments, and I know I brought this up at the past IQC regarding Native American studies. This one right here is not relevant. There is no rigor. It actually does not value Native American culture, and actually combines two. It's a compare and contrast. I like to have that one removed and looked into something else to replace it. It's a multicultural unit, and it's a unit that a third grader or fourth grader would be able to when they're cooking and gardening. I'd like to see something more rigor, more relevant in relations to California Native Americans. And we heard that from several comments today, and also in our past public comment.
Okay, so I have strike sample lesson 12. Thank you.
Now, so that we don't have a shortage of sample lessons relative to Native American studies, can we put in one of the other ones from the May 2019 draft? There was a lesson on land acknowledgement, which I happen to like. And also, I mean, we started today's meeting with an acknowledgement of, people who were originally here. Perhaps that's a lesson that could replace the decolonizing your diet lesson.
That was a lesson that we wanted to include. It did have some issues with some of the links and things within that, but we may be able to get it ready prior to the September period. So we will work on preparing that to the extent that we are able.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Pantai.
Okay, just small little minor details. Page 44, line 901, I'd like to give students and teachers options. It says PowerPoint, but we could move beyond PowerPoint, add Google Slides, Prezi, and other presentation programs or softwares out there. So I'd like to maybe recommend that the writer add other types of presentations that teachers and students can choose. Also, if you go to page 67, another item I'd like to bring up. On page 67, line 1387, I noticed kind of an awkward phrasing of Hmong male or young Latino and Hmong male. I think it should state young Latino males and young Hmong males.
Can you give me the line number again, Commissioner Pantai?
Line 1387, page 67. Because prior to that, I think a few pages above, it did state young Hmong males. And here, someone kind of reversed that. It's just a minor detail. I'd like to keep it consistent. And then one more item. This one is on page 73, lines 1483. So for this one in particular, I love the lesson plan, but I think that I'd like to move beyond think, write, pair, share. The fourth component I would like to add is not just pair share with a partner, but class share out loud to kind of give students not just an opportunity to talk within their group, but also to then speak up holistically with the class. So I'd like to modify that lesson to add class share out loud. That's page 73. And then my last one, page 100. Page 100, I'd like to add for lines 2046, Socratic seminar. It's awesome to have students debate. It's awesome to have them discuss, but it's also a great option for teachers to open up a Socratic seminar. So another kind of option to give to the teacher. That's page 100, line 2046. That's it.
Thank you.
Senator Allen.
Yeah, sorry. It's when Commissioner Pantai drew our attention to line 1387, it got me just wondering for a second. Do you think we can maybe add in, instead of saying that Hmong young males are thought of as gangsters, dropouts, and delinquents by law enforcement, can we say are sometimes thought of, or thought of as gangsters, dropouts, and delinquents by some law enforcement and authority figures? I mean, I don't know. I'm not sure that we can say unequivocally that every authority figure looks at Hmong young males as gangsters, dropouts, and delinquents. I think it's a very problematic thing to assert.
Noted. So on line 1389, some.
Yeah, I'd say
some law enforcement.
Commissioner Pantai, I see your hand.
Yeah, I just want to piggyback on that. I'm not discrediting the idea and what's being communicated there. It's just the way that it's worded. So I'd like to say young Hmong males versus Hmong young males. So it's just preference. I'd prefer to say young person first. I don't know.
Yes, noted.
One thing that I forgot to bring up, but in talking about making sure the lesson plan template has space for the guiding values and principles, these lessons, if I'm not mistaken, they did include alignment to guiding values and principles in the May 2019 draft. So it's already there. So I think that should be added here at the start of each lesson, where it says standards alignment and all that, like just re-include alignment to guiding values and principles. I think they were just numerically there. It wasn't a whole lot of text, but these sample lessons should bring that back so as to not open the door for teachers veering away from what ethnic studies is.
Noted.
Okay, let's open it up for other commissioners and state board liaisons. Comments about Appendix B, comments, edits, suggestions. If you have any comments, edits, or suggestions, please use the raise hand feature. I can't see everybody because my screen has a million documents open right now. All right, seeing none, we'll move on to Appendix C. Oh, so there we go. A late edition. Commissioner Pantai.
Sorry, this one just, I just glanced at it and I noticed on page 116, there's a really an awesome lesson plan, and I love having students write essays, but I think there's an opportunity here to collaborate with an English teacher or the English department so that the ethnic studies teacher is not on his or her own trying to devise. It says on line 2431, create a grading rubric. I'm pretty sure a lot of English teachers already have a persuasive essay rubric ready to go. So kind of somewhere in there, put in, if available, consult with the English teacher or someone from your English department. That way they could have some cross collaboration between the two curriculum.
The English teacher in you is right out here in front today. Very good. I love it. Senator Allen.
I'm sorry. I remember there's one other thing. On page 41, this is the 4 Eyes of oppression, interpersonal oppression. This is something that the LA Times did an editorial, talking about the draft, and it brought this up. This line about similarly interpersonal sexism is what men do to women. So the article, the editorial made the point that can be something that women can do to men, that women can do to women, that men can do to men. I'm
sorry, which page and line number?
This is page 41. So there are no line numbers, unfortunately, but on page 41, it's this whole thing about the 4 eyes of oppression.
Fixing that language to be accurate in terms of the definition of interpersonal sexism.
There are plenty of examples of sexism that women can perpetuate on another woman, or a man can perpetuate on a man, and in all directions. So
yes, we have that edit.
Okay.
Okay, other edits, comments, or suggestions on Appendix B? I see Board Member Strauss.
Yeah, just a comment and to Director Coates, and as we develop this, I really hear a need for some guiding lesson plans and some resources. In our previous curriculum frameworks, which this is not, we had snapshots and vignettes that really helped to show how one lesson could be effective in English language arts, supporting English learners, supporting students with disabilities. Anyway, I thought that the vignettes and the snapshots were actually really helpful tools in our other frameworks. So I just would put as a consideration, depending on what resources are submitted during this process, that we might want to consider that versus long units if we get other options that are good examples that teachers could use as resources.
Thank you, Member Strauss.
To that point, can I just ask clarification? If the current Assembly bill regarding ethnic studies is a high school requirement, if that were to pass and come to fruition, at that point, does that trigger the development of ethnic studies frameworks?
No, it doesn't.
Am I correct?
No,
it does not.
No, it does not. Frameworks and standards are the processes within legislation. It would actually require legislation to have standards or frameworks for ethnic studies.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I believe we are ready to move to Appendix C.
Okay, so Appendix C includes lesson resources for the following 3 areas. 1, sample safe spaces and community building activities. 2, facilitating conversations about race, racism, and bigotry. And 3, resources for connecting ethnic studies to local demographics. You will note that we included pluralistic links in that section rather than links to specific organizations where we would just be unable to verify specific content for a specific organization on an ongoing basis. So we utilized links such as the Anti-Defamation League, Facing History, Teaching Tolerance, and PBS Media, as they're widely known to provide curricular resources. The links that we included, we also included links to other model curricula, as you've noted today, such as Cesar Chavez and the Human Genocide model curricula that were authorized by other legislation, which is also the reason why model curricula can look very different, because they are authorized by different bodies, by different legislation and statute. But those are the links that are included in Appendix C.
Okay, members of the History Social Studies Subject Matter Committee, comments, edits, suggestions for Appendix C. So I have a question about whether or not there are any resources either from the last draft or somewhere within the CDE at the CDE's disposal that operate from foundation of Black American experience. So facing history, teaching tolerance, these are great resources and great places, but I know that especially in the wake of the uprisings that we saw in late May and throughout June and throughout the rest of summer, there are many resources out there, either from Black Lives Matter itself as an organization or the Abolitionist Teaching Network, others. So I'm concerned that the resources listed here, perhaps there's a lack of resources that come from organizations, particularly Black organizations. So I don't know if there are some that were in the previous draft that were removed for some reason, or if we need to solicit that through public comment to get more suggestions here.
Yeah, we actually didn't have this portion, was not in the original, in the May 2019 draft. So, but yes, public comment would be a great place to include additional. Okay, so we have cleared our technical difficulty, so we are okay to continue. And Member Munoz, I did note your recommendation to add the chants and energizers here in this section.
Thank you.
I would like to call on Commissioner Gotanda. I erroneously suggest that she is not a member of the Subject Matter Committee. I apologize for that. Commissioner Gotanda?
Thank you, Commissioner Reston. So I just wanted to ask our staff, our CDE staff, to include some more resources for the sample safe spaces and community building activities. And I do realize that a lot of that what was in here was pluralist, but I also believe that there's a lot of different ways that, or resources that teachers can use to create safe spaces and build community within the classroom. And I think that is foundational to an ethnic studies course in order for students to really be able to get the most out of the course. So I would like to beef up those resources in that section.
Thank you. And just to note, Commissioner Gotanda, this may just take some time as we develop this list, so it may not show in the September posting, but certainly we could bring that back to the Commission in November.
Thank you.
Okay, Senator Allen, did you still have a comment?
Yeah, no, I wanted to just bring up, this is more something for us to think about for additions. We've got so many fantastic museums and historic sites in our state that ought to be included as we think about resources. And just so many are popping into my head. I mean, everything from the California African American Museum to the Latino Museum in La Plaza, to the Museum of Tolerance, the Museum of the African Diaspora up in San Francisco, Museum of the Holocaust, which has a lot of stuff on genocide. That's down in Los Angeles. So they're just these wonderful sites. And then within the state park system and the national park system, there's also great sites with a lot of resources. Manzanar National Historic Site. I'm thinking about Allensworth, in the Central Valley, which was a fascinating African-American story. And Port Chicago up north, where a lot of African-American sailors were blown up and during World War II, it was a terrible story. I think about Alcatraz and the American Indian movement and the stories there. So there's just a lot of these really interesting places that are not far from our students. And a lot of them spend put a lot of resources into trying to create really strong educational programs. I'm very close to a lot of folks in our museums association and our state and national parks. And so I just want to throw that out there, for consideration as we're thinking about resources where our teachers can actually take the students and have them feel and touch the history right next to where they're living. And so, I'm happy to help with that list, but I've got some ideas in that area.
Thank you.
By the way, I'm getting a text. Apparently the feed is back, but there's no sound. Is that what you're getting?
Okay, we will check on that. So we have to check the live cast feed, please. Thank you so much. Appreciate your help. Okay, so that should be fixed now. Let us know if it's not, Senator Allen, based on the text you receive.
Okay. I'll find out.
All right, so other comments, we'll go ahead and open it up to the rest of the IQC as well as our state board liaisons, suggestions, comments, or edits for Appendix C. If so, please raise your hand. I do not see any raised hands. Okay. All right. So, are there any comments from SBE liaisons? Any final remarks from CDE?
No, just that we appreciate the discussion here today, and we also appreciate your thoughtfulness. We appreciate the public comment that has been received thus far, and so we do look forward to the continued conversations regarding the draft.
Okay, so we have come to agreement on a number of changes to the draft model curriculum. I believe that we are ready to take action on the draft model curriculum.
And to clarify, this is to basically put it up for public comment, right?
That's correct.
Yes, this is to put it out for the 30-day public comment. So there will be two motions. The first will be to recommend the revised draft model curriculum to the full IQC. The second will be to ask the full IQC to delegate the IQC chair and the SMC chair to work with Seaford staff as they make the changes that are approved by the commission. Would you like staff to summarize the changes that we have agreed on before I ask for a motion and we vote?
We did summarize as we went, so if the commission is comfortable with the summaries that we provided as we went, that's fine, but if you would like us to summarize, we can do that as well.
I think it's pretty clear that we summarized as we went, unless anybody disagrees. I don't see any hands.
Yeah, just one comment. These will be put into the edits with collaboration from from Commissioner Rustin and Imicus, along with CDE. Then we'll go out for public comment. Then it's going to come back to us, and we're going to spend another day doing this again. So we're not done yet. This is just getting it out so we can get it to the full IQC for approval to go out for the draft review.
Thank you for that clarification, Member Strauss. And also just to note that there were several elements that we listed as unresolved. And so for those that you wouldn't see them in the September posting, but we would have further discussion on those when this returns to the IQC.
All right, so I need a motion from an SMC member to recommend to the Instructional Quality Commission that the revised draft of the Ethnic Studies model curriculum be posted for a 30-day public review and comment period with the changes that we've agreed to today. I see 3 hands up. I will call on Commissioner Williamson.
Thank you. I just would like to motion that we recommend to the IQC Commission, the IQC, the revised draft of the Ethnic Studies model curriculum to be posted for a 30-day public review and comment period with the changes we have agreed to today.
Thank you. Can I have a second? I see Commissioner Munoz.
Second.
Is there any discussion of the motion? Are there any commissioners not on the committee who would like to comment? Are there any comments from the state board liaisons? I believe that we are ready to vote by roll call. Remember, only members of the HSS Subject Matter Committee can vote. Denise, would you please call the roll?
SMC Chair Reston,
Yes.
Vice Chair Munoz,
Yes.
Commissioner Costa Hernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Gotanda,
Yes.
Commissioner Pantai,
Yes.
Commissioner Williamson,
Yes.
Senator Allen.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, I would like a motion to ask the full Instructional Quality Commission to delegate to the IQC chair and the History Social Science Subject Matter Committee chair the review and approval of the agreed upon changes to the draft model curriculum, as well as any minor edits identified by CFERD staff before the draft is posted for public review and comment. See Commissioner Pantai.
I motion for this to be moved.
The motion has been made by Commissioner Pantai. Is there a second to the motion? Commissioner Munoz.
Second.
Okay, thank you. The motion has been seconded by Commissioner Munoz. Is there any discussion of the motion? Are there any commissioners not on the committee who would like to comment? Are there any comments from our state board liaisons? Seeing none, I believe that we are ready to vote by roll call. Remember, only members of the History, Social Science Subject Matter Committee can vote. Denise, would you please call the roll?
SMC Chair Reston,
Yes.
Vice Chair Munoz,
Yes.
Commissioner Costa Hernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Gotanda,
Yes.
Commissioner Pantai,
Yes.
Commissioner Williamson,
Yes.
Senator Allen.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. The History, Social Science Subject Matter Committee has taken very important actions today. I want to thank all of the committee members for their contributions to the discussions and the decision-making process. I also want to thank the other commissioners, the state board liaisons, and members of the public who provided comments and suggestions today. Finally, I want to express my appreciation to the staff at CFERD and the state board for guiding us through our actions today. I look forward to seeing the public feedback on this revised draft of the Ethnic Studies Model Curriculum. I adjourn this meeting of the History, Social Science Subject Matter Committee.
Thank you, Commissioner Rustin. I officially reconvene the full commission. Next is item 3A, reports and actions from subcommittees. First is action 1, approve the draft of the Ethnic Studies Model Curriculum for the public review and comment period. Commissioner Rustin, as chair of the History, Social Science Subject Matter Committee, do you have a motion for the full IQC?
Yes, as chair of the History, Social Science Subject Matter Committee, I move that the full commission approve that the revised draft Ethnic Studies Model Curriculum be posted for a 30-day public review and comment period with the changes recommended by the committee.
The motion has been made by Commissioner Rustin. Is there a second to the motion? First hand I see up is Commissioner Williamson.
I second.
Thank you. The motion has been seconded by Commissioner Williamson. Is there discussion of the motion? Okay, seeing none. Is there any comment from our state board liaisons on the motion? Seeing none. Stalling, seeing none. Okay. I believe we are ready to vote. Denise, will you conduct a roll call vote, please?
Chair Negus,
Yes.
Vice Chair Munoz,
Yes.
Commissioner Andre,
Yes.
Commissioner Storga Almanza,
Yes.
Commissioner Chapman,
Yes.
Commissioner Costa Hernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Fairchild,
Yes.
Commissioner Gotanda,
Yes.
Commissioner Jarvis,
Yes.
Commissioner Ponte,
Yes.
Commissioner Renteria,
Yes.
Commissioner Rustin,
Yes.
Commissioner Williamson,
Yes.
Assemblymember Weber,
Yes.
Senator Allen.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Next is action number 2, delegation of authority by the full commission to the IQC chair and the history social science subject matter chair to review edits of the draft. Commissioner Rustin, do you have a motion for the full IQC rep?
Yes, as chair of the History Social Science Subject Matter Committee, I move that the full commission delegate the IQC chair and myself, the History Social Science Subject Matter Committee chair, to review the agreed upon changes to the draft model curriculum, as well as any minor edits identified by Curriculum, Frameworks, and Instructional Resources Division staff, such as grammar, punctuation, word order, etc., before the draft is posted for public review and comment.
The motion has been made by Commissioner Rustin. Is there a second to the motion? This time, Commissioner Munoz had her hand raised first.
Second.
Thank you. The motion has been seconded by Commissioner Munoz. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, is there any comment from our state board liaisons? Okay. Seeing none, I believe we are ready to vote. Denise, will you please conduct a roll call vote?
Chair Negus,
Yes.
Vice Chair Munoz,
Yes.
Commissioner Andre,
Yes.
Commissioner Astorga Almanza,
Yes.
Commissioner Chapman,
Yes.
Commissioner Costa Hernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Fairchild,
Yes.
Commissioner Gotanda,
Yes.
Commissioner Jarvis,
Yes.
Commissioner Ponte,
Yes.
Commissioner Renteria,
Yes.
Commissioner Rustin,
Yes.
Commissioner Williamson,
Yes.
Assemblymember Weber,
Yes.
Senator Allen.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. The last item here is the adjournment of the meeting, but there are a few things that I need to say before I officially adjourn. First, I'd like to thank my fellow IQC members, the State Board of Ed Education Liaisons, CPERT staff, guests, members of the public for their participation in our meeting today. It's important to note that the draft that we discussed today will be posted for 30 days for public review and comment. The IQC will review public comment at our November, not December, I'm sorry, not September, but November meeting. There will be no action on the ethnic studies model curriculum during our September meeting. So with that, thank you to all, and I officially adjourn our Instructional Quality Commission meeting. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you all.